This is true. Okay, so if any of you missed it, what happened was we were told that there's Arbites coming up to see what the hell's going on upstairs.
Yep.
And Cassius
that
told us...
jingling in the background, that's not Siri playing with one of her toys. That's actually the Arbites coming up the stairs.
Yep.
They sound like Santa.
They're very festive Arbites.
Yeah, they've got bells and like Morris dances, basically.
Morris dances, not festive ones, just Morris dances.
Yeah.
They bring the Christmas gift of a swift ass kicking.
Garrett tried to climb down the side of the building, and someone failed.
I failed. I'm going to re-roll that, though. I have to re-roll that.
Can you re-roll that?
Yeah, I've got two more fate, because you said not to reset our fate yet.
Yeah. So they haven't reset the fate or any of their wounds because they're currently continuing from last time. So yeah, feel free to re-roll with your fate. Yeah, you pass. So yeah, you start inching down. It's a slow descent as you try and make your way around like AC units bolted to the side of the building. Bits of broken like telephone pole that are kind of sticking out odd angles. This place is a bit run down, but you do start making your way down. Carolina's sort of realizes suddenly that something is going on because Carolina did not hear that as not having a microbead.
Yeah, I just saw Branda get up because I was looking over and I was like,
yeah,
wow, you are lucky you didn't get hit by that shotgun. Absolutely no need to heal you whatsoever. No shotgun wounds.
No, totally not.
Wow.
I don't know why you came in here.
But he came in there to staple your suit to your chest, which he's done.
I looked down like, wait, anyway. I make my way to the window.
Okay.
While this is happening,
Shock Cassius?
I drag my blade across kind of my arm and my shoulder real fast to open up a small wound so I look like I'm bleeding.
Okay, yeah, you take 1 point of damage.
Yay.
I look like I'm bleeding. No, you're bleeding.
I mean, if you want to take 1 point of damage to make it look like you are really bleeding.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's good. I'll do that.
Okay. You managed to cut through your uniform.
Because Garrett used the rope to get down, can I use the rope?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll
actually make an athletics check.
Yeah, athletics or acrobatics with plus 30. It's a fairly easy check because you've got the rope there. And it's a fairly easy place to climb down anyway. Ooh, okay.
67, target 57.
Yeah.
That's only 1 degree of failure.
That's 2. 1 plus the difference.
No!
Oh.
So is that like falling your bum, or what happens?
That's kind of... Please make me a strength check.
Don't have good strength.
Be strong. Be strong, Brander.
Nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
24, you need a 27. So, yeah, you slip, you come off the rope as it goes down. It's a little bit starting to rain outside, and the rope's getting a little bit slick now that it's been there a little while. And you start falling, and you quickly grab onto an AC unit, and the AC unit goes... comes away from the wall at one edge, but it's still there, and you're holding on. You're currently about a floor and a half off the ground, so it's not massively far to fall, but it wouldn't be good. Carolinus, what do you roll? Oh, you need to roll. Okay.
I haven't rolled yet. Can I have my mechadendrites help me by just coiling around the rope as I'm going down?
You've only got a optical and another one, medical, so medical. You could do that, but if you fail, they're not designed to take that weight. You could damage them. It's up to you. If you had the claw mechadendrite, I can't remember what it does, that one would certainly
I'd just
help.
be able to go down. Okay, well, I'll just try regular acrobatics.
Okay.
Then. It's not a problem.
We're plus 30.
Okay.
Man, we should have got a grappling hook earlier.
I know.
Yay!
30, target 45. Yeah, you start climbing down quite easily, and then you notice hanging next to you off an AC unit is Branda.
Can I help him in any way while I'm going down?
You can tease him.
Sure. Make a strength check.
Okay.
You've got to make some kind of quip about hang in there. It's almost required. The fuel for the dad jokes is great right now and very dry and ready.
Oh.
You try and help Branda, and he kind of puts one arm out to you and then slips off and is holding on one-handed now as he swings away from you on the AC
like
unit.
cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Making all kinds of Stallone noises, just grunts. Nobody can tell what he's saying.
Can I, like, reach the rope or anything?
You can try and sort of swing yourself over to grab the rope, but now you're sort of one hand dangling off. You're going to have to swing pretty hard, and if you fail, you're basically going to have to swing your entire weight to that side, so...
Just jump down. It's a floor and a half. Come on.
I've got a lot of toughness. I could just take it, potentially, but...
Falling damage in Dark Heresy is pretty brutal.
Okay.
Remember what happened in Shadowrun to falling down?
That was a different game. It was fine.
swear to
Dark
God.
Heresy
Well,
is
6
known for
feet.
having falling damage kill Space Marines. Yeah.
Why is it so many games have so much trouble making falling rules that make sense? I was a roofer. I've fallen off 2-story buildings. You're fine. You bounce right back. Just tuck and roll when you hit the ground. You'll be good.
That's
Yeah,
what the
His
acrobatics
ability
rolls for.
to dodge the ground.
I've fallen out of 11 for high trees, and the worst thing I've ever done is sprain my ankle a bit. I haven't
like
broken
cracked
anything. Just like,
collarbone, maybe.
that hurts. I'm just going to limp for
I'm
a
just
few
imagining
days. while
Space
it
Marine
heals.
falling out of a tree and going, that hurts, in full like power armor.
Ow, my ankle. The
Yeah.
Emperor's ankle is broken.
They could legit die from falling out of an 11-foot tree in Dark Heresy core rules.
Okay, point taken. I'll try and swing for the rope.
Okay, you can make this is more acrobatics check. You can make an athletics if you want.
Is the AC hanging off the wall?
Yeah.
Can I try and like bolt it back on?
You don't have any mechanisms that do that, and if you try to do it yourself, you'll have to push it, and you'd be
Can I
moving
just
it. And it
flash
might...
staple him to the AC and then just leave him there?
Medical stooges aren't really designed to carry like.
I
you
know, but it would be funny.
So no modifiers, I guess.
What is this? A acrobatics or athletics?
Athletics.
Athletics. I'll give you a +0. Yeah, it's pretty difficult one.
Alright.
This one. You
Oh,
failed
geez.
by 3 degrees of failure. So you swing yourself across, and you don't manage to get the rope. And instead, as you kind of come off, your hand slips, and you hit one of the telegraph poles just below you that's sticking out of the side. You do manage to hold on to that, but you do get the wind knocked out of you. I will roll some damage.
F Brander. Everybody, just press F for Brander right now.
Defeated by a
I
window.
rolled a 1. Your toughness...
Yay!
Yeah, you're fine.
There we go.
See, it
Now get
raises the
down from
interesting
there.
point, though. That, like, with
So
Dark
just-
Heresy, you'd have, like, Space Marines fighting, like, a whole field of Tyranids, but then they get to, like, a 6-foot incline, and they're just like, no, we can go no further, brothers. It's terrifying. The worst threat to the Imperium. Slight inclines. No.
A lack of
All is
stairs.
lost.
Our one weakness.
All is
So-
lost.
So I'm just hugging a telephone pole now.
Pretty much. Yeah, you're not that far off the
Is it
ground
sliding
now.
down?
I suggest you settle down. You should be fine.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, you start shimmying down, and you get to the bottom without
Is it an
too much
old
issue.
wooden telegraph pole? Has he got splinters in places that we dare not speak of?
All right, I'm gonna microbead to Cassius that we're all down. There's a rope at the window at the end of the hallway if you want to come follow us. Otherwise, come out the front.
I say, coming out the front.
Okay, as you
Did anyone
start
see
like
us?
walking forwards to go out the front, blood sort of streaming
I'm
down your
pretending to
arm.
limp. Like, I'm putting on the full act right now of, like, limping and looking wounded going
Okay.
down the stairs.
Okay. As you do this, 2 Arbites. The Arbites are basically the police of the Imperium. Heavily armored. Basically think Judge Dredd, for those at home who aren't familiar with them. Come around the corner, shotguns in hand, raised, full-on body armor, helmets on,
am the
visor
law.
down, so you can just sort of see their mouth. Citizen, what's going on?
Arbites, help! There's guardsmen upstairs. They've gone crazy. I'm not sure. They're kicking in the doors and shooting patrons and executing everyone.
Yeah, okay, make a deception roll.
Yay!
Plus
Any bonuses?
plus
Plus
20.
$1 million.
I cut myself for this.
Yeah, you
I
got
just
a
want to
plus
point
10
that
for
out.
cutting yourself, and you got a plus 10 for the fact that you're in the wrong location for them to be looking for you. They want to be looking a few floors up, so...
When we arrived at on the ground, did anyone see us?
Woo!
No, not in the alley you're in. Yeah, you pass massively. Thank you, civilian. And he elbows you sort of to the side to shove you behind him, but also kind of just to get past you, and kind of almost knocks you over, but it just heads past you straight up to the stairwell.
I don't miss a beat. I go right past them. Now I'm keeping the limp act going, but I've picked up my pace a little bit, trying to get down
Okay.
the stairs and get out the front of the building.
As you go out the front of the building, you notice that some of the Arbites sort of see you, go to start stopping you, and then actually sort of leave you alone. Obviously, that as someone is questioning, someone ahead has told them that, you know, there's a civilian coming out anyway. Then you manage to get past a few checkpoints. Effectively, they look like they've got quite a few guarding the front. Probably about 8 of them in total here. And you head out the front, and yeah, you're fine. You're just standing out front next to a Arbite's riot van.
In my micro beat, I whisper, "Where should we meet up?" I'm out.
There's no one around the back. Just sneak around. Should be okay.
And so I make my way towards where they've indicated.
Okay, sure.
Did you like radio that in like mid-fall, Brander? Were you like falling and you were like, Roger that, come around the back. Splat. Remarkable focus from those Navy men. They don't break under any pressure.
No, it's all that multitasking. Yeah, so you go around into the alleyway behind the building, and you notice that your group is there. In various states of winded by telegraph poles or not, but they are there. Garrett sort of unhooking the grapple from up top and beginning to fold it away.
Yeah, we need to go right now. They're going to be looking out that window at some point, and we don't want to be here when it happens.
Understood. Where to?
Anywhere, really. Are there any... I mean, let's just take a couple back streets, honestly. Let's just weave down a couple of back streets and see if we can make some distance in between us and here.
Understood.
Okay. Everyone make stealth checks. Pass.
Oh, jeez.
Massively fail.
I'm bleeding everywhere, so I doubt I'm going to be very... Oh, I didn't do too badly.
I did pretty badly.
I'm
Fail.
I mean, given my
Massive fail.
threshold, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah,
Is that a critical fail for me or anything?
It's a pretty bad fail. Yeah, you got 96. So as you're literally going out of the alleyway behind the building into the next road over, you bump into some of the local enforcers. The local enforcers, basically the non-Imperium-wide police, they're more sort of a local police force. They deal with more petty crime than, say, the Arbeits do. The Arbeits won't touch certain crimes like pickpocketing or sometimes even murder is not really theirs. It's just a local thing. Instead, you walk into two of the enforcers around here. You notice that they are not quite as heavily armed. Both of them are carrying shotguns, but they're not quite the combat shotguns you expected before. They have helmets, but they don't have the same sort of visor system. Their armor is much more crude in design.
What kind of shotguns are they?
Normal shotguns, not combat shotguns.
Oh, they were combat shotguns before, were they?
On the enforcers, yeah.
I raise my hand to the enforcers. Have they noticed us, actually?
Yeah, as literally you come out of the alleyway, Brander kind of turns around to look that you're all behind and ends up shouldering right into one of them. Oh, there goes that!
I raise my hand and I say, we're victims. There was an attack a few streets over. The Arbeites will need your assistance. There's some kind of gun battle going on at the top. We're just trying to make distance between ourselves and there. It's a very dangerous situation. I'm sure they could use the help.
Make a deception roll.
Yay. Pluses, minuses?
Minus 10. Brander did shoulder one of them. And the rest
Damn it,
of you
Brander.
didn't do too well in your stealth checks. You're kind of stealthing and attempting to, but badly.
I'm going to go ahead and re-roll that.
Okay.
Considered
78,
trying to
45.
talk myself, and I'm like, no, that won't. That'll only make things worse.
Shit.
87-45. Yeah, I'm gonna make my my insight roll. It's not really insight, is it? It's scrutiny, fellowship. Unselected.
Our only hope now is that they fail as bad as I failed.
Oh, they passed
Not
actually.
possible.
With a 20, they needed a 40.
Well, shit.
Why have you got weapons then? As he looks over and sees the hilt of your sword sticking out from behind your cloak. Maybe you should wait here for the Arbeites to get... fuck it, let's take them back to the station ourselves. Get a collar for the enforcers around here. Can't be giving all those Imperial pricks. Come on.
I look to everyone else and shrug. Should we go with them? I don't say that, but it's a look that inquires.
I shrug and
I'm shaking my head and I'm reaching for
I'm
my last
already
gun.
parting my robe because I'm still carrying the stuff that we grabbed. So
is there anyone else
I'm
around?
holding on to the shotguns.
Oh, you're
stock
holding on to...
and
Okay,
decide to
so
draw
as
out.
you do that, the guy goes, Oi! Put those down! Put those down!
No, I keep drawing it. And
Okay, that
practice
is
it.
roll
anyone-
initiative then.
Is there
Okay.
not-
is there
Surprise.
anybody else around? Are there any
It's
civilians?
fine.
Yeah, there's a
They're
couple of
local
civilians walking
nobodies.
around, etc. But you're kind of half into the alleyway. Use
damn it.
the icons you've got on the map. I won't actually do a battle map for this because it's just basically point blank range, and I don't have a battle map for this.
That's fine.
But I will shout at the initiatives we go through.
Ew. My first terrible initiative roll.
Do we still need to add our agility bonus to this, or is that being now taken into consideration by the button?
The button doesn't do it. I think the button is literally just a D10 plus modifier. I don't know. You'll have to check what the roll was in the dialogue menu.
No, that's fine. I'll just roll it and then check.
I was gonna say I
13.
made my own custom button for initiative.
Yeah, it's because I gave you the button that I use, which doesn't link to a character sheet.
Okay.
I rolled a 1 for initiative. I'm
Yay!
fast. Okay, so first up is Brand of Thrail.
Do we know how many enforcers these are?
There are 2.
2. Okay.
So
Great.
pretty sure a stub automatic is quieter than a chainsword.
The stub automatic is technically louder because when you fire a gun, it's really loud. You don't get that from like TV shows and stuff because the mics cap out, but it is really loud. Like you can hear it quite a distance away. That said, in a city, in the shoddy part of a city, it's not all that unexpected to hear occasional shots going off, especially in the downtown slum sort of area that you're kind of on the verge of on Eredistire.
So it might sound more normal than a chainsword then.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
go
a
for it.
chainsword is
Just
also
go for it.
easier to pinpoint where a chainsword is because it's an easy sound. It's continuous. You can go, oh, it's in that direction, that close. Whereas a gun is always really loud, and then
Aren't we in
peels
like
off.
a sort of like a working district though?
Yeah, you're kind of on the
docks
edge
and stuff.
of the.
Wouldn't there
sort of the-
be more industrial machinery sounds in that kind of environment?
Nearby, but not quite. You're kind of in the more people live here to work in the district nearby, but you're in the area where it's between the slummy district and the starting to get okay district.
I was just wondering, just for kind of setting.
Yeah.
All right, quick draw, aim, semi-automatic. With the stub automatic.
Go for
I
it.
do only get one of them.
You only get one of them.
Unfortunately.
Okay, you can do both, but you
I
get a
think that's
massive
how-
penalty.
Yeah, I'll just go with the one
Okay.
for now. Right, so the modifiers. Is that plus 10?
You are at point
'Cause of
blank.
the aiming?
Technically, you're not in combat, so that is a plus 30. Plus 10 for the aim, so yeah, plus 40 in total.
Oh, waste this dude, Brander. Waste him. Just he got in the way of the Inquisition. Done.
51 needed a 86. Yeah, that is a hit. That is
Also,
right arm.
I forgot previously I have close quarters discipline, plus 1 degree of success on ballistic tests at point blank or short range.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, which would help if you were firing anything but a single shot. So yeah, you managed to get.
Well, no,
five-
I'm doing semi-automatic.
Yeah, he's still
Oh.
doing semi-automatic, isn't he?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you said. Yeah, okay. Semi-automatic, yeah, which makes a lot of sense because I didn't say plus 10 for a single shot. So yeah, semi-automatic, basically for every 2 degrees of success beyond the first, you get an extra hit. You get 5 degrees of success. How much is semi-automatic value? Is it 2 or 3 for a sub-pistol?
It is 3.
All 3 bullets hit. That would be arm, I think it goes chest, leg, chest again, chest. So that arm,
Ooh.
chest, leg. 3
You
shots.
raked him. Just.
Yeah, just like... yeah, roll damage
roll
3
damage.
times.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
And the third
Nice
one is a
damage.
Righteous Fury. Dude, which instantly kills a mook.
What a
if you do
horrible
damage.
time to be just a random law enforcer in this city.
And there's
Yeah.
no recourse for this. We just get away with it flat out by nature of our charge. This is like, meh.
This is pretty much James Bond license to kill territory.
Brand is just a badass. What can I say? So you just see this guy, and as he goes to sort of raise his gun to shoot Caroline, so obviously Caroline's having gone for those weapons. You just go, okay, decision making, spot on, pull the gun, and in one fluid movement, 3 shots. 1 to the arm. His arm pings backwards. The armor takes most of the force, but he's still knocked backwards by it a little bit, the bullet having entered quite far into his shoulder joint. The second shot hits him in the lower abdomen as he kneels over and sort of begins to vomit up something inside his helmet as the bullet has definitely entered into the abdominal cavity. The third shot impacts into his thigh, and you hear the snap of bone, and blood begins to pour out as you snap the femoral artery. He collapses in on his own weight, and he goes straight into shock and very quickly bleeds out in a puddle of a lot of blood and some of his morning breakfast. Garrett.
Even Brander's surprised by this. Well, that went well.
boy. Well, I was talking about drawing the gun at the same time that Carolinus was drawing his gun. So do I still have to draw it now at the start?
Yeah, I would say
combat?
that your
Okay.
guns are originally not readied because they were kind of hidden.
Right.
But since a lot of you were like, we started drawing guns, I'll say that effectively as we're doing this, you've got the gun halfway out to they are ready now. So half action to ready, and then you can take a half action shot.
Okay, and in that half action shot, it can be any kind of shot, so I can do the full power shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
Are you
full
using
power
a
shot,
semi-auto or single shot?
whatever is it's a las, right? So does it do auto, or I thought it just did high power shots?
You check the last pistol. If it says S / a number, that number is then the semi-auto value. It might just say S
Okay,
dash.
semi-auto then, yeah.
Okay, is that
Yeah,
2 for the last pistol?
S/3.
3?
I'm not using the pistol, I'm using the gun.
Oh, okay. So Garrett's like, screw this. Brings out the full-on las gun. Whew. Yeah, you can fire 3 shots with semi-auto. They're all high power then, which bear in mind that each one uses 4 ammo, so that's 12 ammo you're using for this. Yeah, go ahead and roll. You will have plus 30 for being point blank, and you'll have a plus. Yeah, no, you won't have anything else. You didn't aim, so yeah, plus 30. Dude,
Ow!
you needed a 90, you got a 13. That is all of those 3 semi-auto shots hit. So feel free to roll damage for all 3 of
That is
those.
fantastic.
13 energy with a pen of 2. 15, 15. Does this include the bonus damage from the overheat?
It
Does
does not. No.
So that should be plus 2 damage on all of those, and plus 2 pen.
Oh my lord.
It's like 50 something damage. Like
Yeah, like, okay, so that is torso,
13 is right arm.
torso, leg. 31, because it flip it.
Oh, 31, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Torso, leg. If you shoot him in the torso once, and you hit him like high up on one of his pecs, and it goes in, there's a smell of burning meat, and he kind of takes a couple of steps back. You hit him a second time, this time having adjusted your aim ever so slightly straight onto sternum, and you hear a crack and the sound of superheated flesh, and kind of a smoke almost issues from out, but it's kind of tinged red with boiled blood. And the third shot, the guy's pretty much dead by this point anyway, goes in and takes off most of his leg, but it cauterizes it as it goes through. And so the only bit that really remains of his like quad muscle is a little bit of muscle down one side and the obvious charred bone along the inside with a big hole of melted flesh that has begun to heal. Congeal, not heal. As that guy collapses to the ground as well. You're out of combat. That was
the headshot. Oh, Garrett didn't call the headshot this time.
I didn't, yeah.
No. Otherwise,
it
it would
seemed
have been
unnecessary.
Yeah.
Just come with us. No, blam.
I kind of think of it as a
Wow.
called headshot is you probably have to use the aim function before you can do that.
No. Cord shot, you
Nope,
can call
you
any
can just
shot
do it
without even
straight away.
aiming.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just normally you take a minus 20, but for your character, because you got the perk, which
You
is an
don't.
amazing perk, you wouldn't have killed the guy first shot with a headshot anyway, because it would have hit his helmet. The second shot would have killed, which would have then been a arm shot, I think. I'll have to check the table for it. But the point being that you wasted those guys really quick. You are now out of initiative time.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest we get out of here now. Don't bother with these corpses. Let's get out of here.
I grabbed both shotguns on the way by and hold them out to
as he was about
Brander
to
and
say, I was already leaning down.
Arbites! Arbites!
I've
Someone points over in your
literally
direction.
in that time already grabbed one of the shotguns and tossed
I
it to
am
Brander,
running.
saying, "You keep what you kill," and then I'm running.
Yep, we
forward,
run.
Garrett.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Start running.
Brander is now running, holding a shotgun from one of the local enforcers.
I could try and hide it, maybe.
you got to keister that thing, your prison pocket. Put it in
Okay.
there.
What are you doing with your long arms? Because I know some of you do have long arms. What are you doing with that to hide them? Are you putting them back in the duffel bags and stuff you've got?
If I've got one, then sure.
Yeah, you would have had one to keep anything like particularly big, like your chainsaw.
Right, stick it in there.
Okay, Garrett,
I don't have any shotgun.
you've got a las rifle
Alaska.
though.
That considers a long arm? It's not it's not the sniper.
No, it's still a rifle though. Like it's a full like meter long kind of thing. Like think
Okay.
just short of an M16. Yeah. So
Well, I
you
got it
chuck
on my
the back
back, but I don't really have any other place to put it.
You've got like a duffel bag. Everyone's got like an equipment bag, which is like a duffel
Okay.
bag, which is easy to hide things in.
Okay.
You chuck that in
Am I
there.
able to hide anything under my robe?
To a certain extent, but the bulk and stuff will look obvious when you're moving, so it's probably best to put it in a bag anyway.
Okay.
I use I'm gonna cast memory erasure on the person that just shouted us out.
Okay.
How many people are there?
There's
it just
about
the
3
one?
people. That one person seems to be the person who actually will call for the Arbites around here. Not many people will.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast the mind erasure on him as we're going by,
Okay.
and we'll see how that goes.
Arbites up. What? And he catches eyes with you, and suddenly he's transfixed for a second. I have to make an opposed willpower or something, don't I?
I think so. Let me take a look real fast and see what goes specifically into it.
Is this the first time we've done mind erasing?
Yeah, I've never erased anybody's mind before. This is a new experience for me.
For him, probably too.
Doing
Yeah.
it while running.
Oh dear lord.
So for erasure,
Guns are really loud in this game.
Yeah.
yes, it's an opposed willpower test.
Okay, I roll a 30. Oh, my aim was a 25. So that's 2 degrees of failure, technically.
Okay. I will go in and with erasure. Do I get any bonuses or anything? How's the veil here?
No, no bonuses. Not on this one.
Okay. I'm gonna cast it at rank 1.
Okay.
There you go.
Your target was
What?
120?
Oh, I'm sorry. How was that 120? Hold on for a second. How did that happen?
You rolled an
Should be
18.
target
I'm pretty sure that
50.
beats my degrees of success, and that is a pass.
My target was a 70. I'm not sure why it said 120. Oh, I mistyped. I put in
Okay.
70 instead of 20 for some reason. It was 70 though.
That's still a pass with quite a large margin. The exact memory you want to erase?
The last 10 minutes. That's what it does.
Okay.
So for the last 10 minutes of his memory, they're gone.
And he just starts looking around a bit confused.
And then we continue forward.
And you just run away. Yep, okay.
I Jedi that guy. I went. He was like, shit,
While you were
lost
running,
my
it was
train
like
of
a...
thought.
This is not the Inquisition you're looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bomb it away. Let me make a couple of rolls.
I'm amazed that I haven't rolled doubles yet and ended the world. It really surprises me that I haven't rolled doubles yet.
Yeah, can you all make me stealth rolls?
It's only a 10% chance to end the world, right?
We're plus 20.
Damn it.
No crit fails. Generally bad, but no crit fails. Okay, yeah, takes you like a couple of hours to just of lying low between each alleyway, moving to the next alleyway, sometimes double backing on yourself to make sure that you don't go past any enforced patrols or anything nearby. But you do eventually make it out of the region where you think that they're effectively looking for you.
How many people's minds did I have to erase passively along the way?
Luckily none. You kind of want to limit the amount of psychic power, so I'm assuming that you don't do that unless you really need to.
How legit would it be though if, like in D&D, you've got like passive checks? What if you could just passively mind erase people based on your stats as you were walking around, and people just like they get dumbfounded for like 10 minutes as you just
You mean
walk
like
through a
that-
city block?
You mean like that kid in the XCOM movie where anything that got close to him lost all their superpowers?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Yeah, but you do eventually make it far enough away.
Hooray!
All right, where are we going? What are we doing? What's the plan?
I need a bit of a
assume
refresher.
that aside from us all being attacked in our sleeps, Cassius, did you have any better luck last night?
I need a refresher from the GM as to what happened last week. It's been a very busy week for me, and I'm having trouble remembering minutia.
You talk to Captain Julius Horatio, the captain of the Emerald Tigress. You found out, as far as you could tell, that they seem perfectly a nice person. You didn't find any links to them directly, although that's not saying there aren't any. You did find money flowing between Daiquiri, the chief petty officer on the Emerald Tigress, and a Gerald Nichols, who busted into your hotel room and tried to kill you. Didn't survive. You also found that one of the armsmen, who did come and attack you, also was a corrupt and taking money. That person is also dead. You found pretty much everyone you found money was flowing to who was corrupt is now pretty much dead in your hotel room, apart from Chief Petty Officer Dackery. He's the only person you know to be linked that isn't currently dead in your hotel.
Okay, so I reach into my cloak and I pull out a low stick and I start lighting it because it's been a while since I had one. And leaning up against a brick wall, I said the talk with Horatio wasn't fruitful. However, what I can say is that to the best of my abilities, Horatio was uninvolved in whatever's happening. He seems pleasantly oblivious to the whole thing from my perspective. That's not saying that there isn't a link there. I'm just saying that from the conversation that I had with him, we were fairly forthright and had a night out. And it seems as though he thinks everything is on the level.
What manner of man was Horatio?
About what one would expect from a noble dandy. I mean, he's a pleasant enough fellow. Actually quite easy to get along with. I doubt that there's any ill intent there. Either that or he's one of the best actors that I've ever seen, even under the effects of drink.
Are you speaking of
First time
Captain
that I've known the
Julius?
captain unaware of the movings of his officers, if he wanted to pass along so much control to them that he didn't have to worry about the daily operation of his ship.
He seems to be old nobility, and from my experience with my family, there's a certain aloofness that exists within those social circles where you delegate things to your underlings. Seeing as we've killed just about everybody else involved in the case, my suggestion would be that we find this Dackery. Money seems to be flowing between him and several of the people we just killed, and there's no indication that any of that money is finding its way to the captain. So that would be my next suggestion for our course of action.
I think that's
you were
a
about
solid
to say?
plan. I was going to ask, are you speaking of Captain Julius?
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
Because you said Horatio.
That's his last name, right?
Captain
got, like,
Julius
6
Horatio
names.
Arga Ren Valentine the First.
Oh.
Okay. Jeez.
I didn't hear the rest of that. No, I did hear the rest of that. I kind of waved my hand. I go, one of his surnames. I apologize. Sometimes I was drinking as well.
You also did find that they were meant to meet up with the Midnight Runner, which they took from the planet Ichthion, which is the one they ran the blockade at. They then took it to Ro. It went down to Ro, didn't come back up. The Emerald Tigress eventually left without it. So that is the only lead that you also have, which isn't actually, you aren't able to really act on where you are at the moment. It's the only other one you've got. And your mission orders were to find out and figure out what's going on with the whole running the blockade, shut that down immediately. That's your noble primary concern before now.
Okay.
But you also did find out
upon
some things
remembering-
about some sort of Xeno fighting pits on the planet.
Okay. On remembering this, I also mentioned there's another ship that they abandoned on Ro, from what I understand with our conversation. The Emerald Tigress was contracted to go there and meet up with a ship called the Midnight Runner around the orbit of Ro. However, when they went to make their rendezvous, the Midnight Runner never showed up. Perhaps something happened to it on the planet, but that would also be another potential lead, although at this time we would have to go to Ro and check their chronicles in order to run that one down, unless we get incredibly lucky here on Eridus Dire.
Do you know anything of Ro?
I can make an intelligence check, I guess, just to see if I recall anything about it.
You can make a... None of you got any skills related to that field in the sector, but it is relatively close to your home planet, so I will give you a +10.
Okay.
Seems like our next port of call once we've exhausted investigations here.
You've not really heard of it. It's one of the recent worlds that's come back from the warp storm, so...
I think our first priority needs to be this Petty Officer Dackery. He's the last link that we have at this planet.
We should take him alive, too, if we can take him. That way we can subject him to the tender mercies of our dear friend Carolinus and perhaps get some further information from him.
Perhaps we could arrange a meeting if you can speak with the captain again.
Sounds like a good enough plan. My rapport with the captain seems to be good enough. Although my suspicion is that once he finds out half of his contacts have been whacked in a hotel assassination, there may be some questions raised, but I think we did a
These may
fairly
not
decent
be
job of
his
leaving no trace.
contacts. None of them but Lieutenant Dackery have any direct connection with his ship. They were dock hands, dock workers, local authority. He might have no knowledge of their existence.
Do
It
we
seems
know
that
what-
everything was coming through his lieutenant.
Yeah. Do we know where the Emerald Tigress is docked right now?
It's in orbit. It's
in
to be a
orbit,
ship to come
that's
in
right.
gravity well.
Okay. So let's
right,
find this.
because... Oh, sorry, just out of character mention. Oh, right, because Nichols was the guy who was supposed to be on duty at the
Every
port
time
when
the Emerald Tigress
came down.
imports stuff, yeah.
Except Nichols is gone, so who's going to be on
These
Well, he
would
was
not be the
assigning
concerns of the
himself.
captain, so we're likely free of that. And the less that we can involve this individual, the better it will appear to the Inquisitor. We have to establish whether or not he has any guilt and connection, direct connection to this. It seems that perhaps there is a connection of some manner, but given the Inquisitor's friendship, perhaps the less we report on that, the better it would be for all parties involved.
I think I'm in
Cassius,
agreement. Carry on.
Did you notice anything suspicious about the captain when you met with him? You said he spoke of the blockade running, but you said he didn't actually do the running himself?
No, Ro is not under blockade right now, as far as I know. Is that correct? Ro is just another planet, right?
It's just another planet as far as you're aware. You don't know anything beyond the name.
I approached him much in the same way that we approached Nichols about, getting near the death world or the quarantine world, and he seemed very standoffish about it. My suspicion is that either what he's doing, if he is connected, my guess is that he has a positive motive, and if he's not involved, that it's happening underneath his watch. He seems like a perfectly amicable individual, and given the fact that we know that he has established ties between him and the Inquisition, I see no reason that he would betray that. He seems a genuine sort.
Then I believe he would be our best contact for a meeting with Daiquiri.
I can make it happen.
If you feel confident about this, I feel that it is a reasonable direction for us to move in. Though in the immediate future, we need to find somewhere to lay low.
Then I propose it's done. Let's find a place to lay low for now. And I've already got the contact information for Julius. I can get a hold of him at any time before he leaves the planet, and I'll try to set up the meeting with Daiquiri.
Do we know how long it is between now and the next time Nichols is supposed to go on duty? Because that'll be when the ship comes down.
He was actually on duty for when the ship got into orbit. That was a couple of days ago by now, almost. He was on duty then, but the Midnight Runner was not on board. So as far as you're aware, not much has really happened in regards to that. He's next meant to be on duty... You did look into this record, so you would know that he's next meant to be on duty. He has tomorrow off, and then the next day, and then the next day. Okay.
So let's find a place to lay low.
Okay, what sort of place are you looking for?
Bed down or something.
Another hotel, like a flop house?
Something middle class, something bougie.
Okay. You managed to look around. You managed to find yourself a number of different, effectively, like rent an entire like flat with a couple of different rooms, etc. And you find that that's probably more up your speed at the moment because you've got not people coming in and out and like you do in a hotel. So it allows you to basically take the entire flat and turn it into your own for the rest of your stay there. And you pay down some money from your many accounts that you have access to.
Can we rest a little bit during this time to get some of our fate back? Is
Yes,
that possible?
please.
Fate only refreshes during long periods of time, etc. It doesn't refresh on like long rests and stuff like D&D. Effectively, if you have like a long period of time and you've managed to do stuff and finish character arcs, the GM will tell you when you can refresh Fate.
Okay.
As we're on our way there, I mentioned, based on what happened back there, we can probably guess what happened to our armsman friend. It might be worth investigating what happened to the other one, but I don't know how important that is. He's either dead or staying quiet, I would imagine.
Sure. I can I
That
put in a requisition, I
is-
guess.
An assumption. We do not know that this had any connection with the two armsmen. We had had a previous meeting with this
Nichols.
Nichols. Thank you very much, Garrett. He was given a contact address to speak with Cassius. This could have all come from that.
We could go to the Chroniclarium and see if and learn something?
I am weary of returning there. We've already made enough of a impact in this place.
Let's focus our minds to the task of the conversation with Daiquiri and Captain Julius for now. Assuming I get the meeting, what information would you all like in order to make this flow smoothly? You all know that I'm a talker. I'm not much of one for great scheming, and so, please, let me know what you'd like, and I'll try to get it out of him. It's a thought that I might introduce the mote that we are working with the Inquisition, since he is connected as well, and then if that turns out...
That thought had crossed my mind, but I am weary of announcing it. It's a difficult proposition.
I can erase certain facts from his mind, though, if he takes it the wrong way. It shouldn't be too hazardous.
It's not his immediate reaction that I'm concerned of, but should he seem quite accommodating at first, only to change his mind later. That was what I would be concerned of. But it may be the most direct way to arrange a meeting with his lieutenant.
What say you, Garrett?
I think that's a pretty straightforward option. Another angle of attack could be that suggest to him that Officer Daiquiri has been less than honest with him, and apparently has been doing dealings of the shady nature, and perhaps we could help him solve some of that problem.
I like that idea. He and I both seem to be of the same social standing, and there's a certain understanding that exists between the two of us. Were I to approach him under the auspices of trying to protect his
trade certificate, his warrant of trade.
Exactly. If I'm trying to protect his reputation as an honorable man, as a member of the gentry, that I'm privy to certain information due to my work in the Chroniclarium, perhaps he would come around to our way of thinking. That would also exclude us from having to give away and play our hand on the part of the Inquisition.
This seems a better plan, in my mind.
Brander, any thoughts?
It seems like a good course of action. I think we should try and get to Roe as soon as we can. That ship could move on. Seems to be the one we're looking for.
Very well. So in the meantime, I'll make the meeting happen with Captain Julius. So I go ahead and I set that up. However, I would set that up. Would I have to make inquiries? Or I've got his contact info, so it should be easy enough.
Yeah, like you ping the comm number that you've got, and you get through to what is effectively his secretary, which is one of the servitors on board his ship. You get relayed through one of the ground stations, of course. Your Vox unit doesn't have really that range. And one of the servitors effectively takes a message and relays a meeting for you.
Can I specifically leave a message?
Sure.
Okay, so when I get the servitor, I said, Captain Julius, it's your old friend Cassius. I know I introduced myself as Drake, correct?
Drake,
Got to make a memory check? Okay. It's your old friend Drake from the other night. I just wanted to let you know it was quite the pleasant evening sharing stories and tales of being out in the void. I've come across some certain information in the Chroniclarium, and I'd really like to contact with you. I think it'll be something of interest to a man of your stature, assuming you wanted to protect your reputation. And I understand how these things go, so please, I'm concerned for your well-being. Contact me back as soon as possible.
Thank you for your message. We'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Ooh.
Okay, and
by the way, that
leave the message.
Just out of character, that message sounded almost like a blackmail. Just out of character.
It did.
I'll smooth it over. It's a misunderstanding.
A few hours later, you get a ping on your Vox speed, and it appears to be coming from the Emerald Tigress.
Okay, I raise it.
Hello, Drake. I thought you might want a call back. Your message seemed a little bit on the urgent side. What is the problem?
Yes, absolutely. This is not business, though, for a Vox that can be monitored by someone. I'm privy to a little bit of information that I think you would be interested in, and obviously it comes at no charge. This is purely from one member of the gentry to another. I'm attempting to protect your reputation, so please, if you'd like to meet me for another drink, I'd love to discuss it with you.
Sure. I know a discreet place. Feel free to meet me at the Imperial Gate. That'd be one of the more upmarket bars around the district. I'll see you there in a minute.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and he signs off.
I head there straight away, but before I leave, I let everybody else know the plan, and then I also inquire as to whether they want to come along or whether they'd prefer to observe from a distance.
Perhaps best left to you.
I don't think any of us would fit in that area of the town, don't you?
Not
Maybe
at all.
more difficult for you to present your case with a retinue.
I look down at my shabby uniform.
Okay.
Still not fixed up.
In the meantime, I take a small scrap of paper and I write the name Daiquiri on it, and I tuck it into the folds of my robe, or into the fold of my tunic, and then I head out for the meeting.
Sure. You hail one of the passing cabs and you get in. You get taken there. Not much delay. It takes you probably about 8 minutes to get there. You're not far away in the district you're in at the moment. And you get outside a pub which is effectively several stories tall, sort of gold filigree embossed in the front in the shape of a giant arch. And in the background you can see slightly raised marble, which just about you see the relief of what is effectively a giant human being standing with a two-handed sword, blade down. It is a picture of the Emperor.
Okay. I head up. Is there a doorman?
Yeah, you go through the door and you're greeted by a plexiglass screen and the person behind it. Good day. Are you entering?
Indeed I am. Drake Rousseau, and I'm here for a meeting with Captain Julius Horatio, the rest of his name. I fire it off.
Okay, that will be 40 gold crowns, and feel free to go into booth 3.
I silently produce the money, and then I head over to booth 3 as soon as he lets me pass.
Sir. If you want any drinks, please just buzz the intercom in your booth.
Thank you very much.
And you head on in. You find yourself in a darkened corridor with velvet curtains and heavy drapes behind them with some much heavier fabric, and you can start walking past them. You can hear sounds coming out of a few of them, but the sounds themselves seem muffled, more muffled than you expect for fabric. It does sound like there's some sort of dampening fields in each of them, but you can hear vague mumbling along the lines of and one of them you get the sound of kind of like Imagine the Sims, but more muffled than that. You eventually find your way
parents.
You eventually find your way to one with the large Roman numerals 3 over the top.
Okay. I go ahead and I open the curtain.
Inside you see the familiar face of Julius Horatio Argo Ren Valentine I, resplendent in a lovely, heavy green velvet coat with gold embroidery around the edge, this time wearing a slightly different sort of waistcoat combination than the one you saw him in previously. And next to him is sitting a woman, much more slender of face, very sharp features, black hair tied back in a bun, her dark complexion very much accentuating the hooded eyebrows that she has, hiding her eyes, very sort of deep set eyes that look out at you very suspiciously as she sits there wearing what is a tattered form of Imperial Navy uniform.
At the point where I see that a woman is involved, I quickly sort of stiffen, and I say, "Oh, I didn't know we were going to have a visitor. Pleased to meet your acquaintance, Drake Rousseau," and I extend my hand.
She looks up at you from under her heavily hidden eyebrows and just inclines the head slightly.
I apologize if I made your offense.
Oh, don't worry about her. Lasari is a little bit suspicious of newcomers, especially when they leave messages sounding so enticing as yours.
Of course. Upon further review, I chose my words poorly. I should have expected this form of outcome. All I wish to do is reassure you that everything here is amicable. This is a matter of honor. And there's a difference between us and the common rabble. We have to look out for one another because they won't look out for us.
That is quite true, but in my experience, many people are looking out for you just to check when your back is turned.
I take a seat, I guess, across from him.
He sort of gestures and you sit down. Can I get you a drink at all?
Absolutely, please. We'll start the night out the same way it began last time.
2 Amatex, please. And a short time later, one of the valets small, tightly fitted orange waistcoat with a sort of golden tie, opens the drape and hands off 2 Amasecs, and he hands them a little bit of money, and they close the drapes and leave you to it.
Well, Mr. Captain Julius, after our appointment last time, where we had such a great time, I'm the sort of man who likes to make sure that I'm doing business and also associating with honorable people. And it's come to my attention that you are a man of very highly refined scruples indeed. That being the case, I've been spending some time on the Chroniclarium, and there's a man who links his name to yours quite loudly that I think would be of concern to you. I pull the piece of paper out of my tunic, and I slide it across the table face down, sort of looking sideways at the woman sitting next to me.
She takes the piece of paper, looks at it, pushes it back up to Captain Valentine, who picks it up. And, well, what information do you think you have that is so urgent?
Nothing concrete, only that the man's name that I've written down on that piece of paper does business with very unscrupulous fellows. And if I was able to find out that he was linking himself to you, it would be my concern that other people have made the same connection as well. Now, I've no doubt that you're a man of highly imperious qualities, but this man here, he seems to be without honor, and if you do business with him, you should be warned that some of the things that have spattered his cloak may spatter yours as well.
Well, I have to admit, I'm definitely intrigued by what you say, but you talk of honor and so forth, but do not, if you forgive me, talking in solid facts. I mean, you haven't really given me any information beyond be wary. And I'm sure you understand, coming from someone in, obviously such a refined position as yours, obviously you've got a good upbringing and education yourself, you can understand that I tend to have to conduct my business based on facts rather than hearsay. If there's anything specific...
The only reason I'm being so withholding is because we have guests here, ones that I am unfamiliar with. Were we to speak together privately, I would be more forthcoming. Would that be all right? I assure you, I mean you no harm. I have no dubious intent here. It's just that walls have ears, and it's come back to haunt me in my past, and so obviously I'm very skeptical of newcomers. And I look to her and I say, obviously you have my apologies there. It's just that I don't know you. I mean no disrespect.
Make a persuasion roll.
Sure. Would that be a charm roll?
Oh, yeah, charm.
Okay. Any pluses or minuses?
I'd say it would be a flat one for this roll.
Okay.
Okay, you got an 82, needed a 45. I got a 53, needed a 70. He looks over at you. He goes, well, anything you say in front of me, I'm sure you can say in front of Lasari. She is my executive officer on my ship, the Emerald Tigress. Anything, operational, I think is fairly safe to say that she should be involved at some stage. Although she's not one for highly refined Amasec. She's a little bit more stringent than us. He raises his bowl of Amasec and toasts to you and says, shall we drink to the Emperor? And then maybe you can tell me what's going on. I'm sure Lasari won't mind giving us a few more minutes of her time.
I raise my glass and I say, surely, I'll leave it at your discretion then. And I tip it towards him. We drink. We make merry.
So, what information do you have? Obviously, you are somewhat perturbed, and quite frankly, I'm very interested to know why you would want to bring me all this lovely information rather than making any sort of profit off of it yourself. And your motive would be definitely most interesting to me. So, why do you bring this information, and what information do you have, in fact, to bring?
What was the name of the Death World out of character, or the Quarantine World?
Ichthylion.
Ichthylion.
Not Lillian,
okay.
It's just Ichthylion, sorry.
Ichthylion. All right.
And it's a
like I said, I come to you with this information because I'm operating under the auspices that we are on the same team. This man here is dealing with contraband trading on and off this planet and to other planets. Dealings that I'm sure you have no part in, but still, he has linked himself to the operation of the Emerald Tigress. Now, I'm not a man of great social contacts or anything of that nature, but I do have some, and if that information came to me, then I would want you to be privy to it as well, just in case he was doing this under your nose and potentially ruining your reputation by doing things that you do not allow under your command.
Make a deceive roll. With a plus 10. You are speaking some truth.
Man, his rolls are on and mine are
96.
so off. This is garbage.
Wow, yeah. He looks over at you. Obviously, swilling the last of Zamsek around the bowl. Well, let me be quite frank, Cassius. You are obviously a man of great taste and so forth, and I did appreciate the company for a few drinks last night. But I have to say, I think you know a lot more than you're letting on.
Did he legitimately just drop my name right there, or was that a GM slip?
Oh, that was a GM slip.
Because I'm Drake
That's meant to be
Crusade.
Drake. Yeah, sorry.
Okay,
That's
I just
totally
wanted to
meant
make
be
sure,
it.
because if he was legitimately dropping it, I was like, shit, jig's up. All right, well, let's go do this.
That was legit a GM slip. It's meant to be Drake.
Okay.
Good call. So, let's be quite frank with one another. I've done some looking into you, and it was very interesting that you are now staying somewhat completely different from where you were last night. And considering the place you were staying last night, well, let's just say that, some interesting things happened there. Now, of course, I'm not one to judge a man by what he chooses to do in his spare time. And obviously that, what I can find out about the incident at the hotel that you were staying at, it appears that someone certainly tried to attack you. And I don't think, of course, to hold that against you. Everyone makes enemies in their line of work, especially in my line of work. So what is your line of work?
I smile softly and lifting the Amasek to my lips, I said, well, then let's just be out with it then. You and I have worked on the part of the same parties. Is that enough information to pique your interest?
He takes his time, looking at you slowly, analyzing you up and down.
I hold his gaze while he's doing this.
If we were to have worked on the path of the same parties that I think you mean, you would have some sort of proof or evidence just to make sure that I know we're on the same level with this one.
I produce my data slate, and going through, I find specifically the point at which the charge has been signed by, what was the name of our interrogator?
Titus Khan.
Levarn.
The interrogator is Titus Khan.
And stopping the data slate right there, I place it on the table and turn it slowly and slide it across. Out of character, did he work with Titus Khan, or did he work with the Inquisitor who was above Titus Khan?
The only evidence you have is that he worked he was sponsored by Inquisitor Ravan to become a rogue trader. You don't have any evidence connecting him with Titus Khan at this stage.
Okay. And so I speak up. I assume you know who leads his charge.
No, I'm actually not familiar with this particular person. Who is his charge?
A man named Ravan, who had a strange interest in your success.
He holds your gaze for a few seconds. Yes, quite. I assume you have your full authentication and status on here.
But do I?
Yeah, you have effectively a signed affidavit basically saying that you work for the Orders on there. It's the equivalent of having like a lesser rosette, but without quite the same privileges.
Okay, I make that information privy to him, of course.
I assume it was all in order. How can I help
seeing
you?
as well, seeing as he sponsored your rogue trading license, I assume that you must have done some business on his part, much in the same way that we that end up working for men such as him always seem to have found some way to fall into their gaze. He shows concern over you, and therefore I show concern over you.
Well, Ravan is a sentimental person when it gets right down to it. He's really just a big, cuddly bear. I don't know if you've seen bears. They come from some of the Deathwoods around here. Quite scary creatures, actually. But yes, I may have worked with him in the past. It is entirely possible.
And of course, there's someone on your ship who appears to be trafficking in contraband creatures from Ichthion. I've laid eyes upon them myself, and in fact, one of those men now lays dead in the suite which I occupied the previous evening.
Well, I must say, I was wondering how the Midnight Runner was getting its cargo off my ship if it was quite so illicit as I suspected. Then again, I guess it's not a job for me, quite a more job for the Imperial ports themselves and the port authorities. So, I guess at least no part of my business has been touched by this. However, it is somewhat worrying, as you say, that such a person could be in my employ and be such a corrupt individual as well. I assume you have some evidence of this. Not that, of course, you need evidence in your position.
Only what I've seen with my own eyes. What was the name of the gentleman we killed? I'm sorry.
Nichols. Jared Nichols, Petty Officer.
I was present for a meeting with Petty Officer Nichols where he made it clear on no uncertain terms that he could get me on and off of Ichthion, and also showed me his menagerie of creatures that he had imported from there. The name of the Emerald Tigress had come up during that entire thing, and if he was so forthcoming during that conversation, who knows who else he would have been forthcoming with. Now, I'm sure you share no blame here. Of that, I'm thoroughly convinced. But if you could help me, put me in the right direction to find the Midnight Runner and find the root of this great taint, then I would be greatly appreciative. And, of course, I would include that commendation in my report with Interrogator Khan and also his lord, Inquisitor Ravan.
Well, I must admit that, I was expecting to be in port for a little while, but we could always make a run to Row, and I assume the Inquisition will be happy to finance such a venture.
Of course.
Well, in which case, Lasari, I think it's best if you head back to the Tigress. It looks like we might be setting sail relatively soon. Okay. And she gets up and makes her way out. Now,
I say, "Milady," and I kind of bow as she goes by.
And she sort of gives you a kind of side nod. You're not sure if it's a nod or just kind of contempt, but she walks past.
It's all good. They all come around. They can't resist the charm.
Not with your rolls,
It'll
man.
wear on her. Like waves against a mountain. Like
She
waves
has already
against a
seen you
mountain.
fail your rolls. Every single roll you said, you sat down, you failed. Why
Maybe
would
it's
she be
endearing.
impressed?
Maybe it's quirky. I don't know. I've seen a lot of
Maybe-
rom-coms.
Maybe she has pity.
So I assume you have connections financially between Gerard and my petty officer?
Indeed, I do. And I make him, I guess, with whatever proof that I have, because you said earlier that we had knowledge that there was finances
Yeah, you
traveling in
managed
between
to
various
find a
parties.
financial trail, yeah. In fact, Branda and Caroline has had a very lovely sort of beautiful minds moment where they're both like, oh, and crossing all the finances over. But yeah, you
I
handed
was
the
seeing
information.
fractals in his
Yeah.
necktie and everything.
It was beautiful. You hand the information over. He looks at it briefly and goes, "Oh well, this does seem rather concerning. Tell you what, the petty officer will be there aboard the ship on the way to Row. Should you wish to interrogate him or anything further, that might be a suitable time to do it."
Do you have a vested interest in his physical safety? Or do I have your full cooperation there as well?
Well, if you don't want to ensure his physical safety, then, quite frankly, I was going to leave him in Row after you were done, but if you choose to push him out an airlock or something, I can't stop you. Quite frankly, he's somewhat of a middle-tier midshipman. And if he's
I'm
been
glad to
doing
have your
double dealing
cooperation.
under my name, ruining my well-crafted good reputation in the sector, well, quite frankly, I'm somewhat disappointed, and I don't like being disappointed.
I smile and extend my hand and I say, "Then I assume that our business is concluded. Where shall we meet you to make port?"
Feel free to meet me at my shuttle if you would like to head up in the next 2 hours. I'll be departing presently.
Very well. And then I lock eyes with him. I say, "We are very pleased with your cooperation," and give him a slight smile as I exit the booth behind the curtain.
Any friend of Arcadis is a friend of mine. He wiggles his eyebrows and nods.
I set off back to the place where everyone's staying.
Okay. You get back about 10 minutes later.
Walking in, my hand a little bit shaky, actually, which to anybody who notices is a tad strange. I pull out a cigarette, or I'm sorry, a low stick once again and light up, and sit down heavily on one of the sofas.
How'd it go?
Well enough. The cards have been played and they've fallen the way that they will. I've gotten us charter on the Emerald Tigress. I feel as though I should warn you that the captain had also done some research on me, and I did research on him. Therefore, he's made the connection that we were concerned he would make. However, he is being cooperative. He does have some history with Ravon, and because of that, he's decided to assist us in our endeavors. I assume that we'll have his discretion along the way. While on board the Emerald Tigress, he's also contracted Daiquiri to be there as a midshipman, and he's expressed no concern for the physical safety of Petty Officer Daiquiri. Therefore, Carolinus, I assume that you'd like to have a conversation with him once we were to make port from here to Row.
Indeed.
We leave in 2 hours. Prepare your things.
Wow, sounds like the meeting went incredible.
Well enough. It's good to have, for once, a cooperative party who's not trying to ferret us out and rat us out to some authority. This man seems as though he's got existing ties, and for whatever reason, is behooved to act in our favor, so I assume that given the fact that Ravon specifically vouched for him to get a rogue trader's license, that there's some feeling of indebtedness there. Or at least at the bare minimum, he fears Ravon enough to know that he shouldn't get in the way of this.
One
As I
concern
stand
have,
to go about clearing up and preparing my items, I walk over towards Cassius, but Gareth would likely have had a chance to finish what he was saying in that time.
one concern I have is if we're going to be on the Emerald Tigress, and we know for certain that Daiquiri is a foul person, how many other people on that ship may also be affected?
The more the better. Interrogations are easier if you demonstrate what's going to happen first.
When we stick him to the jumper cables, it should allow us to glean the remaining accomplices.
I certainly hope you're right.
As I go on, ready to begin packing my items and making ready to leave, I do pause as I'm passing by Cassius, and I put a hand on his shoulder. You seem a little worn. Was that meeting more troublesome than you have yet made apparent?
The captain himself is a worthy adversary and something I'm not used to being up against. That's all.
Very well. Should you need any medication, do keep in mind that I may be able to procure all manner of stimulants for a man such as yourself.
I should keep that in mind. Thank you.
All right, continue on my way and just make ready.
Okay.
In the 2 hours before we set off, is the time for me to go for a walk
Sure.
to the Astropathicus, is it called?
Sure. So Branda leaves you guys for a walk.
Going for a walk. I'll be back in time. I
Okay.
set off.
Where?
I'm just stretching my legs.
Very well.
Okay, you head out, you find one of the nearby message terminals that will effectively take a message and then send that through to the Astropathica Congress on this planet, which will then forward it wherever you want.
I will send a certain message.
Okay, yeah. So the message we discussed earlier has been sent, and you make your way back. It doesn't take you particularly long. You get back with about 20 minutes before you have to head out to the shuttle.
All right, we ready?
When you are, I stand up holding my things in one hand.
Okay. You head out,
Have
you
we got
get
everything
to
sorted?
the port. When you're at Port Dyer, you slowly make your way through towards the landing pad that's been given to you, and you notice a large ship. This is more a cutter rather than a shuttle or anything. This thing is about 80 meters long. It has multiple rooms. It even has like 2 decks. This thing would not be described by most people as a shuttle. And you can see down the bottom near the ramp that serves as the main entranceway to it. Currently the form of 2 servitors and Captain Julius Horatio Argo Ren Valentine I. Ah,
That
friends! Ah, Cassius, I see you have brought some lovely allies with you.
Oh no, he knows I'm Cassius now. I showed him my charge.
Yeah, it was on the sheet. it was signed as from Cassius as an agent in the Inquisition, etc.
Indeed, I've brought my associates with me. I point to Carolinus. This is Carolinus. He is our medicus and a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. We've got a member of the Navy here who may make friends with your first officer. His name is Brander Thrail.
I'm sure it gets on splendidly.
This man right here is Garrett, a better shot you've never seen.
Interesting outfit. Where do you come from, Garrett?
Nor. It's a bit of a backwards world, but it's home.
I wouldn't say it's backwards. They brew some lovely wine over at Nor.
Indeed.
It's very authentic in its taste. It's not better than this high-world piss you get, where they brew it in metallic vats and brew it by the gallons.
It's too bad the wooden procedure, the wooden process is no longer in use anywhere. Haven't had a good wine in a while.
Ah, well, we'll definitely have to have a bit of a feast on our way to Raw. I actually have a few bottles of Norrish wine on the way.
Well, I lick my lips.
Captain, if I might have a word before we go on board, and I motion for the rest of the group to go ahead and embark.
Sure. Your compatriots can take bunks 2, 3, and 4. I have them free.
I whisper 2, 3, and 4 into the micro bead, and then I also say, I trust you'll tell Carolinus, since he doesn't have a bead. So, Captain, when we speak with Daiquiri, the way I'd like it to go down is we'll simply be in our bunks. I would ask that once we've embarked and once we're moving towards Row, perhaps you just call him to your quarters. Just say, I need to speak with Petty Officer Daiquiri. Just something nonchalant. In the meantime, let me know on my microbead frequency, and we'll come in, and we'll have our words with him, and we'll see what he spits out. If you're a man of delicacy towards violence or bloodshed or anything like that, you might excuse yourself, because it may go that way. However, I'll try not to muss up your nice carpets, assuming you have carpets on board.
Well, of course, we only have the finest carpets, especially around my office. My office has one of the finest carpets from Vesepus, which I recognize your accent, actually.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's been quite some time since I've been home, however. I miss it tremendously.
You should go back recently. Some marvelous political changes have been going on recently. But yes, the actual carpet itself is woven dried seaweed from one of the northern continents. Absolutely beautiful thing. I'm sure you've experienced many like it in your past.
Yes, I'm familiar with the process.
But anyway, moving on from carpet making, which we can discuss on the way, might it be better to invite him down to somewhere a little less crowded in the way of the crew?
Of course. The last thing we need is intrusions.
Yes. Well, I quite think it'd probably be better to deal with it a little bit more quietly. There are large areas of the ship which are meant to be taken for guests or possibly for cargo. All of those would be quite sufficient, I imagine.
If you don't mind my inquiry, what exactly does Daiquiri do on board your ship?
Oh, well, as a chief petty officer, a midshipman, he tends to be in charge of organizing a lot of the lower tier functions, making sure crew are doing jobs, sort of effectively functioning as a middleman between the actual officers and most of the deckhands.
Okay, so perhaps a conversation could be arranged with him on behalf of some morale issues or something along those lines. Anything to set him at ease.
Yes, it'll be something particularly normal. Although, to be fair, we don't actually have that many crew on the ship. Actually, most of my ship is taken over with servitors. Tends to be a little bit quieter on board, and you don't get so many issues with morale and so forth.
Interesting. We'll have to talk more about that later. I never really pondered a ship being mostly run by servitors. Interesting indeed. I'm going to go on board. I'm going to go ahead and, if you don't mind.
Oh, feel free to strap in on bunk 5. I myself will be having bunk 7. 5, 6, and 7 are my favorite bunks, to be honest. But feel free to strap yourself in, and we'll be taking off shortly.
Okay. And with that, I go ahead and I head to bunk 5, unloading my stuff.
Okay. Shortly, the sound of hydraulics moving the dock ramp up, and then there's a shudder as it takes off, and you're told to strap into the seats in your cabins that face forward, so that when the acceleration kicks in, you won't all be splattered against a bulkhead.
I I can't help but I'm at the window for as long as I can. I gotta watch.
Okay. You begin to slide slightly backwards and then eventually get in. But you do get, at the window to about, 1 kilometer up or so. You start getting a pretty good view of the planet there.
I was waiting for E to say, yeah, make an acrobatics check. And then he fails it. Critical fail. Yeah, sorry, you splattered against the bulkhead. I know it's a bad way to go, but, well, you chose it.
It
Them's
happens.
the brakes.
You used to be an adventurer, now you're wall paint.
Lovely shade of red. So yeah, you get into orbit, and eventually you get to unbuckle. The grav plating takes hold, and Garrett, you instantly go over the window, and you see coming up before you is a resplendent ship, gleaming iridescent green paint along it. Lines of gold and silver filigree making up certain parts of it, and the lines are accentuated by this metallic paint glinting in the sunlight as it comes round from the dark side of the planet.
Everyone except Carolinas hears, wow, you see this ship outside? Oh my god, that's amazing.
And you do all see it. It is pretty beautiful. As you get closer, you suddenly realize the scale. You thought the shuttle, the cutter you're in, was relatively large. The ship you're approaching is about 1.2 kilometers long, as far as you can judge. It is pretty large.
I put my hand on the bulkhead and look out the window. That's quite the ship. It's been some time since I've seen one of that size.
I don't say anything. I'm used to normal ones, but I don't ruin his fun.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is small by my standards.
I actually pay note to the fact that Brandon doesn't actually seem that interested. I just kind of chuckle to myself.
It appears as though having powerful friends is quite lucrative.
And Cassius, as you say that, you notice someone speak up from behind you. Well, certainly friends, hard work, and, knowing a few tricks of the trade. If you would all like to join me, we should be coming into dock in about 4 minutes.
Absolutely. Feel free to lead on.
Okay, and he exits from the door of your room where he has been standing for the last 30 seconds or so, pings all the other doors, invites everyone out, and eventually you dock with the ship. The rear ramp hisses open, and you step out onto a plinth of what appears to be solid marble. The walls themselves are covered in ornamentation, embossing, outlined in metallic colors. There's a giant mural on the painting on the ceiling above, which appears to show the Emperor in a titanic struggle against the forces of darkness. The forces of darkness themselves aren't depicted in detail. They are depicted as effectively a sort of black cloud that he is smiting with his sword. And as you step forwards, you notice a procession of servitors. These themselves are definitely a sight up from servitors you've seen before. These servitors have gleaming metal components, faces sculpted like angelic cherubs with half masks of what appears to be sort of carved ivory. All of them having like different items. One of them's got an incense burner. The other one's got a standard with a flag of some kind. A third has a tray with little shot glasses of some sort of clear liquid. Another one has warm towels arrayed on a platter. Captain Julius steps forward, picks up a towel, dabs his hands, and goes, "Oh, feel free to enjoy the hospitality."
I bow slightly. I say, thank you. And I take up one of the glasses and I drink.
What effectively is, it's a sweet water. It's sort of a certain tang to it, a certain fruity taste. You're not exactly sure, you can't quite place it, but it tastes effectively like a fruit flavored water.
I roll it around my mouth for a few moments and I go, it's quite delightful. What is this?
One of the more interesting fruits that I managed to gather recently. Apparently, if you soak them in water for long enough, the water takes on the flavor, and I kind of find it quite refreshing after the journey up from suborbit. It always tends to make me a little bit queasy. I've never quite got the hang of that one. Let me be planet side or let me be ship side. Just don't take me through the atmosphere.
I crack a small smile and chuckle a bit, and I go, well, you're not incorrect. That is quite refreshing.
I'm glad you
At that
enjoy it.
exchange, I take up one of the glasses, and more mimicking what I saw Cassius do in how he handled the glass. I'm sort of holding the glass for a moment, but after a few seconds and before I take a sip, the value and quality of a ship can be measured by the quality of its servitors, you have my compliments.
Well, luckily I had some help with the provisioning of those. They were crafted over the other side of the sector. Some excellent sculpted servitors over there. Your brethren do excellent work.
Indeed, I've scarcely seen any of their equal.
Well, if you would like to study them on the journey, provided you are not kept busy by your important work on the behalf of the God Emperor, of course, feel free.
Thank you. I may well take you up on that offer. And at that point, I taste the refreshments. Gingerly.
It tastes like a kind of a sweet, tangy fruit of some kind. You yourself probably can't place it either. As he notices that you're taking a taste as well, he goes, actually, if you were ever in the region of Jaffe Kilo, I recommend going down and asking for one of the Jaffe fruits. That is what we've got here. They do run at a fair price, and it's kind of unseasonable at the moment. They're having a bit of a harsh winter.
Price is no concern. You know how it goes with company accounts and things of that nature. I kind of wave my hand and smile.
Yes, quite. Not many people could afford to charter an entire ship of this caliber just to go off on a bit of a goose chase to row. But
I'm sure I'll hear an earful, but quite worth it, actually. Quite worth it. And I kind of look up around at the room and just savor the finery. It's been a while.
For a moment I was distracted by all the decoration around, because while I've seen plenty of ships, I've never seen such finely decorated ones. But then I sort of start paying attention and take a glass for myself.
Yep, it is quite a nice tasting water. You probably might have encountered it, actually. It tends to be something drunk by naval officers, etc., who get a little bit queasy during certain types of travel, because it tends to be quite good at suppressing nausea. And because of its high status, etc., it tends to be reserved in that it is a very hard-to-grow fruit, so you only tend to find it among the quite veteran space travelers. But you probably have encountered it once or twice.
I nod an appreciation.
I'm going to give out a loud whistle. Wow, this place is impressive. But you mentioned Norian wine?
Well, this is just one of the lesser docking bays. I'll let one of my servitors show you to your rooms, and if you feel free tonight, we can have a bit of a meal in your honor. I assume that you don't want to do some of the work we've discussed today. We can do that once we're underway.
I take off one of my gloves slowly. I say, absolutely not. Although I shall look forward to dinner. It would be absolutely rude of me to decline.
Well, if that's the case, Angelus, come over here. And one of the servitors moves forwards. This servitor just has normal hands, metal digits clacking intently as it comes over. Yes, master? Please show my guests to their rooms. Certainly, master. Guests, please follow me. And he walks away.
I bow slightly to the captain before following.
Have a lovely stay, and do enjoy the complimentary bars in your room. And he hurries himself.
And as we're leaving, the captain's going to hear another whistle from Garrett.
Okay. You're led down a couple of corridors, each one quite not as nice as the docking bay, but certainly they are definitely made pretty full beauty. Some of them have like curtains over certain portholes looking out into space. The fact that there's just actual novelty curtains on a spaceship is interesting to some of you. But you make your way down to your rooms, and eventually you make it to 4 staterooms. They are quite nice. In fact, they have actually got wood paneling around the edge, like murals themselves, paintings on the walls, which have been stapled at all 4 corners, just in case, in the event of the grav plating going off, the paintings don't just come off the wall. Each painting is protected by a personal shield generator. It's not like a full-on shield generator that prevents against bullets, it just protects against like bits of water or dust that might hit them, especially if the grav generator goes off and things start flying around the cabin. And you can sort of touch them and you feel slight resistance against your hand. Other than that, the beds themselves are like a very, very soft, fine, pliable mattress. The sheets are
as we're surveying these rooms, looking at the one that I assume there's one for each of us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Looking at the one that's indicated to be Carolina's, or rather mine. I heave a sigh. It's more of a resigned sound as I step in and inspect. And whilst I'm taking in the scenery, it's clear that I'm sort of caught between this is nice scenery and why is this here?
I hear a sigh, and I say, "What's wrong, Carolinus? You dislike rooms that don't use roaches as part of the interior direction, or as part of the interior decoration?"
I'm not accustomed to such a luxury. It is unnecessary. All of these coverings on the walls will mute the engine's song.
I slap him on the back, and I'm like, "You wish some to sleep by these soft pillows."
I give a hearty laugh. You have the strangest fascinations, Machine Man.
I turn back, and for a moment he can see into the hood because I cock my head back, and there's just an arched brow, like, look at me. What part of my reactions does not make sense? Don't say anything. I'm just like, really? And I just turn back and I resign to my room and walk in and start making myself comfortable.
Okay, as you go to walk in, the servitor following you says, "One moment, Carolinus. A small supply bay just down the corridor and 2 floors down, I will send directions to your datapad, is now available for you to use as a workshop. One of our servitor brethren has been sent there. Feel free to have a look around at will." I
clearly cheer up at this and turn back and nod, already pulling out the data slate as my optical mechadendrite is looking over the directions.
Okay. It turns around then to Garrett and goes, "Garrett, please find in the refrigeration unit in your room a bottle of Nor wine."
Oh, hell yes.
The refrigeration unit is currently set to -4 degrees Celsius. I understand that this is the perfect temperature for Nor wine.
I grab the bottle.
You just straight in. You grab the bottle. It's
not waiting.
Yeah, it's aged 70 years. It's quite a reasonable bottle of Nor wine, especially to be aged 70 years. You're kind of surprised by that date. It's not the oldest dates that exist as wine, but it's pretty decent.
There's cups nearby, right? Glasses?
Yeah, there's a couple of glasses on the top. A plate of sort of different size.
I'm just going to drink from the bottle.
Okay. You kind of crack the cork out and... Cassius?
Is it
Brenda?
any good?
It is very nice. Apparently this is a good year for the Nor wine.
I'm just going to tell him the microwave, this is so good.
I smile slightly and looking at the servitor, I say, "Give your master thanks for us. This is far more than we expected. If you'll excuse us now, we need to rest. It's been a rough few days."
Feel free. Also, one of the conference rooms, 2 floors above, has been laid out for your use should you wish to discuss things in a more private environment.
Thank you.
And it begins to scuttle away down the corridor.
This one's not creaky. Normally we get the ones with the busted treads.
Captain likes us.
I retire to my room and spend the rest of the evening savoring the exquisite things that I've been doing without for so long, and just like smoking low sticks merrily.
As you get in, you will find that
back.
there are some very nice cigars from Vesepus itself. The actual cigars you get from Vesepus are more, again, dried seaweed of a certain type, because most of the plant life there is aquatic as well. And you are used to these. They are certainly refined. You don't tend to find them as much off planet. Some people are put off by the particularly ashy kind of taste to them, but you're kind of used to that.
I see them, I go, and I pick one up and tapping it against my finger. I say, "Things like that. What else do you need in life? Man of exquisite taste indeed." Just sort of murmuring to myself. I take, how many are there?
There's 2 there.
Okay, I take one and I place it. Actually, I take both and place them inside my jacket.
Okay.
I'm going to save them for later.
Brenda, sadly, nothing of note has been left for you since you've been a very hard person to read so far. And
couldn't you have at least got him a new uniform?
Yeah, there's a new uniform hanging there.
I was half expecting that.
Sadly, he's only just seen you like a couple of hours ago, so he hasn't had time to do anything particularly fancy like that.
But see, you could have had there like being. I'm sorry, just out of character. You could have had there like a new uniform there, and just have like a guy walking past Brander's door in his underwear.
Yeah, I don't know. I spend my time like cleaning blood off the chainsaw and such.
I take a minimal amount of time to stow my belongings in the room. But while I'm there, I try to use the Auspex to scan for any kind of listening devices.
Sure. Make a roll. 10. Okay, yeah. You managed to scan. You actually managed to find several, which is kind of surprising. You did a very good job scanning the room. The reason it's surprising is all of them appear to be turned off. As far as you can tell, they're not emitting any sound or really absorbing any sort of particular wavelengths, but they definitely are 3 devices there. One of them is attached to one of the bedposts. One of them is attached underneath the effectively it's an inbuilt Cognite unit in the side of the side table, and then there's one of them built into the desk. All 3 appear to be turned off, disabled.
Okay. Well, that done. It shouldn't take me too long to have performed that check. I think it's like a half action that I can
I mean, in combat, out of combat, to make sure you're going around a full place and checking out thoroughly, I'd say, you would have taken like even a minute, which is a short amount of time to sweep an entire room for bugs. But then again, you're a tech priest in all specs. You take a minute and you're pretty sure that's all there is there.
Okay. Well, with that done, I and my gear stowed, I actually leave and I head instead for Cassius's room.
Okay.
Knock on the door.
Enter. As the door opens, you find me staring out. I have a window, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm leaning up against the window, just kind of staring outside.
I step in. I allow the door to close behind me. I'm silent for a few moments as I can see Cassius is staring out the window, though given that the blackness of the space beyond, I assume that my reflection is quite clear in the window pane that he's looking out through. Like, how
in
big
that
is the
same
window?
reflection, you can see me toying with something around my neck. I'm just kind of twiddling it.
Okay.
The window itself is like a full 2-meter diameter, almost floor to ceiling.
Big window.
Circle,
Okay.
effectively, yeah. And it's a little bit concave, so that you can almost lean out a little bit and see down the hull.
Okay. I remain silent for a respectful moment or two, and then, more as an offhand comment, really, I say, stare not over long into the abyss. Many men have seen things they would rather have not seen.
Many men I've seen things on this journey that I'd rather have not seen.
Touché. At that, I step into the room, and I actually hold up a hand as if to halt Cassius and show that I'm pausing for a moment, and then just kind of lift my hand to the wires that are around the side of my eye. And I would like to try the same test in this room. I'm specifically looking at the places where the devices were in mind this time, because I've got a bit of an idea of where they might be.
Okay. Yeah.
Any bonuses or
Yeah,
negatives?
you know a plus 30 bonus because you know what you're looking for. 80.
Of course.
No. You look specifically in those 3 places, and you concentrate on them for several minutes because you're pretty sure there must be something there. As far as you can detect, there doesn't appear to be anything in this room, and very much you're pretty sure there's definitely nothing in those places. You give them a very good sweep.
There were listening devices in my quarters, though silent. They were not active at the time. It appears that you have not got any devices here, though I couldn't be certain. I've limited my search. Nevertheless, I will assume that we are speaking privately.
I turn around and I say, yes, I would assume that listening devices are to be expected from a man such as he. My guess is that these rooms are usually used for transferring dignitaries and other people, and listening devices in rooms like that can provide powerful rumors. It's a common practice on my world. They trade on rumors like that and intrigue. It's not what you have, it's what you know.
Looking around, I eventually allow my attention to sink back to Cassius. Does anything seem off about this ship? I cannot say that I have had dealings with many rogue traders, but the levels of luxury here are off-putting. Specifically, the level of luxury guided towards our individual needs.
It is interesting. For a ship that's a rogue trader, you wouldn't expect this sort of resplendence. However, I suppose it depends largely on what type of business he does and what type of image he wishes to convey. I've seen ships such as these, luxury yachts and space freighters that are very well decorated in my time on Versepis, but one would assume that running through the warp frequently, you would run into a bit of combat here or there, or someone to give chase, and you would think that having all these things around might get in the way of the efficient operation of a ship attempting to avoid being blasted to pieces or otherwise avoiding attention. I see none of the... With ships that do these sorts of things, you see much more utilitarian approach, a naval sort of approach to the whole thing. But he does seem to enjoy his luxuries. Perhaps a personal flaw.
Of this individual captain, but it sets my teeth on edge.
Oh, I don't suffer from that same malady, I'll be honest. It's nice to feel some level of comfort. It's been a long time since I left home, and I've not seen anything like this in a half-decade or longer. There's a slight sadness to the way his voice trails off.
We can be distracted.
True. You are indeed correct. We are here on pressing business, and I suggest, in fact, that we go and check on Garrett and make sure that he's not imbibing too heavily at the moment. He seemed a tad bit too excited about that Nourish wine.
I grin openly. That is a wise decision. I had not considered it myself, but now that you brought it to my attention, yes, we should go and check on Garrett, and I will then seek out this servitor that I have been given leave to study. I am curious. Again, I've rarely seen their equal in craftsmanship.
Everything here is of exquisite quality. The few things that I've perused inside the room, it's mind-boggling. There's a great deal of crowns being spent here.
Where there are a great deal of crowns being spent, there must be a way for those crowns to be earned. And there are few honest professions which generate this kind of wealth.
I smile slightly and I say, I don't think we're in the position to be talking about honest, gainful employment. But the amount that they spend on this thing is impressive. Very, very impressive. However, perhaps that's the reason why the profits that Daiquiri and Nichols were generating were able to sneak so easily under his nose. Among this kind of lavish luxury, it's easy for a few crowns to disappear here and there. Hell, even several hundred or several thousand crowns to disappear when you've got expenditures like these.
That is a fair point, and one I had not considered. Still, be on guard. Something of this place. It could just be that I have been in the service of an Inquisitor over long, but I am suspicious.
I share your suspicions. The cooperation from our dear captain was not expected. I had dreamed that perhaps it would happen this way, but things seem to be falling together a tad too easily, and so I share a bit of your unease, although not enough to deprive myself of the wines and whiskeys and so forth that have been provided for now.
Well, I will state now that I will not be indulging in the spirits for this journey, at least not without thoroughly testing them. And at that point, the sort of like pistons and the injectors on my Medicaid mechadendrite start to just cycle, sort of quietly. But we should be off to seek out Garrett. Make sure he hasn't drunken himself into a stupor or worse.
We had to find Garrett.
I'm actually out in the hall, and I'm already banging on Brander's door.
Okay, so while you're having that conversation, Brander.
I go up and open it. Garrett, what brings you here?
Oh, I can't drink alone, Brander. You must share this wine with me.
If you insist.
To the glasses. There are glasses in your refrigerator, chilled to the perfect temperature, -4. Open it.
I'll go over and open it.
Yep, there are some glasses in there.
Oh, I'm gonna pour some for Brander, and then I'm gonna drink from the bottle again.
Straight to the head.
I go to hand him one and then I go, oh, and put it back down.
Okay, you've got a big glass now full of this very deep red wine of some kind.
I take a reasonable sip.
It tastes very strong, and there's a slight acidic tang to it, but it's quite nice, actually.
I was expecting you to say something like, it tastes of happiness.
That happens on your third drink.
Rainbows and leprechauns for everyone.
Uh,
What did you do in the Navy that drove you to this life, Brander?
well,
Garrett, straight to the important questions.
He's
I've
been
had a lot
drinking.
to drink already.
I take a bit of a pause to think about things, and I say, well, when you run into an Inquisitor, you often end up going with them. It's often difficult to leave again. For your reasons or theirs.
Well, you ran
Take
into
a
an
sip.
Inquisition and you didn't die. I'd say that's a step in the right direction.
I guess that's why he picked me.
A man who doesn't die is worth his weight in gold. And I'm going to drink more.
Okay,
How about
Carolinas
you?
and Cassius show up at this point.
Thought they
You
were
hear
going
me
to my
sigh upon seeing the bottle in his hand.
Yeah.
Just kind of
Did-
scanning. You,
Did Garrett actually close the door, or was he just too busy wanting to share a drink? He just walked into the room. So we go to Garrett's door.
It's
and
very
we can
it's
hear
very
his
in
voice,
character
like,
to accidentally forget to close the door behind him on a spaceship.
well, they haven't
What is
invented
doors?
doors yet on his planet, or wheels.
They have
All
doors.
the
Come on.
cars have squares, and they run like the Flintstones.
Wheels are the heretics' work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as
we
you
can't
enter, you
invent
notice
new
that bottle
technology.
is basically empty.
As
I'm
the walking
looking
in,
around
I'm
inside the rim.
I
As
sort
they're
of
walking
rub
in.
my brow.
saying, how did someone from a feudal world end up in the employ of an Inquisitor?
My entire town was devastated, decimated, nay, destroyed, flattened, wrecked.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Someone from this wonderful operation decided that with a heretic involved, it was safer to remove all traces. Everything was gone. So when I returned home, there was no home. So I followed the man until I found out who was responsible. And after strong words, and strong wine, I decided to seek his employ, as
I
I
lean
had
into
nothing left on
Cassius
my
and
island.
kind of murmur, why does it not surprise me that wine is involved in this story?
It does seem to be involved in a lot of his ramblings.
I just try to bring up the bottle, but there's nothing left. I'm still licking the rim. Yeah.
I noticed this
He's
and offer
sucking
him
from a
the
dry
remain-
teat.
I flick him on his shoulder and I go, some decorum, man. Christ. Or Emperor saves.
I notice and offer him what remains in my glass.
Oh, perfect.
I look at Bernard, that's what he needs, more drink. Absolutely. And I continue to rub my brow.
I shrug.
Okay.
Oh, that's some good
How
wine.
drunk is he?
Pretty drunk. What's your toughness?
That sort
Toughness
of drunk.
30.
The toughness roll drunk.
Pretty drunk. Not massively hammered, but he's definitely leaning slightly sideways.
Really? He finished a bottle of wine in like
He's
the
used to
time it
this
took us
wine,
have a soul
and it's not had that
conversation?
long to kick in. It will kick
Oh,
in.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Needs to metabolize that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that Garrett is at least out of harm's way. Assuming that Brander has a firm hold on his leash.
I'll keep an eye on him.
Branda, briefly seeing him leaning sideways, you kind of, like, your instinct as a Navy man kicks in. You're like, the grav plating must be, like, calibrated wrong. There must be something wrong here. And you, like, pick up, like, some innocuous item from your person and drop it. And it drops straight down and you go, oh, no, he's just drunk. But yeah, beyond that, a few hours pass, Garrett gets more drunk and then starts to sober up a bit. And then a servitor comes down your way and knocks on each of your doors in turn. Dinner is served in 10 minutes.
Dinner. I'm up.
I make ready to leave my room. I'm leaving my flak armor behind, obviously. We're going to dinner. I'm assuming we're going to be eating at the captain's table. You don't just show up in armor at the captain's table.
You have got
Even-
nice clothes. Each you do have like a variety of clothes you bring with you. Not a massive variety, considering you're
I'll be
living
wearing
out
my
of a
robe. My
backpack
robes
or
are the
whatever.
nicest clothes. They're the sign of my dedication to the
But
Omnisci.
you must
There's
have a
nothing
couple
nicer.
of pairs of robes, like your combat
Yeah.
robes and your ornamental
On my robes, fancy dinner at the captain's table
Yeah.
robes. Take
He's
them
got the
everywhere I
chill and
go.
watch Netflix robes. He's got different sets.
I hope those ones are cleaned regularly.
Oh, God.
Why did you go there? That's the
What?
decorum,
That's-
man.
You work a lot.
That's-
There
Decorum.
could be,
Why do you
there'd,
have to lower the tone? You...
there'd be
That's
lubricant
when he needs
stains
his-
from all the engine work you do.
That's why he needs his special hand-shaped mechadendrite, you know?
Yeah, all that
he
engine
he has to
pleasing.
have all this time. Yes. Engine pleasing, yes.
Yeah, so you'll make ready. Another servitor
I've still-
appears and knocks on Branda's door.
Answer.
And it brings out what is effectively like a suit bag.
And I take it and say thank you. And
He said, "Dress yourself." He said, "You look too nappy for my table. Put on new clothing, boy."
Inside is an officer's uniform. It's not entirely correct. It looks like it's been put together from different items of Imperial Navy like gear. You kind of recognize, well, that one's actually out of date by about 40 years in terms of the actual like style of the uniform or where they make them, etc. Because you know you've got the history there. But it is technically correct for your rank. It looks like that the rank icons have been quickly removed from it. But the rest of the uniform is correct. It has no rank icons, so if you wish to do your rank icons across, you need to do a quick bit of sewing, but it wouldn't be too difficult to do.
yeah, I take a look at it, and there's a sort of and I take it in, and yeah, I try and transfer my rank things
Okay.
onto it.
Yeah, you do that. It doesn't take you too long. They're meant to be effectively sewn on yourself. And yeah, you have a good-looking uniform in mint condition.
I'm like straightening it out and
This
Like,
this
looking
is
in the
like
mirror
your like formal uniform. This is the equivalent of like not the everyday combat duty uniform, which still looks very pretty for an Imperial officer in the Navy. This one is like the full-on braids and like rank bars, etc., and lots of gold trimming. It's pretty fancy.
by this point I will have cleaned up the chainsaw. Should I take that with me? Because it is supposed to be decorative in some senses.
You can use it to cut the chicken.
I don't think you want to do that. No, that's like
I-
Well, your chainsword is part of your uniform to an extent. However, it is a combat chainsword, not just a pretty-looking combat chainsword. And also, taking one to a dinner table could be seen as a little bit. In many situations in the Navy, it's fine to wear it, but going to someone's dinner kind of implies a distrust or something.
All right, I'll leave
keep
it
my
behind.
blade specifically because mine's decorative, and it's a matter of honor on my planet. You just don't
Yeah.
leave your blade. All men are expected to wear a blade at all times.
Yeah.
Might hide a stub automatic in the uniform somewhere.
Sure. I mean, there is a holster in the uniform. Yeah, you can slip that in there.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Bring the stub. That stub gets work done. I like being like I don't like being in combat.
as well for this much the same reason. It's just under,
Okay.
under my robes, but there's
Stubs
no.
I
got
like
last
being in
crystal
combat when
sword.
stubs are involved,
Yeah.
though. It means
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything.
Also, the grim sort of tokens of my role, like the kind of skulls and different things that are chained to my belt. I picked out the really nice ones that I polished. And I've got like gilded work on. These are my nice grim tokens of being a chirurgeon.
Do I wear the
I've
nice
got little death
skulls or the
tokens.
going out skulls? Ooh.
Yeah, work skulls, club skulls, party.
I
skulls.
forgot.
yeah.
Is there a cap? a nice blue cap?
No. Not obviously
Oh,
not.
you don't have like the Star Wars Imperial Navy man's cap. That thing's dapper. That thing's
Well,
real
see-
dapper.
There's
Now
no
I wanna
hitting
see-
tanks with your sword unless you've got the cap. Sorry, them's the rules.
Damn it.
Now I want to see Carolinus in his rave outfit.
His
Neon
rave
skulls.
robe.
Just have LEDs on them.
My optical mechadendra has got a stab light that can just change colors at my will.
Yeah.
It's got a full spectrum of colors, so I bring the rave with me. Always rave ready.
You
It's
push
at
a
this
button
point-
and it fires MDMA at people.
It's at this point the servitor outside.
That's the Medicaid
goes,
make a dendrite.
Dinner will be served in 2 minutes. To get to the banquet hall, it will take us 1 minute 50. Please follow me. And it begins to walk
I
away.
step in line. Step in line. Step in line.
I've ripped off everything except my white under tunic, and I've thrown on a big old brown coat / cloak type thing with a big furry ruff around the neck.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm gonna wear. I'm following the servitor thing.
Okay.
Still a little tipsy.
I'm smartly sort of half marching.
Okay. And you get to the banquet hall. When you get to the banquet hall, it is enormous. It's almost the size of one of the smaller hangars that you went in to get all the records and stuff, but without any of the bookshelves, etc. At the side, there are small bookshelves, etc., and small side tables, but these are taken up by the immensity of this hall. This hall is about half the size of like a football pitch, and in the center is just one table, with some seats down the edge, a seat at the top, and the entire thing, just around it is a lot of space and servitors behind each place setting. And behind those servitors are more servitors that are currently moving around, beginning to lay the table and plates and so on. The ones behind have napkins draped over one arm, and the other arm has a combination multi-tool with a knife, a fork, and some other random bits and bobs on their assorted
What kind
right
of
arm.
floor is there?
The floor.
What kind of floor is it?
It would be a deep sort of green cut through with black veins marble that's been laid down in intricate slabs in a sort of
As we
encroaching
walk,
spiral.
The steps are going to be echoing beautifully.
Oh yeah, they
basically.
are. But especially because the outside of this is, of course, beyond the facade is all metal. And as you walk through, especially the sound of the heavy footfalls of Carolinus, you can hear the clack, 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 clack as it echoes back, each footfall getting loud. The servitors themselves do seem to have like little rubber plimsolls, so as they move incredibly quietly.
Rubber plimsolls. I'm sorry, I can't take them seriously anymore.
It's for stealthing. And as they move around, quickly shuttling between the place settings, you see at the head of the table, just off to the side, is Executive Officer Lasari, who Cassius met before. The head of the table is currently unoccupied, and each place down the side of the table has place settings with a little bit of gold leaf embroidering on the name tag. One says Cassius, which is right next to the head of the table, opposite from Lasari. Next to Lasari is Branda. Next to Cassius is Carolinus. And actually, no, sorry, next to Cassius is Garrett. And then down from Branda is Carolinus. Opposite Carolinus would be the place setting for... let me see the name. Rubius.
So down from or opposite?
Opposite you, next to Garrett, is Rubrius. As you all get there and you take your seats, the other people appear. First, Rubius appears. He appears to be a junior officer by these officer stripes, but he seems to be a much more aged man with a sort of salt and pepper beard, thinning hair, quite muscular for his age. You can see sort of his blood vessels are starting to sort of become more evident, but he's got quite bulging biceps, and you notice that while he's sort of made attempts to look kind of spiffy in this sort of triple-layered waistcoat kind of deal, you notice that he has missed a little bit of engine oil behind his ear. And you drop into like brief conversation. He appears to be the master of the engine room, and effectively he is the in charge of all the engineering section. Apart from being the hands-on engineer himself, he's the officer in charge of that section.
Who is he speaking with? Like, is it how wide is the table? Is it comfortable to talk?
It's comfortable to talk to the person across from you. It's it's a wide table, but it's just about comfortable. And he mostly will be talking to you and Garrett because of the positioning. Lasari
at his introduction, I would definitely be sort of getting more and more interested in things and speaking about void ships and that sort of thing.
And he quickly falls into conversation with you about that and discusses the interesting parts about the Emerald Tigress and tells you, in fact, that it has two plasma generators. It has a main plasma generator, which is actually taken off a scrapped Lunar-class cruiser, and it has a backup plasma generator, which was taken from a small frigate hulk that was found floating around the edge of the debris field, not too far from Row itself. That performs backup duties and so on, and means that they don't have to run the plasma generator all the time, decreases wear and tear. And this sounds like a very interesting and actually quite a good idea. I mean, it makes it a more expensive ship, makes it slightly more complicated, but it does mean that it doesn't need the same amount of maintenance that a normal single plasma drive ship would. For you, Branda, and Cassius, you've mostly got Lasari next to you, and she sits there kind of sullenly until you start engaging in conversation.
It's good to see you again, Lasari.
You too?
I looked. Is the captain sitting next to me?
Currently, the seat is empty. Servitors are still moving around, beginning to place stuff down on the table. No food has appeared as of yet.
Okay. I asked Lasari, do you know when the captain will be joining us?
That he'll be joining us shortly. He has pressing business as we exit the system. I'm sure that things will be fine, but the port authorities were wondering about our short stay.
Of course. Well, a man of heavy burdens, I'm sure. We'll wait to break our fast until he comes. And I sort of push the plate slightly back and cross my hands in my lap and make it evident that I'm waiting for our host.
Branda, you notice straight away that she is wearing a naval uniform with some aftermarket additions, but the rank bars indicate the rank of commander.
I see you were a Navy commander. I guess you weren't anymore if you're under the employ of the captain.
No, that certainly pays better in my current job.
I myself was a flight lieutenant. Fought against the orcs on Ragnarok.
What did your kills?
How long have you
What kills did you get?
I guess I would know that. But I don't know what would be a reasonable number.
You have...
Regale her with your exploits.
You have 17 kills to your name, which technically does make you a fighter ace.
17.
You're my wingman right now, man. You gotta help me crack that shell. Guide this thing home.
Well,
At this rate, Brando's going to be walking home with him, aren't you?
she's gonna go home with him.
that is rather impressive, but then again, orc craft are somewhat unmaneuverable.
It definitely helps.
And at this point, the doors at the end, big double doors, very high. The doors themselves are probably about 2 stories high in a normal building, maybe 2.5. Crack open inwards just enough to let through a figure resplendent in 2 layers of cloaks, what appears to be like a suit, but with a fluffed embroidery. Small goatee, but this goatee seems to be embossed with sort of gold filigree strands. And it is Captain Julius Horatio Argo Ren Valentine I, but looking ever so more resplendent. He has a small, like, diamond nose stud as well, and his attire is stranded with metallic lines all down it, and he's wearing several very ornate rings on his hands in a variety of silver and gold with, like, little jewels in them. And as he walks down, he goes, yeah, basically. My friends, sorry, I'm afraid I've kept you too long. Angelus, please direct the servitors to start serving the food immediately. The starters, and then give us 5 minutes and then we'll start the main course. Right. And he sits down, and instantly servitors come in from behind you. Very hard to hear them coming, and you only sort of realize they're there when arms come out from behind you and put plates down in front of you. These plates have what appear to be small birds that have been roasted. The inside has been cracked open, roughly where the rib cage is, and then there's a sort of liquid cheese is flowing out of them.
Has the captain seated himself already?
Yes, he has now.
Upon seeing him sit down, I then begin to prepare my silverware and start, looking for things to portion off for myself. Although carefully waiting until he serves himself.
Don't wait on my account. Feel free to dig in. These birds won't last very long. They're only best when they're warm. As soon as they cool down, they get a certain, a bit more chewy. And he takes off effectively like a big portion of one of the breasts and scoops a little bit of the cheese out and sort of rings it around on his fork, and then very daintily takes a bite and sort of begins to chew. My compliments to the chef. Your compliments have been sent, sir. The servitor behind him says.
I begin to portion off food for myself, and as I get the first little bit into my mouth, I go, You know, Captain, in my travels, I've become privy to some information. Did you know that angels do not smile?
Really? That is quite interesting information. Do you have this firsthand?
Indeed, I do. I've seen one on your ship. I look across the table at Lysaria.
At this point, I've been basically following Cassius's cues on like which fork to use. I was very carefully waiting to see what he picked up to use, and then I followed suit. And at hearing that, I just dropped my fork into my plate. I'm like,
clank.
And
Rubius across from you goes, "You okay?"
yes.
Lysari just looks over at Cassius, side on, having been looking at the captain, and just glowers.
I don't get a charm roll? Man.
You can make a charm roll.
I lean back to dodge the eye daggers.
That was icy. That's okay. I like a challenge. That's all right.
She seems like the sort of woman who doesn't get taken home by you, but you get taken home by her if she's
Don't be mad. Everybody likes an adversarial relationship.
And while all this stuff is going on, I am completely oblivious to it. I got both hands on this bird, and I'm
Yep. The bones themselves seem to be very light and brittle and almost gelatinous as you bite into them. 11.
11 with a target of 45.
Wow. That's rather good. If it was a warp check, that also caused some fun phenomena. But sadly, your charm is not warp laden yet.
Nope.
She glowers over at you.
I just smile slightly. To the captain, I say, she doesn't talk much, does she? That's okay. Nobody likes to listen to bragging and boasting and that sort of thing anyways. It's all fine.
Well, that is actually very true. She doesn't like to brag, especially about how she managed to single-handedly bring down the Chaos vessel on the edge of the system near Ragnarok about 25 years ago. As a junior officer at the time.
Slayer. She has that look about her. You can tell. You can tell she's slain men here and there.
She's slain many a man in her time. Don't worry. Anyway, I believe that we should have the main course about now. And the servitors at this stage are already coming in. They've got platters of different types of roast meats, already cut down and flayed into like little wafer-thin lines. This large bird of some kind that's already been stuffed and has like some sort of fruit in its mouth is placed down in front of you.
Stuffed with cheese? It should be stuffed with cheese. Everybody loves stuff that's stuffed with cheese.
Sadly, this one is not stuffed with
I
cheese.
prefer
It's
birds
stuffed
that are
with...
stuffed with other birds.
It's actually
Yeah,
stuffed.
it could be. It's a turducken.
It's actually stuffed with a type of fish, a very salty kind of fish that actually is native to Vesepus. And
I
around the
recognize
side
it,
of
don't I?
Yeah, you would recognize the smell, especially. It's kind of prevalent, not in a bad way, but in a kind of it's a niche taste. It's very refined. And around the edge are certain jars of different colors of beige and of grey, and there's a couple that even look black. These are certain types of effectively like caviar, but using different spawn, and you recognize several of them instantly as being from Vesepus as well. Around the table, other things are placed down. Certain types of bread with vegetables intermingled, like a Mediterranean type of bread. Other things like certain stuffed peppers, a few more of the birds, but this time they seem to have been put onto sort of like kebab skewers, and many more esoteric dishes are brought in.
I turn to the captain and I say, if I didn't know any better, I'd assume you were trying to make me nostalgic for home. And I crack a smile.
Well, we are a couple of subsectors away from this episode, and I thought that, considering I had a little bit of stock left from my last run there, I thought it might be worthwhile making an acquaintance with some of the food that has been lounging my stores for far too long.
Well, be honest with me. How do you find Versepian culture to be to your liking? How do you like our food?
Well, I noticed that we are certainly obeying Versepian custom tonight. He points to your sword. Actually, that's a very good point. If we are to dine in the proper Versepian way, Andrews, would you mind? Yes, thank you. And the servitor scuttles out. Well, Angela will be back in a minute. But yes, indeed. Let me just, I think I've got, and he brings out a little black coral token. And he puts it down on the table and goes, I understand these are normally given as sort of blood debts between your people. But let me just say this. I know that I'm doing the Inquisition a favor by helping you in this situation, but isn't it every man's duty to help the Inquisition where they can, being, beholden to the God Emperor of mankind? And of course, my trading name would be infringed upon by allowing certain acts on my ship to continue. His voice is getting noticeably quiet and directed at you at this point. So, let me just give this to you as a note of my regard. And you notice that the coral token it's a genuine coral token, and it looks like it was blank until recently embossed on it has been a sort of tiger figure with green inlays of what appears to be some sort of greenish jade.
Just to confirm something out of character, I may well have gotten it wrong, and in that case, Carolinus will react by, getting it wrong. But when the black ones, when they were introduced, weren't the black ones a sign of like a feud? And the white ones are the sign of camaraderie.
Oh, I've got the wrong way around. It's a white one. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I was like, oh, this took a turn.
Start killing each other.
Yes, this took a very
No. Oh God. This is what happens. I should not GM when I'm tired.
It's gonna explode.
No. It is a white token. Hell no, it's not a black token.
Come on! I thought first
I was
it was
about
gonna
to-
be.
Roll for initiative.
Yeah, I thought it was like you look at the token and it's a black hound's head, and I'd be like, oh shit, this dude has beef with my family. It's on now.
Roll to flip the table.
Yep, we're about to stand up and slap with gloves and be like, I bite my thumb at you, sir.
I was genuinely concerned that this is just going to go down in the middle of a ship where I couldn't really shoot
got all
my gun
concerned.
because it's like,
Oh,
I don't want to
man.
shoot my gun in a place
I've
with
spoiled
windows.
it now. Oh,
Depressurization.
it's a white token.
That's twice in one session. You called me Cassius earlier, too. I keep
man.
seeing, like, oh my god, I keep thinking I'm in trouble.
It's because your character has so much depth that I have struggled to keep up with your excellent role playing. He nods to your token still evident on your uniform and coat and says, I suppose your last name would be Cassius Caligo, the 12th of House Caligo.
I produce, having seen his token, I take it, and I assume this is for me then.
Well, consider it for you and the rest of your team.
Very well, brother. And I clasp it to the mantle that I'm wearing, and I produce one of mine very, very slowly, and I slide it across the table. And you seem to have me at a disadvantage, but sure, that's what I would expect from a man as well informed as you.
Don't worry about it. I have spent quite some time on the planet. One of my favorite destinations for trading because, well, there are certain fineries there, luxuries to be got, and also it's a very nice place to spend your time, provided you don't get involved in too many house feuds while you're there. And please, do not worry about reciprocating. Once I save your ass from whatever situations might arise on Row, then feel free to reciprocate, but don't feel you have to do it out of some sort of obligation.
Not at all. It's customary.
Well,
I
in
leave
which
the
case,
token right where it sits.
Thank you very much. And he places it onto like a little bit of embroidery at his shoulder and tries to get it to stay there, and after a little bit of it, it manages to hold.
I'm sort of watching and listening to all this, but really, I'm grabbing at things. I've got the bread. I've got one of those chicken fish things or whatever it is, bird fish things. I'm just chowing on it, just gnawing on it. I've got some cheese on my hand. I'm licking it off. Yeah.
One of the bottles near you is very specifically a type of Nor wine as well.
Oh, more wine. Get that cork out of there.
One of the sodas
this is
leans
going
forwards
on.
and pops the cork for you, and then pours it into your glass while holding a glass at a certain angle to make sure it aerates properly.
Seeing now that Cassius has started to talk with the captain, and the potential drama has decreased somewhat, and
I got
also
legit scared. My heart dropped. I was like, well,
no, I did too. But the way he was talking, it was like, I'm not sure if this guy's that cold. He's like, yeah, I love you. I'm gonna kill you in the face so hard. Or
what better
it was like,
place to kill us
he
than
got
on
it wrong.
his ship?
That would have been
Either way,
epic.
I was feeling really, really quite antsy. But seeing Garrett, licking the cheese off his hand, I just heave a sigh. I take a bite of food, fairly small bite. I'm not really too interested in the food. And I turn to Brandon. You're being... And he can hear me start to say, and then I pause. usually quiet.
So you said it to me?
Yes. I'm sat next to you.
I'm just leaving them to their business. And I've been watching the interaction with the tokens with interest.
I turn to the captain. I say, "What have you to tell of Versepis? It's been some time since I've been home. If you know my name, I'm sure you understand why."
Well, sadly, it's not particularly great news, especially for your family. I used to actually do some trading with your father. However, his position politically is waning somewhat, and a number of his holdings have become more dispersed between some of the other families.
I look.
The amount of trade has certainly decreased with his house.
Some chagrin crosses across my face. This wouldn't happen to do with the Lomo family, would it?
Sadly, that name does certainly ring a bell.
My father's indiscretions with that woman will be the end of our clan.
True, although her family can be very useful at getting certain things if you need to trade certain luxuries quickly. I hope you don't hold that against me.
Not at all. A man's business is done the way that it's done, and she's part of my family now, whether I like it or not. I seem to be sort of spitting the words through my teeth.
Oh, don't worry, I'm no fan of the woman myself, but sometimes business is business. Actually, I quite lament the days of trading with your father. He always used to have a spare cigar or two.
A big fan. A big fan of those indeed. As you can tell, I've inherited his particular disposition towards flavored smokes of all kind.
Yes, I noticed. I hoped you liked the present one of the servitors left in your cabin for you.
Absolutely. If you have time later, perhaps we could meet at your chambers and share them together.
Oh, well, after this, how about we have a couple of glasses of Amasec over some cigars?
Sounds fantastic.
Excellent. And
Thank you for the word about home. By all means, thank you. It's regardless of the tidings, whether bad, ill, or good, it's good to hear things about home, especially when you've been gone for so long. What do you call home?
He looks around. Well, at my age, I believe home is where the heart is, and, well, I've certainly put a lot of effort and heart into this ship.
I bark a laugh at that and keep on chowing down.
My heart is in the machine, so they say, and he taps on his chest, and you hear a certain metallic sound.
At that, I perk up a little bit and I lean a little bit forward, looking down the table at him. And my optical mechadendrite is now looking over Brander's head at him as well.
I just see it rising up behind his head, like.
Carolinas, your people do excellent work. I have to commend you. Some of the cybernetics, certainly that I've got recently from some of your more recent Forge World acquisitions, have been most excellent quality.
The Brotherhood aims to share the wisdom of the Omnicide.
Even if they do guard it jealously themselves, I'm sure they have our best interests at heart, and, well, God Emperor knows that they certainly know what to do with it. At this point, the servitor comes back in that you saw go off earlier, and the servitor is holding a rack of different swords. There are two in there that definitely look like straight-bladed Vesepian swords that Cassius recognizes. The rest of a mishmash of swords that hopefully roughly the similar design, mostly straight-edged. And it begins to go over to everyone and hand a sword out. Yes, well, since Cassius was so kind to show us the lead, I believe we should all grab a sword so that we can all dine in true Vesepian custom.
By all means, you don't have to entertain me in any way that's inconvenient for yourself, but I do appreciate the gesture, brother.
No worry, do not mind. It's always fun to experience another culture. In my line of work, it is always a nice treat to be able to go around and experience different cultures and different worlds. And make a fair amount of money at the same time. Well, too much of my profession is spent going through space stations and arguing about the price of grain. Yeah?
I stand up. I say, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to examine. And I go over identifying the Resepian blades. I go over and take a look at them.
Sure, yeah. The one of the blades, which goes to
I don't slide it out of the sheath, though, at all. Versepian custom. You take that thing out, not at dinner and not at the house of your ally. You never unsheath a sword inside the house of an ally.
Both of the hilts of the blades actually have a slight bit missing, so that you can examine the edge of the blade in like about a half-inch section without having to actually slide it out for that very reason, because they're mostly display pieces. One of the blades itself actually has the markings of your family make. It looks like it was made by one of the forges operated by your family. The other one looks to be a slightly lesser quality. You make out the house. It's one of the smaller houses, quite a distance away from where your house is based on the planet. They're known for their decent quality blades, if not anything else particularly. The other ones are a mishmash of different blades, fairly straight-edged from around the area. You might recognize a couple of them as similar makes to Vesepian blades, and maybe one or two of them actually try to imitate some of the styles. But beyond that, you gather that at least the one that comes from your family is very good quality, and this is the one that goes especially to Captain Valentine himself.
I take the sword over and offer it to him.
Thank you very much. This blade actually was given to me by your father upon managing to barter a decent trade deal.
How long ago?
Oh, it's got to be 30 years, maybe a bit more.
30 years. How was my father back then? That was before my time. Tell me of my father before I was born. A slight smile spreads across my face as though I'm finally able to pry into information that's been denied to me throughout the course of my life.
Well, let's just say that your father, before he settled down a little bit more, was certainly a little bit more prone to certain bouts of exuberance and volatility. He took certain chances that he's a little bit more cautious on these days. The woman we spoke of previously excluded from that, of course. He mellowed out a little bit more after the arrival of certain of his children, and is certainly a little bit more gambling on his trade dealings, which did his house no aim of poor fortune in those days, of course. He managed to make quite a killing on some of the more recent trade routes opened around that time.
I only ask because you know my father. He's the sort of tight-lipped man now who never speaks of anything in the past. One always assumes certain indiscretions come with, the exuberance of youth. But however, it's not uncommon, I don't think, for a son to wonder about the activities his father got up to before he arrived, because all I've ever known is the stoic man.
Don't worry. After you arrived, he began to mellow out a fair bit. Admittedly, you must have been about 10 or 12 at the time. He became a lot more reserved in certain of his holdings and actually started to play a lot more careful. And his fortunes did start to decrease roughly around then. Must have been about the time you left.
Something of the kind. My departure was not entirely expected. In fact, at the time, I was being trained to take over the family. I was learning to go over the accounts and the records and calculate interest and all those sorts of things. Very much the bookworm when I was younger, aside from, the studies of nobility, dueling, and that sort of thing. Every young man needs to know how to defend himself in a wild place like Versepis, where things can bubble over with a moment's notice, but, I crave home a lot of the time. It's been a long time since I've seen the green waves.
Well, hopefully one day when you're headed in that direction, you might happen to chance upon the Emerald Tigress on her way there, and maybe I can see if we can get some decent voyages towards there, maybe find a decent place and have a nice few days off if you ever get the chance.
Perhaps when my business is done, we will do that indeed.
If only the Inquisition's business was ever done, it'd be a joyful day for mankind. Were it that simple. Meanwhile, Lasari actually starts to engage Brander in a little bit of stilted conversation. So, where did you hail from originally before joining the Navy?
I was from Alpha Borealis. It's a hive world near to the Orc front line.
But I'm aware. I do not hail from far from them myself. In fact, I was there in one of the very first waves of orcs that hit the area.
Ah. Yeah, a rough time.
Yes, it was.
I hope our recent fighting has helped with the matter.
Far be it from me to criticize certain tactics of the Admiralty, but let us just say I don't believe that fighting the orcs ever really accomplishes much more than bringing more orcs to the area.
Well, what else can we do?
Yes, if only the God Emperor knew that, we would have a lot easier time.
So,
Issues
how many kills
sci-fi.
did you get in your service?
Are we talking orcs individually, or are we talking about spacecraft?
Well, in what capacity did you serve?
I was a bridge officer for most of my duty beyond.
Ah, I see. Making the important decisions.
Yes, well, some that the Admiralty thought maybe a little bit too dangerous.
Perhaps that is why you're no longer in their service.
Yes. She go back
I
to
can
her
understand.
food. She very pointedly goes back to her food.
See, you only get one shot with this lady. This is a lady that needs to be wined and dined very carefully, because you only get one. It's like 8 Mile up in here.
Brandon, that was.
This opportunity only comes once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Did I hear some heresy in there? You know,
Mom
questioning the God
spaghetti.
Emperor's decisions. I mean, come on.
She questioned the Admiralty's decisions in the area, yeah. The meal goes on, desserts are brought in. It's a very sort of light, seaweed-based gelatine sort of souffle with certain fruits around the top. And you notice, again, that sweet tang. It appears that these are Jaffe's fruits that have been mixed in with the actual jellies themselves. The rest of the meal goes fairly uneventfully. And then at the end of the table, Captain Valentine gets up. He goes, "Friends, I'm afraid the X-Zone, the engine chief will have to leave us to resume their duties, but should you wish to join me for cigars and amasec, feel free."
I hold up the bottle of wine that's only partially drunk. Huh?
Or Monoran wine.
Yes.
I stand up and I bow slightly to Lasari, and I say, "My lady, I'll return later, if you wish it. But I'm going to go peruse the fine products that your captain has made available to me."
I hope you imbibe well and get a very long night's sleep.
Dreaming of you the entire time, and I smile and walk off the other direction. Charm
you
roll!
notice,
My
you
head
notice
a bit.
that actually on that one, she rolls her eyes. And that's the biggest reaction you've had to something like that yet.
Oh, somebody's be posting on 2X chromosomes about me. Like, that guy's an asshole.
You then move
As
on
everyone's
to... Yep.
standing up, I thank the engine chief for the discussion that we've had in between, my companions.
Feel free to come down and check out the number 2 plasma reactor sometime if you want. Just give me a buzz on the old intercom and I'll be able to show you around.
I know.
And he gets
I
up
thank
and
you for the
he's
offer.
rubbing his leg rather heavily and looks over at you and goes, "Took a bit of burned plasma conduit to the knee a few years back. Still aches." And he makes his way out.
As he leaves, as he turns to leave, I speak up. In service of the Omnisire, the weakness of the flesh is often made apparent. Have you ever considered improving on the original design?
And there's something to be said for that, but quite frankly, I spend myself so long around bits of machinery and so forth. There's something nice about being the opposite. Somewhat reassuring. No disrespect.
I cock my head. Untaken. But it's clear a little bit it was taken.
You're just like, I don't understand. This does not make sense. At this point, you retire to the adjacent room. This one is much smaller. Still a really high ceiling. It's a much smaller room. The ceiling is actually probably slightly higher than the distance from each wall. The walls themselves are lined with bookcases with treaties and volumes of books. Stuff like The Spheres of Longing by Gideon Ravener. Similar treaties and books themselves. Very well-renowned sort of books of lore, of naval histories, of poems. In the center, there are a couple of sort of round tables with big wingback chairs behind them. And he sits down and starts offering you drinks. You have a little bit of small talk. He gets out some cigars, and you puff on those for a little while. And then he goes, "Well, it's been a very nice time talking to you, but would you like to perhaps, maybe we should invite someone else in? Would we perhaps want to invite a certain Chief Petty Officer?"
Is everyone else in the room with me right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
By all means, if you think the time is right. You're the captain of your vessel after all.
My eyes go wide at this, and I decide I should probably put the bottle down.
Yeah, how drunk is he?
After the last gulp.
I've got
Should
an
I
eye on
invigorate? I can invigorate you.
Garrett is a little bit tipsy right now. Yeah, he's...
Like, will he take penalties?
He's gone through 2 bottles
got,
of wine
like-
and had enough time for it to get into his bloodstream. At
Yeah,
this
he's
point.
got probably about 3 degrees of fatigue right now. So anything of 2 degrees bonus or less, and his stats is halved.
Okay.
He's probably okay, but don't
What
ask him
room are we in at the
anything-
moment?
Pardon?
What room are we in at the moment?
It's effectively the smoking room.
Okay. And what does the room look like?
High bookshelves to the side, filled with volumes.
Nicely decorated, sort of,
Nicely
sort of
decorated. Big rugs on the ground in front of you, really deep. Cassius actually recognizes the carpet around the rugs as being a seaweed derivative made
At
of
the
acetus.
suggestion, then, by the captain, I query, how attached are you to these furnishings?
Oh, well, no, I definitely suggest we retire to one of the more disused areas of the ship first.
That would be wise.
And he presses a
I'm
button.
very thorough.
Chief Petty Officer, would you mind reporting to the aft launch bay? All right, sir. I'll be up in a second. Very
I
well.
motion for Brander and for Garrett to take up positions alongside the door.
Don't worry. We'll head over to the aft launch bay and we'll do this there. And you'll trek through the ship. And you notice that as you get towards the aft launch bay, this place it's utilitarian. There isn't much in the way of decoration. There's certainly more decoration you would see in most starships, and there's ornamental light fittings and so on. But the embroidery, most of the finery, the wood paneling is just gone.
As we walk, I move to take up pace beside Garrett and just ask casually, how good are you with your fists? I've seen that you are quite capable with a gun.
I don't think I would win an arm wrestling competition.
Brander?
I'm better with weapons myself. I do have this, and I at the
Very
stub
well.
automatic for what it's worth. I could always go get the chainsword if we have the time.
No, we will not need implements of that nature. I come well equipped. And that the sort of buzzing of the chain scalpel and the clickety clack of the claw-like appendages of the Medicaid mechadendrite start to make themselves known. But it is
Captain.
useful to beat a man
Yes,
prior to
Cassius.
cutting him open.
You wouldn't happen, so seeing as we're taking this little party on the road, I say, looking at my Amasec glass, suppose we were to furnish him with a drink. He is, obviously, he's in the presence of esteemed company. Perhaps we bring him a drink with something in it so that makes this easier. There'll be less of a struggle. Do you have anything on board that would suit that purpose?
I'm sure we could find something. That is quite possible.
Yeah, I would only assume that you don't want us shooting up your bay.
Yeah, and he touches his neck for a second. He says, "Don't worry, I'm sure drinks will be brought to us presently. Just make sure you pick the one not on the back left. Your left, not the servitor's left."
I make note of the drink.
Okay. You enter into the launch bay, and you notice that there are 2 Aquila landers there. Most of the armaments removed, etc. Most of the armor removed. They just seem to have been stripped down. Effectively, they look like emergency shuttles. You wait a second or two, and then about a minute later, this short but tough and wiry looking Chief Petty Officer enters, thinning moustache and beard. Hi, who's these? Ah, Daiquiri. I'm just showing them around the ship, and I thought it might be best for you to show them around, since this is under your purview over here. These are some of our trading partners who will be taking us to Row, and we'll be going to pick up certain cargo there for them. I thought it best if you introduce them around. So, this is, like I said, the aft launch bay, and he talks a bit about the aft launch bay, and you'll be using this as a cargo hangar should you need to take any landers down to the planet. Servitor enters with some drinks on it. It offers it to the guests first of all.
Okay. I make sure that I do not select the back left one.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take a drink.
Karenus, you take
What
a
are we
drink?
drinking tonight?
I don't take a drink now.
Okay.
How many are there?
That leaves 2. He picks up 1, and there's 1 left. And Chief Petty Officer, obviously being the lowest ranked person here, effectively, takes the last pick and picks up the one on the back left. Yeah, well, wrong accent. Well, we've got the 2 shuttles here that can take you down. Both of them are fairly dampened to avoid sensors picking them up should you want to make your way out, somewhat surreptitiously. And then, of course, you got your, weaponry. Most of the weapons be stripped off, but there are 2 cannons on one of them, should you need to actually have some weaponry on board, although please don't wreck them. It takes enough to get them put into pieces again. Don't want to have to actually get the servitors out and do maintenance. Not got enough spares for these ones. Getting enough spares for an Aquila lander is hard enough. And then you've got... And he stumbles forwards, leans against the Aquila lander and goes, "What are you doing?" He goes to pick up his pistol.
I'm gonna run over and grab him before he falls to the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, do we have
grab him.
manacles? Somebody had manacles, right?
That was Shadowrun.
Okay, I didn't know if anybody got manacles with their class or whatever.
I'm gonna grab him underneath his armpits from the back so he doesn't fall over.
Well, I believe my job is done here. Feel free to use the cargo bay next door. It should be already set out for your purposes. I bid you farewell, and by the way, if you need any of the servitors to do any cleaning or whatever, just stop one of the passing servitors and let it know.
Thank you for your cooperation, brother.
I'll
Don't worry about
go
it.
over and take the other side of the guy so we can have an arm each.
Okay.
Is
there like a-
Take his weapon first.
Is there like a bench we can put him down on?
Well, as you go into the room next door, the little cargo room, which is effectively where they store things that are needed for the landers themselves, you notice bolted to the floor is what it looks like, effectively like a dentist seat, but it has arm straps and leg straps as well. And a forehead strap. In addition,
Carolinas.
next to it is a tray of different implements. Mostly of them look medical, vaguely in nature, to an untrained eye. Carolinas, it's a mix of medical implements and a couple of dentistry implements and a couple of small power tools for use on a ship. It looks like someone's just gone, I don't know, you might need these, and just given you stuff. In addition, there are a couple of bits of medical drugs. It looks like a couple of stimulants, something to keep someone awake, something to kind of accelerate the clotting factor to make sure that they don't bleed out. There's a lot of
Adrenaline,
bags
that
of
sort of thing.
saline to make sure they don't suffer from low blood pressure should you start cutting them. There's a couple of small
Is this something that
vacuum
looks like a
pumps.
drill?
Not actually on the plate, but actually in the main hangar itself, there are a couple of power tools that look more like a drill.
Excellent.
And,
Well, I'm gonna get this boy seated down on the chair, looks comfy. Make sure he gets his head strap in, lock that out down tight. Yeah, get his arms
Not
and
strap
legs
the head
strapped
in.
in.
Let his
Oh,
head move
okay.
freely.
We can take the head off. No problem. No problem.
okay,
I look
and,
around for anything. Are there towels or anything in the room?
There's a couple of like tarpaulins and stuff. There aren't any
Anything
real
that
towels.
has. Okay, there's no like sort of folded cloth or anything like that.
There are a couple of like bandages and sort of stuff like that you could use. Nothing specifically like a towel.
Any jumpsuits or anything like that? Anything around?
There are a
Work
couple
outfits?
of like emergency void suits, but they're not really absorbent.
No. I'm looking for things specifically like workers' overalls or anything like that. Something not looking for something that can absorb stuff. Looking for something that can spread
laid out.
an impact across a larger area.
Yeah. Looking around, you can see a couple of like workers' uniforms and so on that you can use. In addition, there are a few like medical garb, just designed to keep like surgeons from getting blood all over them. And they have like heavy leather inserts as well, just in case an errant servitor goes crazy and takes a swipe. It has been known to happen.
I start gathering things from around the hangar and just putting them in a rather neatly ordered pile just around the seat. Just almost like I'm measuring them out, like step 1, step 2, step 3, all the way through to power tools and things like that.
And
brethren.
while you prepare, I think this is probably a good point to take our break.
Yes,
it is. Late for our break, and I need to go pee. I don't know about you. So we'll go to a break. This is the perfect time to go check out our Patreon. Patreon.com/Roll4It. Go look at that. There are some cool perks there. We're planning on maybe introducing some stretch goals relatively soon, so look out for those.
They're going to rule.
I think people will be relatively happy with those. We will probably be announcing them about Sunday, so look tuned for that. Also, do bear in mind, if you're watching, that we are moving to Sundays. No longer Wednesdays, Sundays. And, as a bonus, we will be also streaming this Sunday, so you've got 2 episodes this week. So this episode and
bonus
episode.
XP.
It'll be Sunday, an hour earlier, so 8 p.m. BST, midday PST. So do look out for that. And of course, by the way, if you choose to tip or Twitch bit, I know Twitch are doing something weird with bits at the moment, feel free. That would be a great way to support us if you can't do a monthly thing like Patreon. I know a number of people are a bit worried about monthly things. So thank you very much for your support, and we'll be back in about 6 minutes. So do stay tuned, and in the meantime, have a look at our sexy artwork.
Adios.
Hello and welcome back to Roll4It, where your favourite streamers and YouTubers get to do some nice geeky RPGs. Currently we're doing Dark Heresy. We're diving back into part 2 of today's mission. This mission has been continued from last week. They managed to find out about a Xenos specimen smuggling ring. They managed to get aboard a starship that was apparently smuggling them. It turns out that the captain probably wasn't involved, but certainly Chief Petty Officer Dakari was involved to some extent. They've managed to get that Petty Officer unconscious and in a little place. They are now holding him, and they are going to begin their interrogation. Right. Avak.
Okay.
Carolina, sorry.
This. Right, well, whilst... could you give me the Petty Officer's name again? It was... but what was the full name?
You didn't actually have a first name.
Oh, it's Dakari, not Dakari. Okay, I got that wrong then.
Oh, well, you can pronounce it both ways.
Dakari we'll go with. Petty Officer Dakari. Very well, Petty Officer Dakari is currently still unconscious. Do we have any idea how long they'll be out? Was this...
it wasn't stated to you, but it looks like from what you can tell from your medical expertise that they are not going to be out for long. It looks like it was a combination paralytic and sedative, so the paralytic will probably wear off a little bit later, so they will become conscious but won't be able to move for a little while.
Okay.
I look to Carolinus. I say, let me know how we can assist you. Otherwise, I'll let you to do your great work here
there are many
for the
ways
Emperor.
that will be able to assist me, especially you, Cassius. I feel that as this particular specimen has information that we need, it would not do to simply brutalize him. We're interested in what information he has, and he may be quite forthcoming. However, I feel that you would be, well, without harming him beyond repair, it will be difficult for me to ascertain the truth of his words. You have more direct methods.
If you mean to suggest my telepathy, a suggestion comes to mind. The weaker you can make him mentally, the stronger I'll be able to influence him. And so should I go into his mind, I should wait until after you've had your play. Not physically, but you need to make him mentally weak, like a drunkard or someone who's not slept for some great time.
In game terms, if you get his fatigue above his willpower bonus, his willpower will be halved.
Very well. I noticed there are numerous implements around this. Was it a cargo hangar?
It was effectively the kind of the reserve hangar where there's a couple of shuttles.
I imagine we would have been able to find somewhere with grease and oil, yes?
Oh yeah, there's some of that in the cargo in the hangar. You're currently off to the side in the little cargo bay next to it. Yeah. But yeah, you can
I imagine I'm going to be able to find a bucket, and so we'll gather some grease. I also imagine there's going to be very easy to find a torch of some kind. Yeah. A low heat torch or something with a
variable setting blowtorch is available.
I hand that to Branda. Bring the oil to a boil.
I'll do that.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I find a chair, and whilst it seems fairly sturdily constructed, I imagine that with enough time, especially with my bionic arm, I can just twist the legs off it until there's only one leg left.
Right, you've got a stool with only one leg.
Okay. And I bring that over. My intent initially is to confuse him. He'll be coming around soon. When he does, I want him sat on this chair. Garrett, if you can bind his arms, there seems to be some bindings lying around the room.
Sure. Got some
You'll
twine
be responsible for standing guard behind him. Do not help him. He'll be sat on this stool. If he falls, kick him hard, and then sit him back up again. Every time he falls, hurt him. Don't break him. Don't aim for the ribs. Aim for the thighs, the shoulder. If you dislocate one, I can put it back.
Okie dokie. So is there some twine or some thin rope or something I can use to tie up his arms?
There's some belts nearby that have been left just in case you need them.
Perfect.
Okay.
Tie him up, baby.
Is there like a table, a desk of some sort around?
Yeah, there's a couple of work tables that have been set up.
Okay. I'll drag one of those around and just sit it there. And I'll just bring one of the non-broken chairs, put it down.
At this point,
Cassius.
you see his head slightly move to the side and his eyes start to open.
I looked at Garrett. Is Garrett finished binding him?
Yeah.
Okay. Move him to the chair. Cassius. And I beckon for him to come closer and gesture at the seat.
Okay, so I move him to the stool, I guess.
No. I'm gesturing for Cassius to sit down on the seat that I put the actual proper seat by the desk. So he's just sat at a desk. And the one-legged stool where Garrett is taking our petty officer to is opposite the desk.
At this point, Garrett, are you still holding him upright on the stool?
No, I'll let him go.
Okay, he goes poof, straight to the ground. He still is
All
under
right.
the influence of the paralytic.
I'm gonna kick him in the back of his leg.
There's a sound of a thump as your
Does
dress
Cassius go
shoe
to sit down?
meets the meat.
Yeah, I'll sit down.
I lean closer. You should speak. You have a way with words. I'll make sure that he is pliable, and should it be necessary, we will take matters further. But if he is cooperative, it saves us time.
Okay. So hearing this, I say, Petty Officer Daiquiri, can you hear me?
While he speaks, the stab light on my optical mechadendrite turns on. It's like a flashing bright light as high as setting as it can, and just aims down into his face, trying to avoid Garrett.
I keep repeating, Petty Officer Daiquiri, can you say your name until he finally complies? I don't know how long it'll take, but
Okay.
I'll give him every 30 seconds or so.
About 7 minutes later, he finally gets to the stage of, yes. What you want from me? What are you on?
Petty Officer, you found yourself in a bit of a bind. I have questions, and so long
Fuck
as you
you.
answer them... What did he say?
Fuck you!
I'm gonna kick him
I
in the
nod
back.
to Garrett.
Now,
Kick him in the
let's-
back of his right arm.
Thump as you're properly get into the meat of his arm as well. He's down, his face is like against the floor, so it's kind of hard for him to speak.
Does he manage to stay on the stool at this point?
He still
No.
doesn't have full action of control of his body. He's lying on the ground.
Get him back up.
All right, get him back up on the stool. See if he can hold it this time.
let's try this again,
This
Petty
time
Officer.
he rocks slightly and then slides off to the ground. But he managed to get there for a few seconds now.
We'll get there.
I gesture for Garrett to give him another sound kick.
All right, kick him right in his buttocks.
What?
Speak only when spoken to.
Petty
Oh.
Officer Daiquiri, I'm here with some men that have some questions for you. And they aren't going to ask nicely. I, on the other hand, am a gentleman, therefore I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak first. We have a great number of questions about a man named Nichols and a planet called Ichthion. And if you come forward with what you know, everything will be fine. However, there's some people in this room that want to do horrible, horrible things to you. The next few days are just going to be absolutely miserable, the type of suffering that you couldn't imagine. And then maybe, if we're feeling merciful at the end, they will kill you. I'm the only thing that can give you a fast death right now, so I'm imploring you, please tell me what you know about this man Nichols.
Kill me? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Who is Nichols?
I'm starting to walk around him at this point. My optical mechadendrite is 3 meters long. It can stay in front of his face as I walk
Yeah.
around him. But just as I'm going, I kick the leg of the stool when he doesn't give the correct answer.
Poof, he goes off the stool instantly. He's still in the full control of his body.
I nod to Garrett while I go over to inspect what Brand is doing.
As he's picking him up, I say, well, it's unfortunate that nothing's coming to mind.
Does Garrett kick him?
Let's try again in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I kick him in his leg, and then I pick him back up, put him on the stool again.
Bam. Hey, what are you on about? I don't know Nichols. I don't know.
I don't say anything.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. He has he had an opportunity. Now it's Carolina's turn.
About. I don't. Well, he goes. He's literally for like 2 minutes. He's like, I have no idea what you're on about. Why are you holding me, etc. And then after a few minutes, he just starts getting more and more angry and irate. He's like, the captain will kill you for this. I'm not messing with his crew. Hey, if you find, what have you done? What are you doing to me? Who are you?
I crouch down.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you all.
Captain.
I assume at this point, Brand has managed to bring the oil to a boil.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, taking the pail with my bionic arm, which is not really going to feel... Well, I'm going to be aware that there's heat in the pail, but I'm not really going to react to it as much. I hold it up and then just stab needle holes in the bottom of the pail and just hold it over the top of him. Just letting the drips of boiling oil. And it's not much. I'm literally not spilling it on him. I want these searing pains over his shoulders, over his back.
I assume you stripped him rather than still wearing his clothing.
I would assume so. If I didn't say that, then we can just do it.
I will assume so. I don't think you'd be setting him on fire as part of the interrogation just yet. I think this is a good place to start doing an interrogation check.
Yes.
So, firstly, Garrett, Cassius, Branda, if you can make interrogation checks, if you pass them, we'll give bonuses to Carolina because you're assisting. Nope.
Target 8.
You're just too nice. It's a wonder that you weren't able to woo that lady at the table with such a nice guy. Garrett is also nice, but just, eats
Cassius passes, however. Win. Carolina, so you get a +10 on your interrogation check.
Okay.
Nice.
So that'll be +20 because my medical mechadendrite gives me +10 on interrogation.
Oh, right. We're supposed to be reading these numbers, huh?
It's fine. When it's a mass test, I just say fail, fail, pass.
Gotcha.
32 with a target of 50.
So that is 3 degrees success. Yeah, I massively failed, like 5 degrees of failure. So over the course of the next couple of hours, as you start doing this and repeating the cycle of interrogation, he starts breaking down. And he starts admitting to certain things. He goes, well, I was involved in sudden trading. I mean, I never knew what they had on board, but they certainly had something weird. And, I just didn't ask, and I did certain things to make sure things could get off the ship without going through customs. I mean, it's not really a particularly large crime, is it? I mean, why are you looking into me? I didn't do any of the stuff. I just made sure that they could get through customs. Occasionally, I talked to people over at the customs.
Calm down. It's all right. Calm down. All I need from you, it's obvious that you were just an accomplice. So all I need for you to do is just document the process. How did you make this happen? What steps did you take?
Well, I talked to, the captain of the Midnight Runner, Trading Master Verdun, and, he paid me a little bit of cash, and I made sure that, Nichols, etc., had got that cash and made sure that we could get stuff off during the night when, certain people were on shift.
How did they get past the blockade? I take note of all this stuff on a pad of paper, by the way, that he's confessing to. Just assume that I'm writing down everything. When he's giving me these progresses, I'm making, diagrams and things for the Inquisitor.
As far as I understand, Captain Verdun had some sort of chart or times for the orbits of the patrol craft in orbit, and they managed to pick a point where they managed to enter the atmosphere and get through before they managed to pick them up on sensors. And by the time they were leaving, it was too late to catch them before the edge of the system. I don't know how they got it. I don't know any of that, I swear.
Tell me about what happens when they arrive with the contraband on Erida's Dire. How did the handoff happen between you and Nichols?
Well, I only got involved in a very tangential way. I just effectively told them, what time we were getting in, and I made sure that the crew of the Midnight Runner had everything sorted and they were getting off the right time, going to the right docking pad, and that everything was arranged for them down there. I didn't have any hands-on stuff. I was just a middleman.
Well, I think you're telling the truth.
I swear, I never knew what they had on board. Who are you anyway?
Doesn't matter who we are. What matters is this is on the orders of your captain. So if you think that you're going to get any respite from him, he's the one that made this happen. He was suspicious about you. He knew you were up to something. And he brought us here from Erida's Dire to talk to you about it.
The fancy
What kind of
fool.
state is he in at the moment? Would I be able to tell this with my medical mechadendroid?
In terms of what, like fatigue levels?
Fatigue and generally his overall...
He's on about 2 fatigue at the moment. Probably pushing 3 right now.
So Cassius just made a statement. He didn't ask a question, did he? He was just basically saying, look, you're not going to get help from your captain.
Yeah.
Is that right? But at this point, Carolinus would just clap a hand on his shoulder. He'd let the kind of pointed metallic tips of his fingers dig into the shoulder a little bit. And he'd say, enough talking. We're going for a walk. And at that point, produce a sack and just tie it over his head.
Okay.
I'm pretending right now, but I say perhaps if we gave him more time, he'd become more he'd be more pliable. Like I make it sound as though I'm advocating for him.
I don't know anything more. I swear, I'm telling you everything.
He sounds like
perhaps
he's lying
telling
to
the
me.
truth. Should I make
Perhaps
a
you'll be
deception
able to
check or
convince
anything for
us.
the acting?
Yeah, make a deception check. That'll help any future interrogation roll.
Okay. Do I get any pluses or minuses?
No, but his ability to resist your deception might be lower.
Okay.
09, I don't need to bother rolling. He can't get that many levels of success. That's 5 degrees success, I think. 6 degrees success, actually. Yeah, he becomes, over the course of the walk, you now take him around the ship with the sack over his head, bumping into things, etc.
Basically, well, mostly in the cargo bays, basically where we're not going to be bumping into anyone who might not be involved in this. With the sack over his head, we just lead him around, but we don't
you just walk him in circles.
We don't talk. Every time he tries to talk, he gets a punch in the side. But the objective here is Caroline's is not trying to damage him in any way. Like oil, he made very needle-thin points, and oil, even when it's heated, still viscous enough that it would drip out of a small hole rather than run. It was pain that he was trying to inflict, not damage. And at this point, he just wants to walk him around, and they're going to just walk laps. He's like prepared the area. There's boxes and there's hard metal piping on the floor. And whilst everyone else will step over it, they won't warn him of that it's coming. And he'll just walk. And they're just keeping him moving at a clip. He can't get any rest. They'll maybe do it for about 40 minutes. Just let him keep smashing his feet into things.
And as he starts to like gather the lay of the land and starts to remember certain things, you start moving them around. Yeah. And over the course of time, it starts taking its toll. He's definitely warming up to Cassius compared to you. Karen, let's make another interrogation roll. We get another +10 to this as well because of Cassius's deception.
I will use a fate point for that one.
Okay, 85, target 50. You want to re-roll that? Sure. 41.
Yeah.
So that is a pass. He takes a little bit more fatigue. He's now a little bit bruised. The side of his face, you think you may have like cracked something in the jaw. Not like a proper broken, but there might be a crack in the bone there without properly having a look. You can't really tell very much in detail, but he's certainly starting to warm to Cassius as opposed to you, Carolinas.
Okay.
What do I know? I don't know anything else. I mean, not that I know of. I mean, I might know anything that in passing or something I heard. What do you want to know?
Please, anything that you do know. I just want to keep you separated from him. In all honesty, the Emperor didn't bless me with a sound constitution. This sort of thing, it turns me ill at ease. My goal is to get you out of this situation as quickly as possible and prove you have nothing to do with this. Now, obviously, you've done some things, but your level of guilt is nowhere near the level of guilt as other parties. So, any details you can draw upon right now to further elaborate on the things we've discussed, and I may be able to keep him away from you a little while longer.
They had several items being transported off the ship this time. I know they had at least 3 or 4. They wanted like full-on like cages of some kind with some sort of animals inside. We had to make sure they were arranged to have like covered and stuff so that they could get through like redundant life support systems in case they got inspected and sensors managed to pick them up, and we didn't want anything going in and out, so they had to have like internal air tanks. And I'd arranged all that at the end. I don't know like anything more. I mean, Master Verdun, the Midnight Runner, it's a cutter. It's about 45 meters long. When we went to row, it was meant to go down and They were going to capture some of the natives there. They're fierce fighting warriors, and they might have fetched a fair price since we're going past. They were meant to come back up. They never made it out of the gravity well.
Was the captain involved in this transaction? Did your captain take you to row for an alternate reason and you were acting on your own with the Midnight Runner, or did he have full awareness of the Midnight Runner?
I mean, he had full awareness. He was chartered to take the ship all over the place. He was fully party to it. He's honestly, I will happily turn him over to you. I will turn him over if you give me amnesty. I will find you evidence. I've got loads of stuff. I've got logs and everything.
The Emperor's mercy and his gifts come with reciprocation. Now, with regards to the captain, does he know of Ichthion? Is he a party to this as well?
He took us to Ichthion. The Midnight Runner was chartered to go to Ichthion with the ship, and we went to Ichthion, and he was totally in on it. He was in on every step.
So he and Captain Verdun know each other well, and they operate together frequently.
Yeah, they're great friends, actually. Yes, yeah.
Can you prove this? Think of documents.
Well, I'm sure we can find some if we go back to Eridus Dire. I mean,
As he
I can have
starts
a look
stumbling
through.
over his words,
Yeah.
I kick the stool from under him again.
He goes to the ground.
And I nod to Garrett.
I go, come now.
Poor guy.
Come.
I'm gonna
You've
kick him in
almost
his
got it.
shoulder. I'm gonna kick him in his shoulder again. I'm gonna kick him in his shoulder again, and I'm gonna pick him back up, put on the stool.
I
This is
tire of these
unnecessary.
vaguely
Barbarians.
straight answers.
Well, if we go and we look through the Clonicalarium, there's probably evidence in there of some kind. There'll be documents linking them together. I mean, there'll be plenty of evidence that they're fast friends in there. Unknown to him, Caroline Sambranda, the information you've seen doesn't seem to indicate any of the kind, and you did go through that with a very fine tooth comb.
Can I check him with a... How would I guess I could use a scrutiny with fellowship?
Yeah, you can do scrutiny fellowship. It's very hard to tell at the moment because of the way that he's kind of been forced into certain answers. But also, he is very much resistant, less resistant to lying right now. So yeah, sure. Roll a flat scrutiny.
Nah.
No, 76, target 25. No.
But as you said, Miranda and I, we went over those numbers with extreme detail, and this is running contrary to what we've seen. Is that right?
Yeah, if there is any evidence of that, you certainly haven't seen it, and you went over that with quite a fine tooth comb.
I just lean in. And I start squeezing his shoulder a lot more. And I'm working my thumb to try and find a way that I can try and pop the joint. I'm not doing it, but I'm applying enough pressure that he's starting to feel this in his shoulder. And the Medicaid comes around the other side.
Okay.
Starts clickety-clacking.
I need to roll a test. Fail. Okay.
29.
Okay,
with a
there
target of 50.
was a tech priest back on the planet that I saw Verdun talking with. The captain wasn't really involved. The captain got chartered to take the Midnight Runner around, but he didn't have anything really connecting him. Beyond, like, he was chartered. He must have known that there was something, but he didn't really. I mean, he never really spoke to Master Verdun. But there was a tech priest on the planet. I mean, he was by the name of, and then you hear a faint, like a sound of a pop, almost like air being released in a pressurized water system. And his eyes go up into his sockets, and his head falls slack forwards.
At that, I move in to try and catch him, and I immediately try to work out whether he's still alive or not.
Make a
Or there's
medicine roll.
anything savable.
Plus 30. You've got an auger ray and everything.
Yeah, can
It's
I
a
like
fairly easy check.
panic cast my mind reading as he's fading? I don't think it really
Sure.
mattered.
Yeah, you can do that.
Got a 74 with a target of
Caroline,
82.
it looks like he suffered brain death. As you check him, his heart literally stops beating. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Okay. As he's collapsing, I just shout out to Cassius, "Whatever you're going to do it now. He's fading."
I stoop low and press my hand against the side of his head and just focus, and you can see like little veins popping out of my head.
Okay.
Like I'm focusing all my willpower.
Cassius rolled a 7, target 70. That is 8 degrees of success. You dive straight into his mind. All resistance gone. You find yourself in the mental equivalent of a broth, a soup. There are bits, chunks floating around. Things are rapidly deteriorating and disappearing. As the mind loses its grasp, certain things are revealed very quickly. However, they tear into your mind with the sheer insanity of going into a mind that is literally falling apart. You manage to hold your coherence long enough to start picking out certain faces and ideas and concepts. You get the idea, and you don't get anything completely in depth. You don't get any full memories. What you get are fragments. You get the fragment of a memory of a handout, a payoff. You get the idea that the books that you look through, while payments are made to certain people, there were other payments, small payments that needed to be done, like bribe here, a bribe there, etc. But behind those was a fee being paid to a tech priest of some kind. And you get the fact that this guy was very afraid. You just feel a sensation of fear. You're not too sure if the fear is just related to the fear of impending death, but you very much get the feeling that a good chunk of it is actually directed directly towards this tech priest that he's mentioned.
Do I have a first letter of a name, a face, or any
You
identifiable...
get a sense of deja vu. You've heard the name before, but you don't get a full name. It seems that this guy, although he knew the tech priest, more as a periphery character, not as a direct character. He probably did know the name, but unfortunately, all solid concepts like names and stuff have already fallen apart. You get basically more conceptual ideas. You get the conceptual idea from what you vaguely get hints of, that you maybe know this character. You can't really go beyond that, though. You just get this vague inkling in the back of your head. You also know that the Midnight Runner did contract with Captain Julius, but it wasn't a contract to really defy Imperial law in any way. He was certainly trafficking in something dodgy, and technically under Imperial law, that is enough to condemn the captain, should you choose to. But also, he didn't directly know that there was anything wrong, and he didn't particularly do anything wrong beyond that. The Midnight Runner, Captain Verdun, he's a somewhat shady character. You get that feeling. Has a couple of people with him on board. They were certainly looking to make a killing from the Ichthion exchange. You get that feeling as well. There was a lot of money in going to Ichthion, although it's very risky. And as you get a few more facts, you can probably direct your efforts to push further and deeper for a little bit longer if you want, but it becomes very risky as the mind starts falling apart. You can maybe get a couple more facts if you want, if you would like to direct yourself in a particular direction.
As a sanctioned psyker, out of character for the audience, as a sanctioned psyker, I've been trained by the government to identify these situations and to avoid them, essentially. And so I'm going to retract out of his mind upon sensing that this is very, very inherently risky what I'm doing right now. Yeah. There's like a point of no return, and I've been trained to recognize that point and feel that point. And so I'm going to retract out before there's any further damage.
Okay, literally it took you about half a second of real time to just grab those ideas as his mind just collapses. I need to make a willpower check.
I felt the need to explain it to the audience because, like, a non-sanctioned psyker would have never taken classes or anything. They have no idea what their limits are.
A non-sanctioned psyker, I probably wouldn't have told when that point was coming.
Yeah, exactly.
It's certainly dangerous diving into the mind of what you did, but if you stay longer, it would be more dangerous.
And when I pop out, I'm visibly sweating, which is strange for only having been out for like 20 seconds. Like, I've got beads of sweat. I look to Carolinus and I say, there's not much left inside of there. However, whatever caused that, was that you? Or what happened?
I shake my head. No. It seems...
Do you know what caused that?
I have ideas. An autopsy will confirm or deny them.
The autopsy it is then. We need to recover whatever caused that. Because he was here and then he was just gone. I felt like we were so close.
I'm already like pulling him up onto the dentist chair.
Okay.
And I signal for Garrett, help me.
Cash, if you can make the willpower check.
For what?
Reasons.
Okay. Does that include my psi focus?
No, it's just a willpower check.
Okay.
Yeah, so 31, target 50. You will only take half. You take 3 insanity points.
Okay.
Mind is a terrible thing to waste, but it's also a dangerous thing to be inside of.
See, this is why I don't take risks for you guys. I'm be that crazy guy on the side of the street begging for change I used to be an inquisitor. Nobody believes me. Probably because
Yeah.
I've shit myself 5 times today.
Carolinus, if you want to make a autopsy, you can do so.
Autopsy. That would just be a straight Medicaid roll?
Yeah.
Will I get any bonuses?
Yeah, I'll give you plus 10. You know the area you're looking for. Yeah, 36 target. 62, sorry.
It's okay.
Habit these days. Yeah, you basically do an autopsy, very much aiming for the brain, and you find the remains of what looks like a very small explosive linked to a very, very crude mind impulse kind of setup that seems to have been shattered by the explosion. The explosion was very, very tiny, just large enough to fry the motor cortex of his brain and the area around that. It looks like some microscopic microlin fragments from the shell have been used as fragmentation to basically scramble the back of his brain. It looks like, from what you can guess, a kink bomb set off by certain phrases or actions or words.
A certain pattern of neurons firing at the same time.
Yeah, these are very high-tech devices. Not like super high-tech, like only the Assassinorium has them, but they are pretty damn high-tech.
I lean back. My Macadendra just covered in gore. My robes covered in gore. I took a little bit more time than I really needed to. I may have, taken some souvenirs, teeth and the likes.
His head is split open like a ripe watermelon.
Yeah, I've literally split it open to examine the brain.
Yep.
Not just around the crown and taking the crown. I've split his face open first.
Everyone else around you,
But,
without even like proper medical training, can see, oh, look, a brain cut very cleanly in half, and oh, the bit at the back is very much squidgy.
Yeah.
I'm not even
It's
watching.
kind of liquefied in places and charred in others.
I've got that one-legged stool up, and I'm trying to balance on it. And I'm like, it's not even hard.
As he says that, without even turning around, my optical mechadendrite goes around, coils around the neck, and then just yanks it.
Garrett, make an acrobatics check.
Damn it.
Yeah, you go straight over.
I nudge him with my foot when he hits the ground, like right on one of the spots where he kicked the other guy, and I go, "Ugh, heretic."
Garrett, you're also now covered in oil because the oil is still on the ground.
I've had worse.
It's a lot harder to do when you're fearing for your life, which is why we do it before we ask questions. It's harder for them to think of a lie if they're already panicked. But what killed him, unfortunately, does not bode well for us. A device that would not be used for just some random smuggler, nor a device that could be easily acquired.
Well, his mind was not much use. Imagine, if you will, that you've got a vessel of clear water that you can peer through, only slightly distorted by the curved glass. And let's begin to say that syringes start injecting every color you can imagine of dye into the water, and it coalesces and comes together. It's what happens to the mind when it dies. And while there were little strands of color here and there I could glean from, there wasn't much information. All I know is that there's a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus of whom this man is deathly afraid, who seems to be at the center of this entire charade. Aside from that, I have no names, I have no letters, I have no anything. It's just, he's got an inherent fear of whoever this tech priest is. Perhaps we should inquire with the captain.
Well, it does seem to make sense that he would be afraid of such an individual. I imagine they were party in the installation of the device that killed him. We're not talking simple technology here. This was the kind of device that you would not use unless it was of extreme importance.
Someone covered their trail.
Indeed.
And
By
I
the seams
suggest
of
we
it, I
speak-
would say it was primed to trigger when certain thought patterns occurred. I was not entirely shocked when it happened, but dismayed all the same. Was there nothing else you could get of this tech priest?
Nothing of note. Everything else was a swirling mass of nothingness. However, I think there may be an avenue here if we inquire as to who his compatriots are on the ship, who his friends are, who he associates with, and also with the captain, I don't think it'll be too long tugging on strings before we get some inclination as to who this priest might be.
Indeed. The members of my order can be on any world, though they are most often found on Forge worlds. Perhaps an inquiry as to any Forge worlds recently visited would also be of use.
Would I have known that the tech priest is on Eridus Dire or Ro or what planet he was on? Was that gleaned from it? Was there a
No.
planet associated with the fear? Okay.
Was there any kind of age to the memory? Did it feel like an old memory or a...
It felt like a smoked oak burning. Aged, heavy, lying very flat as a smoke across his memory, sort of encompassing a lot of stuff because of the fear invoked with it. You would, at a guess, think this would be associated with Eridus Dire just because of the proximity of that to the Pales and Verdun. But you maybe wouldn't be certain about that. But just because of the proximity to the memories, it would maybe make sense there.
Could you refresh my memory as a player? Eridus Dire was the one where we went with the prisoners, was that right?
No, that's the one you just came from.
Oh, the one with the paintings.
No, the one you
Reclamator
literally just came
Glitch.
from.
Oh, the one we literally just came from.
yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
apologize. Right. Sorry. Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's all stuff that Cassius would have, but I was just throwing it out there.
Stepping carefully around the oil and the blood, I tell them I'll go speak with the captain. Be careful how you dispose of the body. If we're looking for his accomplices or anyone else who knows him, I don't think they'll take too kindly to the fact that we've killed him. And
Yes.
believe me, they will say that we've
Remove
killed
all
him.
evidence.
Luckily, there is a nearby airlock.
I
motioned to the
investigate
airlock.
the body further before, but worry not. There'll be nothing left.
Brander, will you accompany me?
I can do.
I'm already turning back to my task, and I'm making the incisions are quite clinical. These are not messy, hacky cuts, but they are. He's investigating the rest of the body, looking for any kind of augmentation or anything like that. But as Cassius and Brander make to leave, I speak up. Was there any indication of his lie of the captain? I'm fairly certain that he was feeding us a fable. Brander and I were quite thorough in our accounting, and what he spoke of contradicted much of it. But was there any hint?
Not that I saw. It was a desperate gambit. My assumption is still that the captain has very little to do with whatever collusion or whatever conspiracy is occurring here.
Very well.
We could perhaps
With that,
check the ship's own logs and see if there's any differences there. Because we did find on in the Chroniclarium back on Eridus Dire that there were some gaps, I believe.
I think it would be good to review the tapes and review the video and see if anyone's been on board that looks like a tech priest.
Whilst they're leaving, I kind of look back over my shoulder at Garrett. Are you staying or leaving with them? If you stay, perhaps I could share with you some wisdom of what just transpired.
I'm already back up on my feet. I don't really care that I've got oil on my robe. I'm just going to head over. I'm going to start poking at this split open head. And I'm like, sure.
At that point, I'll just talk him through some of the reasons why Carolina set up what he did, and also point at certain places where you can inflict a lot of pain to someone without actually breaking anything, and just general chit chat over, how to make someone tell something they don't want to tell you.
So, a few minutes later, Cassius and Brander, you not looking quite as resplendent as you did before, make it to the captain's quarters as he's currently relaxing, according to the intercom you ask. You go in and you notice him wearing a heavy fur dressing gown type thing, resplendent with embroidery that says JHARV, and then a single Roman numeral I.
Captain.
Ah, yes. How can I help? How did the interview go?
Do you have a moment? It'll take a small bit of time, not too long.
No, sure. Sit down, and he gestures to a couple of seats the other side of this big, elaborate oak desk.
I take a seat, and producing a low stick, I say, "Do you mind?"
Oh, please. And he looks around his desk and then hands you a cigar.
Oh. I take the cigar, and while I'm trimming it...
And I'll take one. Take a seat.
Gets out a pair of clippers, gives them to you, and then lights each of the cigars in turn. How can I help?
So, it's my duty to inform you. I think you may need a new petty officer. I say as I light the cigar. Feel free to bill that to our benefactors, if you desire. Add it to the list that we owe you for.
Don't worry, and I will do. And, of course, I don't have to pay his last month of wages, so that's something.
I thought it pertinent that you should know he tried to name you. This was exactly what I was concerned about back on Eridus Dire. That was the first piece of information he tried to give us. Obviously, we've cross-referenced it with the Chronicles back on Eridus Dire, and we know well enough that you're innocent of all this, but that was my initial concern, was that he was going to do precisely what he did and try to drag you down with him. I need to have access to your ship's chronicles. He mentioned something of a tech priest, a man he was very, very afraid of, but unfortunately, someone detonated a device in his mind which instantaneously killed him.
Oh,
I would
that is
caution
troubling.
you... Yes, I would caution you to have your bodyguard close by at all times. It appears as though someone has gone to great lengths to cull intrigue around this current events. And seeing as you know about it, I would say that that puts you at risk as well as everyone on my team and anyone else who knows about what's going on.
Oh, I guess that is unfortunate, but then again, my trade has its own risks. As for the ship's chronicles, presumably you've already looked at them in the Chroniclarium.
Yes, back on Eridus Dire, but on your ship, what I need access to is perhaps any video log or anything that transpired on your ship. Can you recall around Eridus Dire any time a tech priest came to visit your ship or came on board?
I don't believe we've had any tech priests on board for a good while. I mean, we obviously have a couple in attendance at all times, but they're still here. You can talk to them if you want.
Was there anyone that our friend Daiquiri liked to associate with who was a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus? He occasionally talked with or had to his bunk or went and visited. Who are his closest associates? Who are his friends?
Well, he talked to a few of the lander pilots and a couple of others. He was more sort of a self-insulated bloke. He was, much more at home when we went back to port than when we were actually on the starship itself.
Did he have family back on Eridus Dire?
Not that I know of. I believe that he was actually escaping an ex-wife when he joined up. An excuse to leave his home planet and get out of here.
I see. Was Eridus Dire his home planet, or what planet did he hail from?
Oh, I believe he hailed from Felix. It's just over near Patria.
All right. Well, is there any sort of video monitoring that takes place over your cargo holds or any of the areas where he worked? I should very much like to scrutinize the video and see if maybe I can corroborate some of my information.
Well, I have gone back through logs covering certain transactions, and it does look like he was using one of the cargo bays because, well, quite frankly, the cameras in the cargo bay, particularly the one with the Midnight Runner, have not been working when he's been on duty. Now, of course, that is perfectly the prerogative of whoever's in that cargo bay, especially if they're transporting cargo. I wouldn't want to interfere on their privacy at all. But it appears that what cameras were there were disabled.
I'm sure a captain of your stature has redundancies for just this case to make sure that the crew aren't behaving in ways that they're not supposed to be. Were any of those redundancies in place? Monitoring captain or
a couple of
petty
them.
officer
However,
Daiquiri?
it does appear that they were either taken offline or jammed during certain periods. And that said, they are quite good quality. I did pay a little bit extra for those, and it would take a certain amount for someone to be able to jam them, or a certain amount of knowledge to be able to infiltrate my system to be able to turn them off.
Do you have a list of dates and times when the cameras went offline?
No, pretty much every time the Midnight Runner was on board, particularly when it was porting in Eridus Dire.
And as you said, refresh my memory, when was the last time you saw the Midnight Runner?
It left to go down to Rho. We waited in orbit. It never came back.
How long did you wait in
Suspected
orbit?
It crashed. No, about 2 days, 3 days. past its check-in point. It was only meant to be down on the surface for 4 days itself.
Do you have a
spent a
point
good
at which
week.
they entered the atmosphere?
Yeah, we have their projected trajectory. We suspect they crashed because we did actually pick up the signature of their generator powering up as they went to take off, and then it went offline.
All right. If you could have that sent to my bunk,
Sure.
I would very much like to see it. And thank you once again for your cooperation and for your wonderful fine cigars and your company. I'll excuse myself. I'm sure you've had a busy day and you'd like to get some sleep.
Now, I've got the busy duty of finding a new chief petty officer. I'm sure you understand.
My apologies once again.
As we stand to leave, I say I must thank you for the gift of the uniform as well. Gesture to it. It's very well made. Thank you.
I had one of the servitors take one of Lissari's spare uniforms and tailor it for you.
Appreciate it.
Well, if that's all, gentlemen, I've got to get back to captaining a starship. He says as he stands up, resplendent in his heavily furred gown, which parts ever so slightly.
He likes to stand at pose. He doesn't stand normally. Whenever he stands, he's got
like
that Indiana Jones thing going on.
Yeah. And as you exit, he starts producing a comb and combing his goatee as you leave. Sure. Is there anything you want to do?
I return to my bunk just to ponder.
Okay. Well, if there's anything particular you want to do, I think pretty good to accelerate towards Row.
Sure.
Okay.
I assume we've put the body out the airlock by now.
Yeah. Finishes doing a very thorough autopsy and being able to demonstrate to Garrett, since for all intents and purposes, I feel as Carolinus that Garrett may be quite useful in further interrogation situations. So I want to pass on my knowledge, make sure he knows what to do, pointing out certain joints and why they're good places to apply pressure, because pop, and suddenly the joint dislocates and things like that. Also have a little bit of fun pulling on tendons, making his foot move. I feel like Garrett will probably appreciate that.
After a bottle,
Got to
and a
make
half
the
of
lessons
wine,
fun.
yes.
That's the important bit there.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, you've done an autopsy roll already, and I'll just go on from there. You don't really find anything of particular import around his person. It does look like he's got an implanted microbead.
Okay,
But other than that, nothing of particular note.
I'll pocket that.
Okay.
Is there a manufacturing origin on any of the things that have been placed inside of him? Like any small symbol of workmanship or craftsmanship or the craft world it came from?
The actual microbead
the Forge
itself
world.
has quite a
Wrong
common
term.
stamp.
Specifically the device that was used to kill him, I imagine there's not much of it left, but is there any identifying features
No,
to it?
the entire thing
Other than
was designed to effectively be its own shrapnel, shattered apart.
Okay.
And very specifically, you look around for an identifying mark. Either it was completely destroyed, or there was never an identifying mark on it.
Okay.
Either of which you're not sure about, because the entire thing is very microscopic pieces. It was good craftsmanship. You are impressed, even though it confounded you.
All I know is it's really well made and well beyond my understanding. I kind of have an idea of how it works, but I don't know how to make them.
Yeah,
or
I mean,
even
it's
where they
outside
might
your
be made.
field. You understand how it works. You understand the principles of it, but you won't
Yeah.
be able to make one because it's definitely not your field of expertise. You specialize in other areas. But yeah. You eventually make your way to Row. Ship pulls out of warp a few days later and begins to
While we
settle
were
into
on
an
our way
orbit.
there,
Mhm.
was there a way for me to learn about where we were going?
Yeah, you can look it up effectively in the cognitive information that you can pull up. It's very basic stuff. It is a feral world. There are certain clans and tribes. The tithe on the planet is 0, except for the Imperial Guard, because the feral warriors make quite good soldiers. Very specialized, shock troopers, effectively. They are well-trained fighters. They are tough and hardy. Effectively, it has them down as a good stock for the Imperial Guard. The planet itself is pretty damn warm. It's actually mostly a desert planet. The poles can get a little bit cold, but generally, especially around the equator, it is a very hot planet. Water is scarce. The entire area is mostly mudflats that have dried out and broken into effectively large chunks with sort of fishes running between them, or sand dunes. There are certain caves around where sand has blown in and excavated certain parts. These are particularly often places that water collects. It's out of the sun. And those tend to be jealously guarded by the clans themselves, almost revered in certain nature because of their life-giving potential. They see the Emperor as both a dual-natured god to them, both the sun, which they fear, but influences their livelihood, and also the god who gives through the darkness, because they associate caves with life because of the water that collects in them.
It seems like quite a savage, primitive world, so hopefully something like a crashed ship should stand out quite a bit.
If it hasn't been picked apart already.
Even then,
How
we
long
might
is this
find
trip?
bits of jewelry made from it.
The trip itself takes only about 6 days.
In that time, there will probably have been time for us to mingle and talk with each other. So I would definitely have in amongst the fluff, I would have been paying the master engineer a visit, talking about, various things about the ship and so on and so forth. But I would have visited Cassius at one point, and again, boom, boom, boom on his door.
Come in.
I'd
I'm
enter.
reclining on kind of a basically like a lazy boy chair, but more fancy looking. The sort of thing you would expect a classy English gentleman to have, like in his study, back in the Churchill days.
I stand inside just long enough for the door to close, and then with a bit of a grin, I'm almost a little disappointed not to find your quarters occupied with numerous scantily clad ladies and boys.
Well, I seem to be in short supply on this ship.
Not
The
that
Ice
you
Queen
haven't
won't-
tried.
The Ice Queen won't give me the time of day, but I'll keep working at her. I'll
I
keep
think you
working at her.
probably should stop, lest she decided to work at you. I don't think the results would be very pretty, but that's not what I came here to speak about. After the interrogation, when you jumped into the mind of our uncooperative guest, you seemed taxed when you returned.
Side effect
shaken
of the warp,
even.
I suppose. Unfortunately, the things that we do with our minds after spending our time with the Telepathica and the Scholastica are not necessarily natural to the human mind. We're a young race psychically, and
Indeed.
it takes adjustment. Especially when diving into someone who is dead. That is not normally practiced. To do such a thing is generally considered to be a very, very poor idea by all fields of academic study. Unfortunately, the situation deemed it necessary as we were about to lose our prime lead, and so I didn't want to disappoint the group.
Well, the risks you took are certainly appreciated. But were they perhaps a little too much? It wouldn't
No,
do
not
for
at
you
all.
to
I
die.
I just needed rest. I assure you, I'm perfectly fine right now. It's just very, very taxing. And it had been a long day already. We had been drinking and making merry with the captain, and then this business. It's just a lot for one day, both natural and unnatural.
Very well. In future, I will endeavor to keep our guest alive at least long enough for you to conclude your investigation into their memories without hindrance, but for what it's worth, I'm glad you're all right.
That's a question.
Mm.
In theory, how would someone have known to detonate whatever that was inside of him at the moment that they did, unless they were
wouldn't have needed
listening?
to. No. The device, I've heard speak of them. I'm not unfamiliar with the mechanics behind its operation, only its make is well beyond my understanding. I'm not as schooled in how the brain works as how people work. Nevertheless, the device would likely have been tied to certain thought patterns. Similar ones
see.
can be tied to the larynx, triggered on certain sound patterns. He thought of the wrong thing. Likely exactly the right thing for us, but it resulted in his death.
Very unfortunate. Well, thank you for clarifying the topic for me. I was concerned that we may have been being monitored. I had no idea such technologies even existed.
They are rare,
Who
difficult to
invents a thing like
manufacture,
that?
exceptionally expensive. Like I said, whoever installed that, I have no doubt that it is the individual that he is so afraid of, and with good reason, no doubt.
I suppose we should offer our prayers to the Emperor that we find something on Ro then, because it seems as though we've come to a dead end. A literal dead end.
Well, hopefully we will find the ship that has crashed, or whatever may have happened. For all our knowledge, it may simply have waited until the Tigress left orbit and then returned. Perhaps there was another ship waiting to pick it up. But hopefully there'll be some signs of it regardless. I believe Brander has been looking into it. I've heard him muttering things and being is usually studious, yet oblivious to everything around him.
Well, every piece in its proper place in this group. I suppose we'll find out when we get down to Ro.
Perhaps you can have a talk with Brander. It seemed he struggled a little at the dinner.
Certainly. I can check in on him.
I don't think he's at any risk, but perhaps you could give him some pointers.
I'll think on it.
Good evening, Cassius.
All right.
With that, I leave.
Okay. Okay, so you get into orbit around Ro. Cassius says you did want to go talk to the other territories, at least do a passing talk to them, didn't you? The two that are stationed on the ship.
Sure. I can do an inquiry.
Yeah, I don't know. You easily go find them. You just ask about them. You go talk to them. Neither of them seem to be particularly beyond knowledgeable. They seem to be fairly young tech priests, mostly flesh, mostly fairly human by the sound of it. Mostly interested in their work, and neither of them spike your deja vu at all. Neither of them seem to match that idea you've got in the back of your head that you can't quite put your finger on.
Okay.
Right, you get to Ro, and the captain lays out his plan to you. He's going to lend you a lander if you've got someone who can fly the lander.
We do indeed.
I can do that.
So you will get effectively a stripped down Aquila lander, which does not have any guns on board, doesn't have the same armor. It's just normal civilian transport. Nothing to see here. And you can take it down to where they saw the last bloom from their reactor on board the Midnight Runner. And so hopefully they're still somewhere around there. He does say that he will wait in orbit 1 week. Shouldn't take you any longer than that. If you need longer, let him know. And of course, the Inquisition will pay. But of course, should there be something happens like happened to the Midnight Runner, he will only wait in orbit for a week without any further say-so from you. He gives you plenty of bottles of water, etc., and you're ready to go whenever you want.
Would the lander have means of communicating the ship?
Yes.
In orbit?
Yeah, it'll have a void caster capable of getting into orbit and a little bit further.
Excellent.
That's important.
Yes.
I will, I guess, pack our things and hop in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good to go.
I as well.
I'll have, like, all my guns on me.
All the guns.
Okay, you go out loaded for bear. You all carrying all of your stuff. You carrying your grenades as well.
Yep.
Okay.
I've got the flak helmet on.
Auto pistol on one hip,
Do you have
handgun on the other,
flechette
shotgun in
gun?
arms.
Do you have your flechette gun with 2 rounds?
Oh, the flintlock.
On the
Yeah,
flintlock.
make sure
I've
you
got-
strip
I've got-
add the ammo from the
flintlock is in
shotguns
a
to your
pocket.
list.
Oh yeah, Brander, you now have 2 shotguns. Do you really want to carry the second one around? Because you'll be carrying
One
a
will
lot
be
of stuff.
in a bag.
Okay. Bear in mind that if you're walking around with that, you'll start incurring encumbrance penalties because you've got a lot of stuff on you. I assume you're walking around with water and stuff as well, and normal rations, etc.
I could leave the other shotgun too. I've not actually used it yet.
How many
Okay.
how many shells have you got for your shotgun?
The other shotgun had an entire clip inside it, so it'll have 8 shots.
And my shotgun has... The clip actually has 18 in it, and I have a second one.
On the normal shotgun, on the combat
For
shotgun.
a shotgun?
On the combat shotgun.
Yeah, you just got
The
given a
normal
shotgun,
one's
not a
like
combat shotgun,
5.
which only has 8, I believe.
But it's the... Well, I've left it. I've got them both in the bag. One's a combat shotgun, and the one from the opposite is a shotgun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I would
Brenda?
suggest, politely, bring the shells. Do not bring the other shotgun. You've got a combat shotgun. You don't need the other one.
can't yet wield both.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll leave one
massive
behind.
penalties. Okay, you leave the shotgun behind. You get 8 shells from that then. And you pilot the craft down. As you
I
start
guess I don't
going
need to
down,
roll.
you will need to roll. It's a very basic maneuver. You'll get a plus 30. However,
I
you are
buckle
going
myself
to
in.
the
maneuver. The maneuver has to have a name. What's the maneuver?
Please don't crash us.
re-entry.
I buckle myself in.
Aw.
As we descend, I'm going. I used to fly one of these when I was in the Navy, you know.
Whatever you say,
I did
Elon.
I asked. You say you used to. Did you ever crash one?
It wasn't my fault.
I checked the buckle a few more times.
And you start
Sure.
intoning the rights of the mechanicus to
Yes.
like make sure the machine spirit of the buckle is.
You hear
Tell
me
me I
mutter,
can-
it's weird how that always works, isn't it?
Tell me how I can see out. Tell me I can see out the window here.
Yeah. And as
Oh,
you start
good.
to re-entry, you see shimmering lights of red start coming out from under it. Branda, if you wouldn't mind rolling.
By the way, there's a big observation pod on the top of it, so you can like have your head in there and have a full view
No,
around
you don't want your head in there while you're going through re-entry. There isn't
Yeah, not
like
not in re-entry, but later you can use
yeah,
that.
yeah, later. So if you
For
can
the
roll.
scenic tours. Or that
Aeronaut,
viewpoint on Heresy.
plus 30. Oh jeez.
Wow.
91.
Please use a fate. Please use a fate. Please.
Do you actually have?
Man.
This
Brandon
is not a
hasn't
good
needed to
start
use
to my
his fate.
flying career.
Who here still has fate? Because we haven't refreshed yet.
I got nothing.
Oh,
That's why I
yeah,
haven't
by the
been
way,
casting
during that
quite
journey,
much.
you refreshed your fate.
Oh,
Really?
fuck's sake.
Yay!
Yay! No death.
The luxury of the surroundings combined with the excellent food and sustenance and the relaxation.
Would that all also? Can we also say? Was anyone wounded?
I was
Any
fatigued.
wounds, etc., I think were gone by your first aid, and you also get fatigue and stuff back as well. Yeah, so on the reroll, you got 53, needed a 68. Yes, you managed to re-enter the atmosphere, bring her down, the streaks of red going to orange, and then gradually start petering out to red again, and then into sort of the Mach shockwave of white as you re-enter and slow down and begin circling around where the coordinates you were given were. You notice in the distance, under a thin sheet of sand, lapping around the edges, a large, metallic, bulbous shape, which as you head over, turns out to be the crashed form of the cutter. It looks like it probably impacted from being maybe 100 meters, maybe 200 meters up. Not a massive drop, but enough that it broke the back and that certain fins on the side have shattered. Particularly the underbay has been ripped open as it crashed.
Where's the wind coming from? Is there like a wind shadow
At
on
the
this?
moment, there is no wind currently. It is very still.
Are there any tracks?
Well, you set down not too far away.
Oh, sorry.
you-
When you said when you went over, I
Sorry.
thought you fast forwarded.
You're
I
flying over,
apologize.
doing an observation first. And then
right.
you get out onto the planet. As you get out and open the door at the back, the sheer heat hits you. It's a very dry heat. Pretty hot. Not as hot as you would expect because you don't feel the humidity aiding it. But it is pretty damn hot out here, and you make sure that you buckle up with extra rations and start trudging out towards the downed cutter. Your feet slipping into the sand and having to make sure that you take very careful steps as you head forwards. You get to the cutter, and it definitely looks like the Midnight Runner from what you can tell. You start brushing some
Sinisians
sand
check.
away. Okay, go for it.
Sinisians. It never works
As well-
though. I got the worst luck with Sinisians.
And as you say that, 87. Yeah.
Yeah, worst luck with
150.
Sinisians.
You
Like a
can
dead stat for me.
not really feel much about the area around you. There's certainly the essence of maybe people have died here or something. You certainly feel that there's that background chatter. Beyond that, no.
I mumble weapons to everybody. Something
If
feels
you want to
amiss
check
here.
for tracks, make a survival roll. A survival.
Survival roll, is it? Survival.
Does anybody have survival?
No, I don't. But I'll be using my.
Just roll it anyway.
A natural
My-
8.
right.
But the target was a natural 5. Oh
See,
man,
you should
that
just give me
burns.
something on that one.
That burns.
71. Wow, we all suck.
All
I'm going to use a
fails.
fate.
It's
Okay.
so
Oh, actually,
hard
no,
to see
I
track.
don't need to because this runs off perception, which means that I can use. I can
Override.
re-roll it.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. Luck. No.
Do you want to use a
okay,
fate?
I'll use a fate. Yep.
Everyone's failed.
I'm not giving this one up.
Oh man!
Neither is
Oh,
it.
I can
Neither
re-roll
is-
it again though.
Neither is
No,
Knuckle.
you can't.
Can't I? I fated to roll again on that thing.
No,
Do I
you
not get a
fate
free
to
roll
reroll.
for
You
that?
don't fate to roll again. Otherwise, the roll again would get it. The fate is a reroll.
Balls.
Cassius, you do see some tracks. It looks like a couple of people have headed north from here. You have a hard time following those tracks, and they do start to disappear under a thin layer of sand that seems to have blown across them a little way away. But it looks like there were a few people. You can't really tell numbers or whatever. You tell there were multiple people, at least 2 or 3, who have headed north from here, carrying or pulling something.
Watching the listening to the MP3. I had a target of 45. I rolled a 71, an 80, and a 72. It's really bad luck.
I mean, statistically, that's, not completely unlikely, but it's just, well.
Just bad luck.
Um,
Gonna make a tech use. Is it to ping for any kind of any radiation, any
that would
signals,
be
like local wave radio or anything like that?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can make that. As you see this Carolinus wandering around, you notice that large chunks of the ship have been opened up with... Carolinus failed that.
Got a 62. The target of
there is a
42.
certain amount of background radiation that's been emanated by a few ripped fuel cells, and it looks like the certain innards of the ship have been ripped open, but beyond that, you can't really tell. They're blanketing out a lot of the background radiation, the information that you can gather. But yeah, certain parts of the ship are ripped open, and you can see a couple of hallways and stuff quite easily accessible.
Brander,
Well, I think. Go ahead.
where's the black box stored on a ship such as this?
I imagine it would be in the cockpit.
Carolinus, would that be something you would be apt to recover?
I can recover anything given enough time.
Then let's take the time to get the black box. If we find nothing else, at least we'll have that.
When you said that the ship was like ripped open,
Mm-hmm.
did you mean as in torn open, or as in like it just kind of tore itself apart through stresses?
As far as you can tell, it looks like that it has belly flopped while traveling forwards at a little bit of speed, and this has caused the underside to be torn out. The sheer compression force along with the lateral force seems to have just torn a lot of the cargo bay apart.
What were you going to say, Gareth?
As-
I was planning on scouting ahead a little bit, see if I can see what's over there before anyone else gets
Garrett,
out in
make
this
a stealth
wasteland.
Branda?
As we're can I see that the cargo bay's torn open?
Yes, you can.
I say, remember, these people were transporting some extremely dangerous creatures, the sort of things that can survive the conditions of a death world. The cargo hull is breached, then they may be loose. So
Okay.
keep an eye out any
Garrett
direction.
rolled a 10 with a target
draw
of
my
55.
blade.
Garrett becomes invisible.
He is one with the shadows.
Where did Garrett go?
Turned into sand.
I'm going to sneak on over to the ship there, make sure.
Okay.
Is there anything on the way over the ship?
Yeah, bits of torn metal. There's a severed arm. It looks like it's been torn off. Not like cleanly cut, like there are strands of muscle coming out of that as well. You make your way into the bottom of the ship before everyone else, and you notice that there are certain cargo bays that have been ripped open. You notice that there is one, effectively, looks like it was a containment room or cabin that's just been compressed by sheer force, and it looks like there were some people in there. People with dark skin, heavily tattooed, crude by the standards you've seen, with hairless bodies, and looks like they've just been squished inside of there as the craft belly flopped. You notice a few other containment fields and rooms. One of them you notice is open. It's just been opened. Doesn't look like there's any damage to it particularly. You notice another one is closed, looks intact, and there are a couple of others that look like they are disused. They're open. Quite easily see inside that they don't have any evidence of ever being used. Was the other one, which is open. You look inside and there are claw marks in the wall. Bits of metal have been shredded and ripped. Make a perception check.
Can I do awareness or just straight perception?
Sorry, awareness. Yeah.
I just mentioned that once Branda mentioned, there may be enemies there. I readied my shotgun.
Okay. Garrett, 06 with a target of 50. Yeah, that's a big pass. You hear...
All of the good rolls went to Garrett this session, it seems.
Yeah, you hear very faintly the sound of a barefoot, heavy barefoot, like the skin of a barefoot against metal. And a... Oh.
Any idea what direction?
It sounds like it's coming from the room that's currently locked.
Okay. I'm going to microbeat everyone that there's something still kicking around in here, but some claw marks on the walls, and there's a torn arm. That's definitely torn arm outside the ship there. This place has been wrecked, and something's still moving in here. It's one of the locals, it appears.
The others enter
Be
at this
careful.
point.
Oh, they can't hear?
Well, they've entered now, and they can see for themselves.
Oh, I gotcha.
You took long enough investigating the place that they've caught up.
So I'm slow. I get it.
You did a thorough investigation.
So, is there any indication where the captain, pilot, what's that room called?
Cockpit?
Cockpit.
Yeah, you can
Where's
make
the
your way up to the cockpit. There's effectively like a ladder and a couple of ramps at the end of this that sort of lead up to the main part of the ship with the actual crew quarters and stuff, and the cockpit.
Okay. I'm specifically switching my optical mechadendrite to also turn on its thermal torch, so it can start sensing thermal images and things like that.
Okay. Most of this place is fairly cold. You do notice a number of conduits and stuff are hot. There's a couple of bits where steam is still flowing out of them, etc. Make a perception awareness check.
I will examine the claw marks.
Okay, Branda, make a scrutiny roll. 65,
Nice.
target 65. Carolinus, there is something alive, possibly inside the room that is currently closed.
Okay.
Any
This will be
indication on how
scrutiny
much heat?
perception.
Pardon?
Go ahead, Branda.
Is it scrutiny perception?
Scrutiny
Rather
perception,
than
yeah.
fellowship? Yeah. You see any bonuses? I forget.
Yeah, you can have a bonus of plus 20.
Alright. 61 out of 51.
It could be what you expect, but it might not be. It is definitely a very
looking
sharp
very
claw
concerned.
from something muscular, maybe humanish size, possibly.
Can I sign Niscience to
since
see if
we-
it's psychically active?
Sure. Yeah, you make another one. Carolinus.
I was wondering if there's any indication of the sort of heat that this thing is belting out.
It
Any
appears to
indication
be
on size or anything like that?
larger than human, but only a little bit. Like maybe like a more massive than a human, but roughly human-sized. Cassius, you rolled a 51 to the 50. There is an essence of death around here. A lot of people died. A lot of people died very scared. Not a lot of people, but a number of people have. A lot of people were scared before they died, and you get the feeling that a number of people then suddenly died afterwards, which would make sense with the crash. But people were scared, and some people were dying possibly before that sudden impact of crash, from what you can tell from the background of fear and emotion and death, from what you can tell.
I whispered to the group that something was killing the people in here before they made landfall.
That would explain the crash.
There is definitely something alive behind that door.
Well,
I draw my blade.
I think our first
Our
step should
size, but
still
it's
be the
creating a
the
lot more
cockpit.
heat.
You
I'm
guys can stick
looking-
around here. I think we should go to the cockpit.
Garrett, you continue to hear. Oh. Sounds of
Still from that
footfalls.
locked room?
Mhm.
Okay, it's a locked room. I'm going to head up to the cockpit. Up the
Okay.
ladder we go.
As you get towards the cockpit, you start noticing bodies. These bodies look slightly different to the crash bodies, the ones that have been ripped or just torn by sheer impact force. These ones look like they have been cut, lacerations, wounds that look like blade-like or something. That sort of, they've been torn open. You make your way towards the cockpit and you notice more and more bodies. And as you get into the cockpit, you don't, because the cockpit door is shut and it looks like someone's taken an arc welder to it.
As I'm moving along behind Garrett, I start with the bodies. I look down. Were any of them armed? Was there signs of a struggle, or were these people caught off guard?
They were caught off guard. There is signs that someone has drawn a pistol and fired rounds into the hull or the roof around here, to what seems no avail. You can see certain things seem to indicate that other people tried to begin a resistance, but most of it was people caught off guard. Like there was a smashed mug, much more towards the cargo bay area, along with a body that's been lacerated. Looks like someone was carrying tea at the time they were attacked.
Any clips for like auto pistols? You said someone drew a pistol. What kind of pistol was it?
It looks like it was a stub pistol, this one.
Okay. Are there any clips for it that I can see?
There are 2 rounds left in the gun. It looks like most of them were fired off into the ceiling.
Okay. Well, it looks like this one managed to almost empty their gun. I don't know if they hit anything. Are there any signs of like dried blood? And now, at this point, I'm looking for blood that might not look like human blood.
Make an awareness check.
Okay.
I take the stub, by the way. I tuck it into the folds of my cloak.
Okay.
Nope.
Reroll.
I'll re-roll that one. Got a 75,
0,
65, and I got a 1
Natural 1.
against a 65.
Not that you can see around here. However, you pick up with your auger the very faint traces of possibly a different protein marker that's in the air from blood that has been spilled on the other side of the cockpit door, from what you can tell.
Right. Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm feeling around the edge of the cockpit door, trying to see if there's anything that we can get around, any way to get around this lock.
Yeah, you'd have to effectively sort of make a tech use test to be able to get your way in, especially if you've got like the particular tools to do it.
Okay. Well, following. As I'm going to be right behind Garrett, Garrett, I'm going to say, hold. Don't open that door yet.
Okay. Branda?
Something.
It would seem that whatever they were fighting, they tried to seal on the other side of that door. I think we should be very, very careful.
Is there any way that I could interface with the ship in some way? See if there's any like system still online. Is there any power in the ship at the moment?
The ship itself has very limited power to a lot of systems. Some of the pit systems have their own power units redundant. Like, for instance, all of the what they called the containment bays downstairs that you were looking at. All of those have their own redundant power systems in each door. So should main power fail, those doors still contain power. Those are online. Most of the ship systems itself are not online currently. You could bring a reserve amount of them online with certain tech use tests.
Well, looking at the door, it was welded from this side. Is that right?
Yes, it was welded from this side.
I am not at all certain that we want to see what's on the other side of that door.
Caroline, as far as you can tell, by the way, with that very good roll, there are no life signs on the other side of that door.
Oh, really?
As far as you can tell, but it was a very good roll.
We should look from the outside.
I would hazard to say that I don't believe whatever is on that side of that door is still alive. Either that, or it may be its life signs are so faint that I can't detect it.
We may be able to look in through the cockpit windows.
Garrett, fancy a climb?
I'll do what I can.
Okay. Garrett, grappling hook. And you managed to get it up, lodged onto something near the cockpit. You're not sure what, you can't really see over the arc onto the top of the cockpit, but you managed to get it lodged up there somewhere. Yeah, Cassius, Garrett, make athletics checks.
Oh, I wasn't going up.
Oh, okay.
I was just asking him if he fancied one. I can't climb.
Fair enough. Garrett, yeah, athletics with plus 40 modifier.
Someday I'll get a levitation spell, then I'll just do it. I'll go and levitate myself
35.
up there, Jean Grey
you
style.
easily start making your way up. You've got time. You're not really a rush, so it's quite an easy check. And you get up, and you notice that the grapple has actually hooked onto a broken bit of the cockpit canopy. The cockpit canopy appears like it has been, and because it's a plexiglass kind of thing, reinforced, it kind of retains its shape when you push out. It looks like something has slashed at it, clawed at it, and pushed out from inside. And that's what the grapple has caught onto. And as you step up, looking into the cockpit from outside, you notice that there are 3 bodies that have been absolutely shredded. Looks like the cockpit crew. In addition, you look in and you notice one bluish purple arm with big claws at the end. Very large bone-shaped talons coming out of it. Looks like it got squished under a falling object that fell off the back wall that you now notice was actually some sort of cargo box containing something or other. You're not really sure without looking inside it, but it looks like it heavy and fell over, trapping whatever was there, and that the arm has got torn off in the impact, possibly from when the ship crashed. After the death
Everyone
of the
hide your
crew.
dungarees.
Can I slip in between the plexiglass there? Yeah?
Yeah.
All
Don't
right.
do that.
Oh, I'm going in, baby.
No!
Are you reporting to us as you're going?
Sure, I'm going to tell you it's gruesome in there. The cockpit crew's dead, and there's some alien-type arm thing that's gone here, too. And it looks like whatever they're trying to hold in has escaped.
Don't touch the arm.
Not touching the arm. I'm going to unlock the door, dummy. And I unlock the door.
It's welded shut.
At that point, when he says,
it's
I'm going to
welded.
unlock the door,
Oh,
like
I'm
if
stupid.
Brander communicates this, I'm just going to say, how does he think he's going to do that?
You hear a... It's like,
I'm
it's
gonna-
welded.
Thump it a few more times and realize it's welded. Yeah. All right, so I'm not unlocking the door, but trust me, it's whatever was in here is gone.
I
But
want
it
to
didn't
look,
contain it.
and I make my way to wherever he climbed up from.
Yeah, and now with his aid, you can quite easily get up because he can help like pull you up the rope. So I won't even make you check. You've got plenty of time. You're not under pressure here. Branny, you make your way up. The bodies are shredded. The wounds look familiar to you, and the arm itself also does look familiar.
Is it
My
what I think it
micrometer
is?
black box.
Garrett retrieves the black box for you. It's placed under the pilot chair in this type of ship. You eventually find it and put it loose.
All right, got a black box.
We should
I guess
take it
it's time to
back to
head
the
back.
lander.
Yep. Grapple on out of there.
Well, they're chattering,
Absolutely.
and I see Garrett like step out of the plexiglass. I call up. Is Brander all right? He's been quiet.
I know what creature this arm came from. We should be
So spit it
extremely
out.
careful.
I bead. Throw it down.
I'd rather not handle it, I'll be honest.
But I want to see it.
Take a picture or something?
I can't climb and I want to see it.
You don't
It's
have
like
anything
pushing
your
Disneyland
GoPro.
at the top of a mountain.
Just turn on your GoPro.
Yeah, Caroline has a
Microbead has
GoPro.
like a...
So what is it? I ask, clearly not having left Versepis too much to see strange things.
Something I've encountered before. Something I've fought before. They're extremely dangerous. If we encounter one, I don't know if we'll survive. This
But does
creature
it
is
have-
a Tyrannid. I believe it's a Tyrannid gene stealer.
Everyone who is not Brander, make Scholastic Law Xenos Tyrannid rolls at a plus 30. Since you don't have that, that'll be a minus 20 plus 30, so plus 10 on your logic. Or intelligence.
Intelligence, yeah. Oh, logic or intelligence?
You don't have a logic, do you? It's
Yeah, there is a
logic's
logic
skill.
skill, yeah.
It's intelligence.
I thought Garrett's roll was my roll. I got excited for a second.
Cassius fails. Garrett massively succeeds. Carolinus just succeeds. Carolinus, you've heard of things called Yggdrasil or Yggdrasil. You've also heard maybe the name Gene Stealer associated with them. They tend to be things that live in space hulks and very nasty. It's why the Deputy Mechanics can't just go, oh, look, a space hulk. And normally you have to call in people to make sure that it is sanitized before you can rip the information out. And these are one of the creatures that does live on space hulks. And they travel around in space, and they are very nasty. You don't know much beyond that, but you certainly know that much information.
I grunt at that, looking across to Cassius. And if it is what he claims it is, then this menace is something that my order usually calls the Adeptus Astartes to deal with.
Not always.
The
Sometimes
Adeptus
they
is-
do call guardsmen. Often those guardsmen die.
Yeah, I'm just jumping to the gun. Like, you don't call
Okay.
guardsmen to do that unless you don't like the guardsmen.
Garrett, however-
in that
In the case of
case,
something-
yeah, sure, call them.
In the
Garrett.
case of something so dire, then should we not contact the Inquisition and perhaps requisition the Exterminatus?
I'll pause my response there so Garrett can speak.
Garrett, I don't know how you know this much information. You do. You know that the Gene Stealers are the forerunner kind of infiltration attacker unit of some race known as the Tyranids. The Tyranids are basically, they come along, they devour worlds, and then they devour the next world, and they devour the next world. Ridiculous numbers, they come from outside the galaxy. They destroy everything. It's very hard to kill them. They're very scary. But the Gene Stealers just tend to go on ahead. You find them in little places in cults. They tend to float around in Space Hulks, etc. They occasionally make their way from one place to another. And occasionally, massive sanctions need to be used against places that have got massive Gene Stealer infiltration because they don't want them spreading. One Gene Stealer is an issue that should probably be dealt with very soon, just in case it does spread. Luckily, it's on a desert planet with a pretty low population for now.
So did we determine that there was only one being transported? Were there other containers for them or anything?
All the other containers are accounted for, except for one which is closed. There's another container which has squished people inside, and there's a load of containers that didn't appear to be used.
Do I find anything in the rest of the ship? I'm gonna make my time while they're doing this, just kind of combing through everything inside.
So the closed one is the one with that noise coming from it, is it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't open it.
Cassius, make a perception roll.
Do I have to if I'm just taking my time?
Do I have to?
Yes, but you'll find most of the stuff anyway.
I'm just going to suggest over the microbee that we should get the heck out of here and have this place destroyed.
Cassius, you find 2 frag grenades.
Ooh.
You find 3 data slates. You find a ship's manifest with a load of details about a certain trade to a noble on the planet of Eridus Dire. You find certain references in the same thing to the Tech Priest and how he upgraded the containment units or something along those lines. He was somehow involved with providing them with certain tech in exchange for specimens. It's not stated what the specimens were. And the deliveries they've done are in the past. It's very much referred to as past tense now. And that he had upgraded their containment units and made sure that, you know, in exchange for that, he would trade certain things with them. Beyond that, you find 1 working autogun with a 30-round clip.
Is an auto gun like a rifle?
Yes. Capable of full
Basic,
auto.
yeah.
Anyone in particular want it?
I wouldn't mind it if Cassius doesn't want it.
I'm heading back to our shuttle.
I'm gonna follow Garrett as well.
As
What
you
about
start
the creature in
heading away, you hear the sound of metal on metal as something is thumped against something, and both of them are metallic, and it's a loud boom.
Immediately gun, chainsword.
I draw my blade and I throw the auto gun to whoever wanted it that will catch it.
I catch it. I guess I've got a strap or something on this shotgun. Something for carrying it around.
I say Garrett and
yeah.
I throw grenades his way. Both of them.
I'm going to put them in my little, what is that thing called? Combat vest.
Purse.
Oh yeah.
Combat
It's
vest.
it's kind of like a purse because it's free action to take things out from there. So it's nice.
The sound appears to be coming from the locked cabin down below.
Let's go. I repeat.
Ooh. Doom.
I
I'll
follow.
go down to that floor, but keep my distance from the actual door.
I've got the autogun shouldered, ready.
Can I establish a telepathic link with whatever it is? I think I need line of sight, though.
I think you need line of sight, yeah.
Yeah.
Can we try talking to it?
It's possible there are trapped crewmen down below and that they're using a wrench or something of that kind to bang on the hull in the hopes that some type of auspex will find it. I've heard that this happens from time to time in warscapes, essentially areas where battles have taken place where you'll have sealed cabins just floating in the void. They tap in the hopes that someone will hear it.
Carolinus, can you scan it, perhaps?
Certainly. Can I do that?
Mm-hmm.
Can I use my auspex on it?
Reroll.
No, that was because the auspex. If I'm like, am I using it as the tech use part of it, or was I meant to be doing an awareness check?
It was more of an awareness check.
Right. Sorry, I rolled the wrong thing then.
Tech use would be a little bit more specific. Okay,
Cool.
that you can reroll because that is your awareness check.
These rolls, Carolinus.
I know they're terrible. 73. I'll use a fate point.
Okay.
First I got a 90 versus 65, then a 73 versus 65.
And then fate point.
Hopefully, maybe something.
75.
No,
Yeah,
77, 65. I just
no.
can't do it. Sorry, guys.
All your
I'm
rolls
not
have been
gonna-
over 50 or 1.
I know.
Repeat for a third time. Now would be a good time to leave.
The heat signature was larger than a human, but not by much. Seems more bulky. But
There's a sound of someone sitting down, of like leathery flesh against like metal. Someone sitting down despondently, and then the sound of dum 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 as some metal object is thrown and just impacts on the metal floor.
can I just get a? Can you just let me know how much ammo was with the autogun?
30 rounds, full clip.
A full clip.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
It could be one of the local tribesmen, but do we take the chance?
Well, if it is,
Is it behind a door?
They've been in a box. It's unlikely they're going to be able to give us any useful information on where this gene stealer is, and that's the real problem here. We could simply kill whatever's in it. I actually investigate the box. Is there like a kill mechanism? Like these sorts of like cages for extremely dangerous animals, there's usually a mechanism on the outside to flip the
Every
switch.
single
and
other
either-
box looks like it does have a kill mechanism with explosive, effectively like claymores built into the roof. This one does not.
Does it have like a camera? Sure, they'd be fitted with some sort of
Most of the other
internal
ones
scanner.
would. This one does not.
This is
I'm with Garrett. I say we
special.
leave whatever it is.
This one is lacking completely on the inside, as far as you can tell, any of the technology built into the other ones. As far as you can tell, there is no actual technology inside.
Whatever is being transported in this, it was not considered a threat, at least not in the same way as the others. That isn't to say it isn't a threat. Can I have a
By
look at
all
this?
means.
Does it appear that this was tampered with in any way? Was it sealed from the inside, or is everything operating, as far as this cage is concerned, normally?
Make a tech use test. Plus 20.
Okay. 2862.
Yeah, okay, so you look at this, as far as you can tell, this is different from the other cages. Most of the other cages, there's a handle on both sides, and, you know, if you have the right passkey and gene print, you can open it. This one, it appears that there is only a handle on the outside, and that anything on the inside, there is no camera, there are no sensors, there's no kill device, there is no handle or way to get out from the other side. The other side, as far as you can tell, it is just a metal box with literally nothing in it apart from whatever has been dumped in there. The other ones have those mechanisms. And while you're going around checking, you notice that all the other ones are functioning perfectly well. The one that was open that has all the claw marks on it looks like the latch has just opened itself. It looks like someone has opened that cage.
Okay,
It wasn't clawed
after
open.
a thorough investigation, I pass this information on to the rest. There's clearly more to this. It wasn't simply a case that something broke out. Something was let out. This is very different design to the others. And based only on the fact that it seems that whoever designed this one, and presumably whoever put whatever is inside it, did not want to simply kill it. And that includes in an emergency.
You hear the sound of shuffling inside.
I'm going to take... I assume there's a wrench or something heavy around. I'm just going to take it, and I'm going to bang on the door twice.
You instantly hear something shuffling around more, and then a dum dum.
I'm going to bang on it 3 times. Dum, dum, dum.
Dum dum dum.
It's intelligent.
I step back.
And
I'm going
then
with
there is
Garrett.
a dum 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 dum.
I'll respond.
In
Dum,
response-
dum, dum, dum.
In response to Carolinus, I say gene stealers are intelligent.
And then
That's a
it...
fair point.
There's a long pause, and then there is a dum. Long pause. Dum. Long pause. Dum dum. Long pause. Let me just try and get this right. Dum dum dum. 3. Then there's a long pause, and then there's a dum 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 dum. 5. So it went 1, 1, 2.
Yeah,
3,
I'll
5.
respond with the Fibonacci sequence. I'll just do the next
Okay.
one that is the addition of the next 2.
Okay,
Of the
so yeah,
last
you
one.
do 8. And then you hear a woo, woo, woo. And then
I
it
look to the
begins
others.
to give a
Cassius.
staccato.
Cassius, whatever is in here, I do not feel it is a threat. It's certainly not a simple animal.
Carolinus, make
Then
a
by
logic
all
test.
means, open the door and we'll be way down the hallway.
Okay, I'll make a logic test. Any modifiers?
Plus 10.
Don't fail me now.
50,
50
52.
versus 52.
It sounds like someone's trying to do binary by tapping it out.
Okay.
You can't
Can
quite
I
make it
try my
out. It's
binary?
very slow tapping up binary. But
Okay.
it sounds like someone's trying to make something. You're not sure what.
I believe it's trying to communicate with us. And Branda, I'm going to assume that you're our resident wise man on everything Gene Stealer or Tyrannid. Do they happen to know binary?
If it's possible.
Okay, well, I'm going to shoulder my gun and I'm going to open the door. If you want to take cover back there, then by all means.
I take cover and I get ready to smite as hard as I can. I'm
Okay.
already like drawing the energy from the warp.
I'll make sure I've got a good shot on the door.
Okay. And Carolinus, as you open the door, there's a heavy, a very mechanical, and then the door opens inwards. Do you have your gun raised?
Yes, I've got my gun shouldered and I lift it up as the door is lifting up. My
Okay.
optical mechadendrite is down as it's raising. My optical mechadendrite goes down and is shining the torch inside and is trying to look as the door is lifting.
Okay, as you do that, well, it just opens inwards, it doesn't lift.
Oh, right, it opens. Sorry.
As it swings inwards, you shine it up and you notice heavy, big set, leathery feet, larger than human. And you go up and you notice the beginnings of orange fur. And it goes up and it goes up until it reveals what is a very large, almost ape-like, orange-furred, brown and mottled flesh entity, slightly larger than a human, like an old gorilla from Old Terror. And as it shines its eyes, it goes... Notices your
As
weapon
it seems
and
to be
backs into the corner.
distressed, I have the mechadendrite lower the beam, but it's shining at the floor still. And I'm taking a step back. I'm lowering the weapon slightly, but I've got it shouldered. You know,
Okay.
just up
And as you lower
pop
it, it
would be
goes-
very easy.
Tentatively takes a step forwards. Takes another step forwards.
I say, what is it? I can't see what's in there.
I
see.
call back just literally what I see. A large humanoid, orange fur. It doesn't seem to be aggressive.
Everyone make intelligence checks at -10.
I'll say that doesn't sound like a Tyrannid.
They usually don't have orange fur.
The
Um,
main thing
so
is that
bad.
I know what this is, but Branda totally wouldn't.
No, I know.
right. No one passed as far as I can tell.
I
Everyone
don't recall any monkey men in Warhammer, so I don't know. It's a little weird for me.
rolled? Okay. Yeah, you've no idea who or what this is. Seems vaguely intelligent. Doesn't seem to be particularly aggressive, but you do not recognize it.
I'm going to just tap out friend in binary. Slowly. I'll just spell it out very meticulously.
And it responds.
Man, There's going
What
to
does
be
it
no
say?
end to the Harambe jokes in chat now. You know that, right?
Oh man.
You did this to us. You
Face
did
Harambe.
this.
Face Harambe, no.
Okay. And
You
it
could- you
taps
could
up
have
friend
made
in
it-
binary.
I mean, the librarian jokes.
Okay. It's intelligent enough to speak, and it speaks in binary of all things. Can I see any kind of adjustments to it? Any kind of augmentation of any sort?
You don't notice any sort of noticeable augmentation. There are what you can tell as looks like something has been bolted to the side of its head, like some sort of cybernetic. You can see cut parts of fur around there and old sort of scarred over holes that look like something's bolted to the side of it, but it seems to be removed. It starts to tentatively walk past you as you're being less aggressive towards it, and it
Okay.
makes its way to one of the packing crates nearby, pulls it open, finds what appears to be dried ration packs, and just starts.
When I see it, I go, what the shit is this Xeno scum?
I've seen anything like
I'm
it.
staying reasonably far back. But I hold out my hand to the others, like, don't shoot it. Don't raise your weapons. Keep them ready, but... And then, aloud, I speak to it. Do you understand me? One tap, yes. Two taps, no. Understand? It doesn't seem to understand.
Try
Like it's-
binary.
I could try speaking to it in binary. Speaking aloud. Would I be able to do that?
Yeah, you speak to it in binary. And it looks particularly interested by this. And it gets another bit of metal and taps out something on the ground. And it's tapping out something that appears to be coded in binary. However, you can't translate it. As far as you can tell, it appears to be some sort of mechanical coded response. There are certain patterns to it, and there seems to be ending and tailing segments of code to indicate certain things, but you can't translate it. It gestures towards the data slate that you have at your hip and goes,
I take it and I kind of offer it to it.
Are you seriously? You're giving that Xeno our Rosarius? Is that the one with the Rosarius on it?
no.
We found 3 data slates.
Yeah, you found 3.
I was gonna say we have.
Rosarius.
Yeah, we now have a giant ginger monkey with the Imperial Edict. Great.
And it starts, like, taking the back off and looks
Okay.
around for, like, a
I'm
toolkit,
fascinated by this. And
Starts-
Dendrite is as well.
fiddling with things inside. It pulls out something and flings it to your feet, Carolinus, and starts playing with the other insides again.
What was it that it threw at me? Would I recognize it?
Yeah, to you it appears to be some sort of high-grade tracking and listening device. It looks like it was feeding whatever was attached to it through it as well, so it was able to siphon anything the data slate did. It hands the data slate back to you.
Okay. Is there anything new on the data slate?
You notice that it boots up substantially faster than it did before.
Like, as in, I would notice that it was substantially faster. Is it faster than any data slate I've used before? That
Maybe
sort
not
of thing.
faster than the data slate you've used before. He only had about 2 minutes with it. But it
But it's
certainly boots
significantly
faster.
improved over what it
Like
was.
50% faster.
I worked in IT, and this is surprisingly accurate.
He just like rebooted everything and he
Can't
like got
be.
rid of the junk files, emptied the recycle bin.
Believe it is-
I'm just imagining you as the IT guy. Some random customer actually tries to speak English with the IT guy, and the IT guy is talking about, the hash code and the BIOS and all this sort of shit. And all the customer hears is, and then he hands it back and it's faster. And it's like, okay, it's magic.
He starts gesturing at Branda.
Well, who, me? and see
Do you step forwards?
Trent. After a
shoved
moment, I
Brandon.
do. I'm trying to see what, if he's pointing at something specifically.
As you try and figure it out, it looks like he's pointing to your frag grenade.
Frag grenade.
At this
I
point,
take a step back
step
again.
on the device that was listening in, and just crush it under it.
Like what? This? And I pointed it.
Ooh.
I don't know about giving this thing a grenade.
Given that he just improved this technology, can I make a Adeptus Mechanicus lore test? See if there's any
Yeah, that might help you.
hint of this sort of thing.
It will still be a minus 20. The Adeptus Mechanicus aren't particularly fond of Xenos, but yeah, you can make another test.
I mumble, given what I've seen from monkeys at the Noble Menagerie, I strongly
95,
do
22.
not advise the frag grenade.
There's only one thing on this that can be taken out, and we don't want that.
He looks to Carolinus and instead goes, "Woo," and he just points at your gun,
Which one?
the autogun.
I remove the clip, I empty the chamber, and then I hand the autogun across to it.
Ooh. Ooh. And he starts rummaging
I
around
notice
for
if we
tools
take
nearby.
cover behind the corner.
He starts
of the
walking way
corridor.
upstairs to where you found the gun originally, and you follow him. He goes into what
Okay.
effectively looks like a crude armory that's been ransacked, and looks around for tools, and then starts taking the case off, and starts doing really esoteric things with the gun. Takes it apart, and little bits everywhere, all over the floor, lined up in rows, neatly organized, and starts going to town on it.
I am extremely intrigued. Extremely intrigued. I'm almost enjoying myself.
I've already put my last gun away. I don't know what the hell's going on anymore.
Yeah, I'm mumbling to myself and shaking my head about Xenos heresy and just like, it clearly seems like I'm agitated by this. Like, I know what our proper response to this is, and we're not doing it, and it upsets me.
I've still got weapons in hand.
It kind of shirks away from Brandon and Cassius when they walk near it. It doesn't mind
I'm not
Caroline at all.
pointing.
And Garrett is a little bit unsure, but
I'm not pointing anything at it, but I'm ready to if needs be.
every time Caroline gets too close, however, it does start taking a fascinated interest in your arms.
I back away. It's one thing to give it my gun. I'm not going to let it play with my arms.
Yeah,
And I enter his mind. He's sentient,
you can try.
because I can communicate with anything I can occupy the mind of. Like, I don't have to, like, read his mind. I can just transmit thoughts between the two of us.
Yeah, you can try.
It's just a vast field of bananas. There's nothing else there.
It's bananas and auto guns and data slates.
But the data slates all have little bananas on them.
I'm curious right now what it's doing to the gun. I'm watching this intently. And when it goes to my arm, I kind of draw back. And I'm
What's
like,
with that 120?
I kind of
I'm
point
sorry, I
towards the
typed the
gun
wrong
with
thing
my
again.
other hand. I want to
It was
see
a-
what it does first.
It's a threshold 70.
Yeah, okay, so you massively pass. I need to make another willpower check.
Okay. With my focus?
No, just a straight willpower. You take
I'm
one
gonna
insanity
fake it.
point. Oh, okay. Yeah, you take one insanity
Shit.
point. Just because you're inside an alien mind. It's a very different way of thinking. And for a little while, you will act a lot more logical and precise. Just because you will have picked up a certain background resonance. However, you now occupy its mind and are able to communicate with it. And it goes...
I'm being very, very gentle, and I transmit the thought. I transmit a peaceful thought, and it just says, friend. It kind of echoes. But with a question mark at the end.
Just show a repeated GIF of a banana unpeeling. Just like,
Yeah, I insert pictures in his mind of me holding armloads of bananas and walking slowly towards him.
It doesn't
like
seem
laying
phased by the
floor.
bananas. However, as you say friend, it starts responding in concepts that seem very precise and logical and very organized and very fascinated with the workings of stuff. And it roughly translates in your mind as, yes, okay, guns, caution, treat like other humans, lock up, no fun.
I submit the thought of a cage opening and him walking out of it, and us standing there and not stopping him.
Yes. Happy. Technology.
I form a picture in my head of our ship and of us walking across the desert with him behind us. But he's not in shackles or anything like that. He's totally free. And I guess I give the concept that he can leave if he wishes to, but I want him to do what we see in the picture.
Like technology. Don't like sun. Don't like heat. No food out there. No technology. No fun.
I think of our rations. Basically, I give him a picture of the ship, and the perspective zooms into the cargo hold to show chests full of food.
He gets very happy as he sees the ship, and as you zoom into the chest, he's like, okay, food. Ship. Technology.
I zoom back out, and then, to my mind, I don't know anything about ships, but I think about the most technological thing I've seen in the ship, and I zoom in on that.
Don't be thinking about me, please.
You zoom in on, like, the, is this just the lander?
Yeah.
Okay, effectively you'd zoom in on the power core then. That's what you think is probably the most complicated part, and it's like, ooh. Crew design. Could be improved. Many chances for improvement. This will be fun.
I say to Brander, describe a gene stealer for me.
And it's reptilian, it has claws, and that sort of thing. It's nothing like this. Never seen anything like this in my life.
The picture of what he's kind of describing.
You send this lizard with large claws over, and he's like...
I guess you haven't seen the arm, so you can't use the image of that.
You didn't throw him the arm.
Yeah, and I show it walking off into the distance, and then me and my compatriots following it with firearms, but looking back at him inquisitively.
I don't fight. Fighting not my thing.
Okay, so once again, I repeat the image of him following us back to the ship, and then in real life, I motion at him, and I start to walk that way.
And he quickly tries to collect all the bits of the gun, and then grabs the ration pack as he goes past.
I wish Splat would just be like, Darmok and Jalad on the ocean.
At Naga. And he follows you back to the ship.
This is all that's going through my mind.
I tell the group.
Oh my god.
The creature speaks psychically. The creature speaks with its mind fairly well. I was able to make contact with its mind, and it's going to follow us back to our ship.
What? Did you get any idea of what it was? Why it's here?
It appears to be friendly. It harbors some terror of humans, so I assume whoever's been around it has harmed it in the past, but it bears no ill will towards us. Mostly it just seems fascinated with technology.
At Tanagra, when the walls fell.
I would suggest we head back to the ship if he's willing to come then, and you can talk to him there. Maybe try to find out what happened to the ship. To his ship.
Mentally, I send him the word Cassius, essentially, with an arrow pointing at my mental image of me. And then I do the same thing towards him with a question mark. Because I can really only do things like pictorially with him, because we don't really speak the same language.
Jacaro.
I nod and I say Jacaro.
At row.
Cassius. Human.
I say Jacaro, and I motion, I say follow. I look at the rest of the group and I shrug, and I start heading back to the ship.
Alright, I'm going to lead the way back to the ship then. Oh god.
I'm just following along behind.
When you get too close again, he kind of like starts pouring at your arm slightly.
What is he doing, Cassius?
I ask him, basically I use the thought to inquire as to what he's doing.
Design. Good.
He says the design is good.
Optimal? Not necessarily.
He says that it could be improved. It's not optimal.
A little bit. Is it still pouring at my arm? I'll hold my arm out slightly and just flex it.
I say, are you sure that's wise?
Can we just get back to the ship?
Later. Gun first.
He wants to fix the gun back at our ship, so let's just go.
Very well. Perhaps you should inform the captain that we may be returning with one extra? Or do you think this may best...
Call it a guest.
He'll be our charge from now on. If he goes back, he'll go back as one of us, as the property of the Inquisition, I suppose.
Do you believe the captain will take to this idea? Bringing a Xeno aboard his ship?
I get the feeling he'll probably think it's quite amusing.
Language tough.
Is that what he's thinking? Or saying?
Thinking messy. He's thinking that into Cassius. Mind so disorganized. So many things to fix.
Should inform
How
the
do you
interrogator of this.
I should
Brandon,
say we should wait.
Besides,
asked
what are we going to
Carolinus
inform them,
how-
that we've lost a gene stealer on this world? We should make some effort to find it.
We'll look
What
at the
does he
data
want?
slates that we've recovered. I think towards the ape about the gene stealer again. And
Gene stealer
I'm
bad?
trying to I'm trying to transmit the thought that we're hunting it. That's why we're here.
People hunt me. Bad. Do not like hunt.
I transmit the thought of not hunting him. He's free.
Yay.
Sure, I'm pandering a little bit, but I need information.
He can actually pick up how bad the gene stealer is from your mind, like how fearful you are of it, and how worried you are, because it kind of works both ways to an extent. It comes across in your tone of mental asking.
Your tone of mental asking.
Telepathy is hard, okay?
It's weird. Like, I don't know if I should think
Tone
in
of
shapes
thought.
and images, or if I can think in
Senses?
like words. I don't know.
I can calibrate sensor if you have sample.
He's offered to calibrate our sensors to help us look for it.
Ooh.
The gene stealer, that is.
Ooh. He goes straight into your shuttle now, straight in, and starts putting things on the deck and starts playing the gun again.
Keep an eye on where he goes.
Ooh.
Brandon,
I think that's Cash's new friend there.
He seems harmless enough. I'm not sure that I particularly am infatuated with the idea of us associating ourselves with it, but he seems tame enough.
He wanders
can
off and
help
goes
us
get
get
a
the-
small backup fuel cell from somewhere and starts plugging that into the gun.
It can help us find the Tyrannid,
Okay.
then say it's worth it.
Brandon, can you fetch the arm?
Okay. Anyone coming with me? I don't know if it's a good idea to move around alone out here. With that thing around. Is in the Tyrannid.
I've got to stay here with Jokero, I guess. If you three want to go, I can close up the ship and we can wait here. And you can hit me
I'll
on the
be
beat when
staying
you're
here.
coming back.
I wish
I
to
guess we
watch
still-
what it's doing.
I guess we still need the grapple to get into the cockpit.
Unless you brought a rope.
Cassius, if you feel that you will be of any aid to Branda, by all means. This creature seems harmless enough, and we can communicate in a fashion not as efficiently as you, but
I've no skill at
seems-
climbing. I'm not sure why I would go back. I suppose I can go and keep watch.
Garrett,
I
can I have your,
transmit the thought
your grapple?
I wouldn't part with it. Let's both go.
Alright.
I transmit the thought to Jokero
Mm-hmm.
that it's of me walking away, but kind of later the sun moves and I come back. And that he's staying. I give a picture of a mental image of Carolinus and just kind of warm thoughts friend, you know.
whoa, fuzzy though.
He's like, I'm happy with that. I'm picking up communication in your form. Very inefficient. Okay. I have stuff to do anyway. And he begins to dismantle one of the smaller vox casting units in the lander itself and starts plugging that into the gun as well.
The hell is he building?
Okay, well, I'm trekking back over to the crashed ship. Is there anything on the way?
No, this is probably a good point to end it for today. I know I've gone a little bit over,
Yeah,
but I
okay.
wanted to get there here. So, before we end, Carolinas, please make a tech use test.
Okay. Any modifiers?
Flat tech use.
Tech use. Boom.
Okay, you
36,
passed.
42.
It looks like whatever he's doing will take him probably another 20 hours to complete as he gradually disassembles the gun. It looks like he is attaching something to the barrel. It looks like he's attaching a Vox unit to it. And it looks like that he's, from what you can tell, just generally improving the flow of the ammunition into the gun itself.
Okay. Interesting. I'll just spend some time. I'll just be talking binary at it this time. Simple things, generally just communicating simple concepts. Naming things as he looks at them, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
Insofar that binary works, binary would probably be a little bit more to the point, less grammatical nuances.
All right, that works for it. Sure. Okay, well, we're going to end the episode here then. Sorry for going over a little bit. I'm sure you will forgive us for that. Right. So, we'll be back Sunday. It's going to be an interesting episode.
Sunday. Remember, we're moving. No more Wednesdays.
Yeah,
Sundays.
no more Wednesdays, Sundays.
Yes.
We will be an hour earlier as well. So 8 p.m. BST, midday PDT, whatever it is normally, an hour earlier. Sundays from now on, no more Wednesday sessions. Just make sure I drill that into people's heads, just to make sure we've got that down.
Not literally, not unless they've been bad, in which case Carolinas can do it and it'll be really fun for him.
Yeah.
Just implant them so that if they think of the stream being on Wednesday, it pops in the brains.
Oh dear. Okay, so before we go, Avak, what are you doing where people find you?
Well, currently on my YouTube channel, I am playing through Zombie Night Terror. I've just finished the second act. If there's interest, I'll go on to the third act. We're completing each level and then going for the challenge, completing all the challenges once I've done that. And I am also playing Divinity Original Sin in a collab with Lady Sheelab. Playing Terraria in a collab with Meta Celine, 2 collabs there. And Halcyon and RimWorld at the moment, as well as Rogue Wizards. RimWorld, I've just started an Alpha 15 build. It's reasonably modded. Not as heavily modded as some people, but yeah, it's not a bad one. I'm enjoying it. Very hard. It's good.
Cool. Bentham.
Right, my YouTube channel is Mangledport Gaming, even though I'm Bentham, because why not have 2 names? It doesn't confuse things at all. Where I'm continuing with... Oh, now you've told everyone the secret. They're supposed to not get it till, like, they've been watching for 3 years, and oh, right, that was the pun all along.
Just pretend it never happened.
Yeah.
And I'm continuing with Factorio and Rodina or Rodina or Rodina or whatever it's called. Nobody knows still. And yeah, videos have been slightly still on the ground. As you can tell, I'm not in the same location as I was before, but things should get back up and running, maybe. Should stop promising. And also, I'm Bentham Plays on Twitter.
Yes. Splat.
You can find me at youtube.com/splattercatgaming. Right now, I'm playing Diaries of a Spaceport Janitor, which is a cool little unique game. I'm playing Masquerada. I actually got a really, really early copy of that somehow. I have no idea how I ended up with that. And then I've got Osiris going on, and we're also finishing up Halcyon.
Sweet.
Halcyon is a good game.
It is, until it stomps you.
Yeah, I'm going to get stomped.
It's because there's a brick wall of difficulty in that game. Like, you'll be cruising along with no challenge whatsoever, and then, like, 5 minutes later, you'll just be instantly dead by something you didn't know was coming, and you'll be like, well, shit.
Oh, look, you've got
Now,
50 days to do this. Nope, die.
Yeah, I guess the next time I play the game, I'll plan for that on day 400.
Yeah. Shen.
Hello, I am Shen. You can find me on YouTube at youtube.com/Shenner2 and twitch.tv/Shenner. I don't really do the Twitter thing because I'm not a social media guy. Lately, I've been playing Tropico, which is why shit's not going on YouTube because Tropico's music is not allowed there. But do catch me on Twitch.
Indeed.
El Presidente.
El Presidente.
I'm Interrogation. You can catch me on youtube.com/Interrogation or twitch.tv/Interrogation. Currently doing a few different things, finishing up Halcyon. I imagine we're going to get stomped fairly soon. Divinity Original Sin. Lots of Hearts of Iron. Hearts of Iron fun. And also I started Children of the Dead Earth, which is like a super realistic space combat sim, which is really interesting. It's got like complete end-body simulations for orbits and everything. I find it really fun. It's kind of niche. But yeah. So before we go, do remember to go check out the Patreon. We will be, I believe, it might not be calculated by Sunday, but it should be by the Sunday after. We should have all the rewards and stuff calculated, so we'll start having those, including, like, there will be backer names at certain tiers get on this end slate, so your name could be, like, literally, like, here somewhere. So look out for that. Yeah, go check that out. Also, we should have some, like, tier goals and stretch goals coming along that I'm really looking forward to announcing. We'll probably be announcing on Sunday, so do come check that out. And, of course, remember that Sunday.
Sunday.
And you will see more of ooh. I love being NPCs. But yeah,
We can tell.
I swear you've plucked that character straight out of the Tamarian language. I am certain of it.
Marian language.
Tamarian language. The arms wide open.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Really?
No,
Shaka.
it's been a while since I've seen the
Shocking.
episode. I know the memes and stuff. It's a while since I've seen the episode. Anyway,
Card and Dathon at Eladrel.
at Tanagra when the walls fell. Yeah. Anyway, so it's goodbye from me. It's goodbye from everyone. And remember, just to roll for it.
Bye-byes.